Can y'all hear me?
Still.
Can you hear me?
Yes. We got you, Stuart. Can you hear us?
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. Very good. I brought it, but I'm not intending on firing it up. You're here before Mr. Greenwood, and you're quite a ways away.
Definitely a ways away. I'll be glad to get home. Is anyone else there live in the gallery?
What are you saying? We don't have anybody from the public, no, if that's the question.
That's what I'm saying.
You're live.
Well, they're not. I wouldn't expect for any unlive people to be there, Bill.
That's what I was getting at.
Of course, if I was there, that would be a different story.
I understand. But you're remotely unlive, right?
Kind of like it.
God, I hope you didn't plan on staying that long. Yeah, okay. If there's an echo in here by that time.
Yeah.
She needs your book.
Here.
She needs your book. I don't
Yeah.
think you're next to, well, yeah, wherever sufficient space, and you're there, you're fine there. He's got enough pull. Do you see? Yeah. Use chair, it'd be tough, wouldn't it?
Figure we're gonna have power by the time.
Oh, yeah.
Another tab.
We dispense with these or optional?
Mr. Hodges is in charge of the building. I'll let him make that.
Is that
Optional?
optional when you're 6 feet away and sitting?
You know you have to share that, right? Those are good.
Pretty healthy too.
They're
I was
addictive.
thinking about candy left over each of us. I don't need candy.
So what are we adding to the packet that I do not have?
Mr. Garber, the information I emailed maybe last week, it was 3 different things for historical information on funding for the school.
See if I can get them.
School. Okay,
And Mr. Garber, I'm going to send you another little PDF of the breakdown of the funding for CIP too that we kind of developed that I've actually added to the line there.
Thanks, Christy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, I already had this.
Pretty good, huh?
Yeah, I already had.
Oh,
Stephen, you need this one?
I got one online, thanks.
Okay.
Sure. Oh,
Everybody ready? That felt good. Good morning, everybody. We'll call our work session to order this day of April 16th, 2021. If I could get the roll call, please, Ms. Gibson. Here.
here.
Here. Did we get Mr. Garber on that call?
Here, I can't really hear you well.
Microphone.
She might need a microphone. Although I think that's probably the extent of her duties today as far as speaking. Okay, well, right after we got the rhythm of Zoom meetings, we're right back in the administration building so we can learn it all over again. Gentlemen, we've got the agenda in front of us. Are there any amendments from staff, or are we good to adopt what we have? Very good. All right. Unless there are any changes, I will, from the board, I'll entertain.
I will make that motion.
Very good. Motion to adopt.
Second.
Seconded. Discussion. Ms. Gibson?
Mr. Barker?
Aye.
Mr. Hodges?
Aye.
Mr. Greenwood?
Aye.
Mr. Moore?
Aye.
And Ms. Johnson?
Aye. Okay, now we're into it. First up is King William County Public Schools. I know we have Dr. White. We have Ms. Longus from Finance. The floor is yours.
As always, thank you all so much
Oh, hey, Ms. Johnson.
for working with us. Good morning, all. This is going to be a brief presentation.
Dr. White, I cannot hear you.
I'm sorry.
Is that Michael?
Yeah, it might not be.
1 second, I'm sorry. Mr. Garber.
Okay, thanks.
It's like we haven't done this in a
Okay,
year.
is that better?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, thank you,
Thanks.
sir.
Thank
Yeah, I
you.
just wanted to say thank you all. Good morning. And this is going to be a brief presentation, not as long as our joint budget meeting. We'll go to the next slide, please. This past year has been both challenged and stretched, has both challenged and stretched the King William County Public School staff and community in unimaginable ways. However, through all the turmoil, we have been able to stay true to the vision and mission of our school division. We have remained committed to providing a quality education for all students. I am proud of our successes and the resilience of our staff. Next. I would like to remind you of the Herculean efforts of school staff in the face of an unprecedented global pandemic to support our community with continued instruction, technology resources, and meal distribution throughout the year. They made the impossible possible. Even in the midst of a pandemic, our students and staff continued to excel. As you may recall from the joint school board of supervisors meeting, King William County Public Schools implemented the hybrid instruction model, which included both in-person and distance learning to ensure that we were able to provide instruction to our community during the school year. And though challenging, we made a model for other school divisions in the region. As you can imagine, we had an increase in technology use, which required us to provide Chromebooks to all students, grades K-12. Teachers and students were trained on the use of the learning management system and Google Classroom to interact, present, and organize learning material, as well as numerous other applications. And again, I'd like to thank the school board and the Board of Supervisors for approval on the allocation of CARES funding. The monies were instrumental in providing resources and support for students and staff throughout this unusual school year. These one-time funds were necessary to meet our unexpected need. Our 2 instructional technology resource teachers, or ITRTs, were instrumental in providing training on how to enhance the use of technology to deliver instruction. With the paradigm shift realized because of the pandemic, innovative practices will continue to grow, and we hope to increase their capacity to co-create and teach lessons that will further advance our students' educational experiences. Beyond the pandemic, however, ITRTs help to ensure that students continue to receive engaging lessons that will prepare them to meet the standards laid out by the VDOE and the profile of a Virginia graduate. Even beyond our teaching staff, all segments of our organization have met the challenge presented by COVID-19. For instance, school counselors, rather than the one master schedule that the counselors normally develop in a year, had to create 7 different schedules. Human resources staff has tracked and accounted for increased employee absences, implemented the Emergency Sick Leave Act and the Emergency Family Medical Leave Act, and counseled staff who were required to take leave due to COVID-19. Our finance team, while understaffed, has been tasked with the additional responsibilities this year in order to manage the CARES Act funding and allocations, purchasing of additional equipment, furniture, and supplies, and securing additional grants. In addition, they are learning the new Edmunds finance system, which has required several months of double entry of transactions. Central office and school building administrators have stood steady in the face of the abnormal number of staff absences and a continued shortage of support staff. Many administrators continue to cover day and night custodial shifts, serve as clinic and isolation room attendants, and teach classes when substitutes cannot be secured. Our administrative staff regularly work 12 to 15-hour days and during weekends to maintain open lines of communication with staff and families in regard to positive COVID-19 cases and the need to quarantine. Our non-instructional technology staff has spent many hours monitoring, repairing, and providing students, parents, and teachers with support. as well as maintaining a much larger number of devices and improving upon our networking system. The technology staff completed 2,922 support tickets through February of this year, as compared to 525 for the entirety of the previous year. The Transportation Department met the difficult challenge of providing staff safe transportation for students while maintaining social distancing requirements, which required complicated bus route changes. And bus drivers continue to monitor safety requirements on the bus and keep the buses sanitized. Maintenance staff have been busy implementing facility upgrades, such as the bipolar ionization units in all of our buildings, while the custodial staff have enhanced all cleaning protocols throughout the division. And last but not least, our food service employees have overcome many obstacles to provide meals to students who are not in school every day. They have provided free meals to students who are on a hybrid schedule, as well as those who participate in 100% distance learning. By year's end, they will have distributed more than 225,000 meals to our community. Suffice it to say that all of our staff have put in an unprecedented number of work hours to keep the division afloat, which was truly been a massive undertaking. As an aftermath to the pandemic, we anticipate that not all students will want to return to a traditional in-person learning environment next year. A recent survey estimates that roughly 15% may wish to continue with 100% distance learning. Therefore, we are considering additional options for these students. As noted in our previous presentation, 70% of our proposed FY22 budget goes directly to instruction, to include our instructional technology resource teachers, which is well above the Commonwealth average of 65% in the instructional category. However, we are only spending 8% of total expenditures on operations and maintenance, which, considering the current age and condition of our buildings and equipment, is not enough to sustain them long-term without more financial support. As always, it is imperative that King William County Public Schools continues to acquire and retain qualified staff. We have put considerable time and resources into training our teachers this year. We have discussed teacher shortages in critical areas previously, and while we do have a number of local staff on our roll, we need to remain competitive. There are many surrounding school divisions who are offering salary increases that could put us at a disadvantage if we do not keep our salaries competitive. Other budget challenges include capital expenses of maintaining and improving buildings and grounds, to include HVAC units, primarily at Quinton Elementary School, which are beyond their useful life, and maintaining our aging bus fleet. The governor's proposed budget advances a 5% pay increase for SOQ positions in FY21 and FY22 biennial budget. In order for us to receive the entirety of the state's allotment of funds for raises, we must provide a 5% increase in FY22, since we gave no raises in FY21. This will allow us to receive all revenues expected from the state. I would like to now turn your attention over to our state and local funding. The school division revenue loss from the county from fiscal year 2020 to fiscal year 2021 was $462,359. And the school division's revenue loss from the state was $163,665. King William's 2020-2022 composite index of local ability to pay increased from 0.3283 to 0.3407, which resulted in a decrease in the state funding. The increased composite index indicates that our local economy was growing, and the local government now has increased responsibility to fund our schools. Last year, during the budget process, the county administrator stated that if the local economy were to rebound faster than expected during the pandemic, the board would have the opportunity to amend the FY21 budget mid-year to add funds to address operational needs. Financial reports indicate that our local economy has fared well during the pandemic, and it appears that revenues are exceeding expectations. Unfortunately, as of this morning, our budget was not amended or has not been amended. Therefore, we ask that you remember the current reduction in funding that we are operating under when considering our operational needs and requests for FY22. In total, we are requesting $762,703 to address the shortfall in our revenue allocations from the county. 57% will go directly to teacher and staff raises and benefits, 7% towards instructional cost, and 36% will go towards technology needs and reinstating positions that were not filled in FY21 due to the decreased funding in our budget. We've received questions about grant funds that the school division receives. In total, funding equates to roughly, grant funding equates to roughly $1 million annually. Grants through the U.S. Department of Education and Virginia Department of Education are funded by reimbursement. Staff must submit applications that meet grant specifications to be approved by the appropriate Department of Education. The school division must then spend the funds and seek audited reimbursements. These grants are audited by county hired external auditors and DOE auditors on a rotational basis. I mentioned previously about our extensive capital needs. However, as we are unable to anticipate a reliable funding source at this time, we are hoping to address these specific items immediately so as not to deplete our school reserve. However, I look forward to working with the county to proactively develop a capital plan together and a means to fund it. And that's it. Thank you. Any questions?
Okay, guys, open the floor to questions for the school.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Hodges.
the raise would be about 434,000, correct?
Roughly, yes, sir.
And one other question, what are you using for a scissor lift now?
I'm sorry, say it again.
What are you using for a scissor lift now?
There you go.
We currently have a small scissor lift, but it is not, if you read the requirements, it doesn't meet the need for the safety regulations. So at this point, we're using a small scissor lift that we have, and we're using ladders. So if we were to be able to purchase this, a new scissor lift, we'd move this one to the high school. We would move the one from the high school to the middle school. That will allow us to use it at the other 3 schools for smaller jobs, but the high school, because of the tall ceilings and gymnasiums and then the parking lot, our current lift is not safe.
Several questions, Dr. White.
Yes.
Real quick, the consumer price index, explain that one to me again. The lower that it is means the economy is not doing well and we get more money from the state?
This is what you're talking about. Yes, composite index.
I'm sorry.
So it really, it talks about the locality's ability to pay. So the lower it is, the more money we get from the state funding. The higher it is, the more money they say that the ability for the locality to pay, it comes into consideration.
And it's reevaluated every 2 years. So 21, 22 is 1 year. And then when we go into fiscal year 23 and 24, it'll be reevaluated from the state level. And then, so this is our 2nd year of this new composite index.
And then the next one will be impacted in our next budget, FY23 budget.
The historical grant, what I would call wins, is it 100%? Do you get all that you apply for? And that's a reimbursement, you just said?
They are reimbursable, so they have specific categories that you can spend the money on, and what they will do is they will then go ahead and reimburse you for any expenditures you make.
Do you have historical data by chance?
So we've averaged, from what I can see since I've been here, from 800,000 to $1 million each year, depending. It all really depends on how much is allotted to like Title I, and then we put in an application. And then if there's additional money, we get additional money and we have to update the application. So it's really set by the state. And the Assistant Superintendent Stacy Johnson handles some of those. But I will say from a standpoint of the school, we've really, since I've been here, I've really seen an increase in us trying to do more and look for more grants. We have multiple schools going out and looking for business grants and things like that. So we've really increased our grant intake, but it's a one-time purchase. We were awarded a grant yesterday for CTE stuff, but it's for a specific piece of equipment. So it's not a grant that we can then allocate somewhere else. They're very specific as to what we can use them for.
And how is that? Is it reported as revenue? Does it go back into a general fund, or does it go back into your reserve fund?
All of that is reported as revenue, as grant revenue on our slides, and then we would up that information. Like if we get more grant money, we then allocate that appropriately
but any unspent money does not carry over for us. It's only on reimbursement. So say, for example, if we receive a $12,000 grant, we spend $11,000, we only get the reimbursement for the $11,000 spent. The $1,000 then just goes back to the state or stays with the state.
Steve?
On the reimbursement or the grant, the federal amount, what is allowed, what is their number this year that we can match?
You mean the grant funding, the total this year?
Yeah, like you said, since we didn't get it all, what would we have to match? What's the maximum?
So we put in the application, they tell us how much. And our grant windows are 18 months, so we can spend it after the fiscal year, but we have to spend the money, do all the reimbursement process, and get the money back. So we
Right.
average about $1 million a year.
Oh, okay, that's what you've asked for, about $1 million.
Yeah.
Okay,
They
So-
give us a specified amount. It's not like we can request.
right, that's what I want to know.
Yeah.
There's a cap.
What's the
tell us.
specified
They
amount?
tell us how much.
Give you $50,000.
Right, right.
So that the application to tell us how you want to spend.
Right, well, what's the specified amount this year?
Well, we have so many, so
Yeah.
it's a,
Okay, yeah,
If we got like Title I, if we got an additional $10,000 in Title I this year, there's a chance we would get 8,000 less in Title II, 1,000 less in Title III. They fluctuate,
Right.
but as a whole, and we only spend related to those grants the money we receive. We're not overspending.
oh, yeah, I know that, I'm just trying to figure out, like I said, because we're, the budget is tight this year, so
Right.
I'm just trying to figure out, we might not want to lose anything, but I want to know if there was a maximum amount.
Right, for an application to do the last of every year, and we have to write the application based on the amount that we were given the previous year. And then if they were to give us more money, we have to extend that.
Okay,
We write it based on what we had.
okay,
And I budgeted based on FY21 grant numbers.
okay, and what was that number?
It was right about that $1 million
Oh, okay,
Yep, yep,
okay, so,
altogether.
okay.
And there's more than these few grants. These are the
just
ones that were
examples.
mentioned.
Right,
in the
right,
last
I'm just trying to get an overall picture.
Yeah.
No, just, like you said, just trying to figure out if we can work something out. I want to know what we can go up to. I know we're not going to be able to do more, but I hope we can do some, but that's up to the board. So thank you very much.
I had another question unless you want to
See if
get.
Mr. Garber has
Yeah.
anything since you've
Well,
already gone.
thank you, Travis. I don't know who was speaking in the background. I really couldn't hear them. Is that somebody that's not in front of a mic?
Oh, yeah.
yes, I'm sorry, that was the Assistant Superintendent, Stacy Johnson. She was just
Okay.
clarifying on regard to the grant and the maximum amount, roughly $1 million, and the reimbursement process.
Okay, all right, I heard part of it. My question is, the roughly 434,000 that you need to give the teachers the 5% raise,
Yes.
what is the state bringing forward of that? Is this the complete?
That is the localities portion.
Exactly.
State's portion is,
It was right at 445,000.
did you hear that, Mr. Garber?
Yeah, 445,000.
Yes, sir.
And what is, you might not have this, what is the total teacher payroll?
I can get that for you.
Can we
Okay.
send that to the county administrator to share?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you want just payroll or you want payroll and benefits?
Well, this ask is kind of just for the 5% wage increase, correct?
So when we increase someone's salary, it then affects their VRS is based on their salary, the health insurance credit, we have there's retiree health credit. There's a couple items that increase because our salary increases.
Okay, yeah, I'd like that too. I guess it works out like the state is paying roughly 50% of it. Does that sound right?
Yeah, it's just over 50%.
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hodges, you had something?
Yeah, just one more thing. You're showing 28 buses that are aged. How many do you have that are in good shape?
I'm sorry, say it again?
You have 28 buses you're saying are aged.
Mhm.
How many buses do you have are in good shape?
9.
We have a total of right at 50 buses total.
Okay. That gives me an idea. Yeah.
I will tell you, since I've been on board, we have been purchasing a few more buses. You all gave us money to purchase a bus with CARES funding. We just got a grant to purchase another bus, so we're going to buy 2 more here. And so if we continue, we're going to be in fairly good shape moving forward if we continue to buy a bus or 2 a year.
You haven't really decreased your use this year because of COVID, have you?
Because of
It's
CDC
increased
guidelines.
probably, right?
We're running 2 different runs, so we still have to cover the entire county. It was just while we were on the hybrid, we would run one route one day and then another route the next day to pick up the fewer students. We still have to run them. And then on Friday, of course, we do our deep clean. We bring them into the center to have them cleaned. So probably a little bit less maybe this year, but we're still running them. We're still, going full bore to get our transportation. And we're hoping next year, once we're past everything, we're going to get back to a normal schedule. And you'll recall when I first came here, we were really in bad shape. You all have been great in helping us to get buses each year. So we are building that up. We're using that to make sure that we are in a better position than where we started.
Of course, from the public, and you probably seen it on Facebook there.
Oh, yeah.
How much great savings are you having this year because you're not running the buses?
We're
Which
running
in
them.
fact, you're running probably more.
We are running, yes, sir. And we were even using them at the beginning to do meal distribution. We were helping to go out to different areas within the county to provide food before we started opening it up at our schools.
So, okay. Good.
Your turn.
Oh, no, good.
I saw an article yesterday in the Richmond Times-Dispatch. Hanover had passed their budget, and I believe they changed their teacher raise to 4.5. Any idea, or maybe perhaps Ms. Stone?
So my understanding going into the planning process, working with Ms. Stone and her team, they were doing it based on levels to help fix their chart, but overall that it would be about a 5% raise. And I can clarify with her, and we can get back to you if anything's different.
She's actually
She's actually on the call.
It sounded to me like they were trying to alleviate some compression issues.
Yes,
in different
compression,
areas,
yep.
so.
Ms. Stone, did you hear that question?
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hear it.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Yes, so it's a 4.5% teacher pay increase on the pay scale, and then compression adjustments throughout the scale for an on average of 5.3%. Some levels, based upon your experience, goes over 7% pay increase, but at a minimum, everyone gets at least a 4.5%. For on average greater than that 5%.
And we do, of course, across the board 5%, no other compression or anything. So everyone gets the same, all ships rise is what we.
That was going to be my next question.
Yeah,
Well, the reason
all ships rise.
The main reason I brought it up is it brings a more competitive to your chart here. Hanover will be more competitive now than before. So it's just another factor that we have to consider.
It was a $513 million budget too.
Well,
Yeah,
it's all
they get a little bit more money than we do.
Calculate ad valorem. Well, let me just ask you, since we're talking about compression, I mean, how is the situation, from top to bottom as far as teacher pay scales? Are we seeing any compression issues starting to arise, or?
I think because the last few years we've done percentage raises versus step plus, we're keeping ourselves out of those compression issues, where if we were to do the steps, because of the pay scales, how they've been, that's when you get into the compression concerns, because the levels are different.
And we are looking at, just to add on to that, we are looking at amending our pay scales in some way. We're going to present it to the board so that we have a different way of doing it, so we don't have to worry about that compression anymore. But we've got to present it to the board. They have to approve it, And if they do, then we will consider that as well.
I was just curious because, we went through it on our side of the house a few years ago. Hanover's trying to deal with some issues there this year. It's just been a product of so much budgetary uncertainty for the last 10, 12 years. We've had, it's either been feast or famine, it seems, and we can give raises and then we can't give raises. And then suddenly people are coming into pay scales that are increasing, but right. So
hopefully we can just do percentage raises moving forward if we adopt this new pay scale where we're not worried about those compression issues.
okay. I just wanted to make sure that was something that we're aware of on all sides of the house. Right. Okay. So good.
Yes, sir.
Right. I don't really have any questions for you guys. I want to go through as we kind of go through the day, look at our projections, look at where our revenues are coming in and see what opportunities are there. Obviously, I've stated before, I don't want to leave any state money on the table. I certainly want to do everything we can to get, at least try to get that raise fully funded. So we'll do that work and see what we can get done for you. But I appreciate the presentation. Does anybody else have anything? Stephen, go ahead.
Travis, may I ask one more thing?
I'll tell you what, Mr. Greenwood had his hand first, Stuart, and then I'll let you go.
Okay, thanks.
Just one last question on the scissor lift. Like I said, we're talking about that and the tractor. Like I said, we're just trying to save a little money. I know that it would be nice to have it, and I see where you're moving stuff around. But if we could, or if you all could, maybe schedule times where all of this maintenance could be done, how much would it save if we rented it just for a week or so and get all the things that we need done, get it done just in the time being, if we had to? Would that be a possibility? Or
So I think my concern, sorry, Dr. White,
Oh, you-
is lights can go out in the gym at any time.
that's true.
We are hanging banners in the gym at all given times. We're
Okay.
hanging banners outside of buildings. We're fixing lights in the parking lots, as that's always a safety concern. There's flags that go up in the parking lots on the light poles at different times. I understand the concern of buying one versus renting one, but by the time we send a maintenance person up the road to get one, bring it back, to rent it for the day, and we possibly doing that once a month or twice a month, I think we're going to be looking at something that we can purchase that will live for us. Our current lift is very old, so we're not saying a 5-year process. We're probably talking more that as long as it's working right, we're going to be using this lift for 10 years.
And one of the other things is that to add on to what Ms. Longus said, is that we have historically rented equipment throughout. We find this is a way of savings as we, teach our maintenance staff to do more and more work. They can do it themselves, save time, save money. And then we, of course, as you know, we've had to keep our equipment for extensive, years, and we'll continue to do that. We'll work on it, we'll fix it. We take care of what we have.
And is this a new price? New equipment?
This is their lift.
Yeah.
I believe so.
It wasn't in the previous presentation. What we're looking to do is to really say, okay, what are some immediate needs that we can take care of, that we can do right now with some of the reserve that we have? And then what our plan is to have money in reserve in order to take care of any emergency we know is going to come up. We had another fire panel go out over the spring break at one of our other schools at Cool Springs, so we had to replace that. Matter of fact, you'll get a memo on that for a request for some funds to come from our reserve on that. So we're just trying to plan properly until we can get our CIP and start working on how can we sustain capital projects going forward. We have a CIP which plans what we do. We haven't really kept to that because the money has not been there. So we want to start working with you all to see how we can start putting money into our reserve each year from any carryover so that we can address those things moving forward. So we want to plan it and do it smartly.
And I know I've asked enough, but
No, you're good. We're good.
Too, but
when was the last raise?
2 years
2 years
ago.
ago.
That's what I thought there was one somewhere in there.
And
Yeah.
last year we gave no raise and we increased the employee side of insurance.
And that was 5% then, or was it?
2 years ago it was
flexible?
5%.
There's a chart in the back of this.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we did that, we understood with the pandemic, everything was uncertain. So we said, you know what, we can't fund what we don't know how we can pay for. So.
I just had one last, like I said, and this these things on the page that you had with the reserve fund, this does come out of the reserve fund. It's not extra money you're asking.
It's not, it's
Right,
our,
that's
it's
what I
the
wanted
school
to-
reserve fund,
right,
so it's really our
right,
money that
right.
we're
I just wanted to
asking.
let the public
to be
know on
appropriate.
Zoom that it is, that's particular part. It's kind of like you said, you're
No
trying
new
to,
money.
trying to work with it
Yeah.
as best you can, but we're just
Yeah.
trying to come up with some other.
And these are things that we had originally come to you, but
Right.
we can hold everything off until July 1. That way we can still get it done before school reopens in August and we can get these things taken care of.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Garber, did I pass you over?
Yes, you did. I'm very angry. No, this isn't specifically for Dr. White, it's for anybody. Does anybody have any information at all on the, this upcoming round of, COVID funding? And what the fundamental requirements may be for using that money? I was just thinking that if it is similar guidelines, maybe the buses, as we have used in the past,
I know
to bring that number down.
I know that there is going to be one more round of CARES funding that will be coming out that will extend, I believe, to 2024's expenditure that we can do on it. I think the county is 1.7 million.
I saw 3.
1.3.
1.3 or
This was
3 million.
several weeks ago.
It was at Vaco just sent an email out as we were sitting here, as I was getting ready, that the Treasury has just released some new guidance and rules. So, that's evolving.
And even as we, use the CARES money that the county allotted for us in the past year, I mean, we had certain criteria that we had to look at.
Exactly.
I know that some of the new money that they're coming out are for facilities maintenance and upgrades. So that will give us a guideline for what we spend this on, and it may help us to do some of these things that are needed due to lack of preventive maintenance.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for.
Yeah, and we look forward to it. We were able to really outfit our schools with and I give the example of the bipolar ionization. It puts us ahead of other school divisions because we feel safer in mitigating any spread of the virus within our buildings.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I've done a terrible job of keeping you all to time so far. So we're going to go ahead and let them go and move on to the next one on our list. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for your time.
Thank
We
you for your
appreciate
time.
it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Which is King William County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Walton.
And while they're coming forward, Mr. Chair, can I ask the county administrator a question?
Sure.
On the requested is generally from the department heads, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Good morning,
Good
Mr.
morning.
Chairman, gentlemen of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you this morning. Not really sure what questions you may have about our budget request. So the two big ticket items, if you will, is personnel and vehicles. So I thought I'd hit on those and then see where you wanted to go from there. If that's okay, Mr. Chairman.
You had the floor.
Thank you, sir. All right. So just a little bit of history here. When I took office in 2000, I had a total of 15 deputies. 9 of those deputies were comp board funded deputies and 6 were county funded deputies. Today, in 2021, I have 20 deputies. 12 deputies are funded by the comp board and 8 by the county. And of those 8, 2 of those are SROs. So in reality, in 21 years, the county has only funded me 2 extra deputies. And I've come before the board just about every year, I think, and asked for additional deputies as we've gone forward. Times are changing. It's becoming more and more difficult to keep up with not only the call volume, but the types of calls that we're experiencing. Those are issues that we're running into. Court is becoming a huge issue with us right now. We have part-time staff and we really rely on that part-time staff, but unfortunately we don't have enough to go around. Staffing for courts can be very difficult, especially when we're running 2 courts at a time, and we have to have a minimum of 4 deputies in the courtroom. So that takes, I have 6 part-time deputies court deputies. So that's 4 in one courtroom and then 2 in the other, and I have to pull deputies off the road to make that happen, or pay overtime for deputies to come out. So it becomes very challenging to keep up with the staffing for that. Training is another huge issue when it comes to personnel. And as you all know, in the climate of today, the police reform bills out there, there's a lot of training we're going to be required to participate in. And I don't know whether the state's going to fund that. I'm not having a lot of hopes about that. Either way, we're going to have to fund that, or the state's going to fund it. But getting people to that training creates a problem, because I have to keep people on the road. I have to have shifts covered. I have to have people answer calls and work court. When you pull the people out to go do training, I'm either paying them overtime, or we're paying them, comp time, which we very rarely have much opportunity to take off comp hours once they work. So
We've been down that road before.
yeah, exactly. We racked up way too much. But if you have a 40-hour class, a week-long class, and I've got to send all of my deputies, let's say, will have to go through this training. If you look at that, it's pretty expensive for us to do that. And it's not cheap. When we do our annual training, we do an annual in-house training 1 day a year or 2 days a year, and it's usually in October. That's about $3,000 we pay in overtime for 1 day for deputies to come in and do that training. And that's required stuff. That's stuff that we have to do. We can't just escape from that. So that's where we are. I'm not going to sit here and tell you and mislead you down the road that the deputies we're asking for are a combination of deputies for patrol, investigations, and court services. And if you don't mind, I'm going to introduce Captain Hamilton, and he's kind of handling my personnel stuff. So real quick, I want him to tell you a little bit about what our goal with that is.
Morning, everyone. Scott Hamilton, the Sheriff's Chief Deputy and resident of the 3rd District. As the Sheriff's vision for these new positions, he wanted to focus on not just the problem with staffing the courts that could be hit or miss. We're seeing, we used to be able to rely on a certain amount of court dates per month, but with the perfect storm of both our COVID backlogs as well as some police reform that is making it easier for defendants to request jury trials, which requires an incredible amount of manpower to provide security and staffing for the judges as we go forward with those. We didn't want to just pigeonhole ourselves into those officers, deputies for court security. The sheriff wanted to see how we could get more bang for our buck, if you will, to provide officers and deputies that will be able to not only provide those very needed positions for court staffing, but also for special problems that may arise from time to time. One of our big issues is mental health transports, or mental health crisis, if you will, in the country. We have to provide not only security for those of our citizens that are requiring treatment, but we have to provide transportation, secure transportation that may require deputies to spend 8 to 12 hours sitting with an individual at a local hospital, and then require a 200-mile trip to a further out facility so that they can continue to get the services that they desperately need. These new positions would help alleviate pulling patrol officers away from the county to do these duties as they pop up, as well as, again, as the sheriff spoke on, allowing for vacations where we're not having to lower our manpower. Again, we're very limited in our deputies that are on the street at any given time. If a deputy has to make an arrest per se, that's going to be a 6 to 8 hour process. That deputy cannot take other calls during that time because they have someone in custody. So if we're running a shift of 3, one deputy receives a call where he makes an arrest. Now we're down to 2. 2 deputies for a county that's approximately 40 miles long from end to end. That can increase response times. God forbid, those deputies get tied up on calls, then we're simply calling one of us out from home to come. And again, that response time would be extended. So we're trying to increase what these new positions will do. They're not just going to be doing one thing. We're going to be able to call on them and move them around and not affect the shifts that we have in place already.
Captain, a lot of these duties are state mandated.
Yes.
I assume.
Correct.
County funded, state mandated.
Unfortunately, yes. The mental health transports being one of the worst.
How did that change after the incident in Richmond?
I'm sorry.
How did that change your job the incident in Richmond where the young black guy was taken down because of a mental instability?
The General Assembly created what they call the Marcus Bill, which has gone into effect, but in a sense that we haven't had, it hasn't really spread out yet. There's a little bit of a lag where they're supposed to create a mental health team to respond with us to the location and assist in making that happen. We had a mental health crisis a week and a half ago. We contacted our local mental health folks and they did great, but they only did it by phone because they couldn't come out because they don't have personnel. So we're doing the same thing we've always done. We spend, and sometimes many hours trying to convince a person that they need help and we need to take them into custody to make that happen. And sometimes we do that, and then the transport is 12 hours long. By the time we go to the hospital, they have to be medically cleared. The hospital ER says, oh, they're good to go. And I know you gentlemen have heard me say this before. They're good by the hospital, but then the receiving hospital says, no, we need their blood sugar to be at this level. We need their blood pressure at this level. And they won't accept them, so we have to wait in the ER this entire time. And then that bed gets taken up by another agency. So now we're searching for another bed. This time it's in Roanoke or Bristol that we have to now transport. After the deputy has been tied up for 8 to 10 hours, and now I've got to get another deputy to do a 12-hour transport.
Right. So, and that was all precipitated out of a bill that was brought by Senator Deeds, when you'll recall that when his son had a crisis and was turned away because there weren't any beds at, I guess, Central State.
Exactly.
And went home and ultimately had a tragic outcome. And so this all came out of his bill that he put together that basically requires that we find them a bed somewhere, wherever it is.
Right. And their bill was to extend the hour. What they did, I mean, the concept was great, but they extended the hours in which we could work it. So now we're spending more hours trying to find, because now the mental health workers got 8 hours to find us a bed and try to find us a bed. But with COVID, we're all in a different world, because now with COVID, no one wants to take anybody.
Right. So it's one of those things where it's, I mean, it's important to mitigate bad outcomes, but on a department that's, strapped for resources, it's very burdensome and has been. We would deal with this. It's been 5 years now or so that we've been dealing with this.
And we have a monthly conference call with our local mental health folks, and we discuss this. And King William, King Queen, you name it, all of us in the 10-county area have the same issue. We all do.
Well, right, because I mean, Eastern State's running pretty much at capacity all the time anyway,
Right.
so it's a very rare time that y'all even get to go.
Oh, it's a rarity that we get to go to Eastern State.
Right.
It really is. Most time it's way out west or
Central State,
Virginia
Western
Beach.
State, whatever.
For some odd reason, I don't think it's going to get any better.
It's not.
And again, we are required to provide that security and that transport. So again, we're either taking officers away from the county on a normal patrol, or we're trying to ask someone who is off duty, who may have already worked a 12-hour shift, to go work at least another 12-hour shift, and that may end with a 2.5-hour drive to Bristol to drop somebody off one way and then come back.
And not to be misleading, because the state did offer the opportunity to create a transport force. They hired a contract company, G4S, I always get it backwards, to do transports for the mental health, which sounds great, but here's the kicker. They will only go from the time they are released from the hospital, from the medical hospital, so they arrive then. But if they have any condition, if they threaten to hurt themselves, if they were angry, if they did anything that was abusive, they will not transport. It becomes us.
Probably what landed them there in the first place.
And that's why they're committed to begin with. That's why they're being committed to begin with, for one of those reasons.
Absolutely. So, but thank you, Kevin. But that's the need. That's where we are with these, and trying to keep people on the street, trying to make all these things happen when our times are being stretched so far thin. And we have instances that are still going on. Calls are still coming on. Back in the day, we'd go a couple of days and not get a call. That doesn't even happen anymore. We may go a couple hours and not get a call. But it's just a different time today. Again, John, I just remind you, it's been 21 years and the county has funded me 2 additional positions from the beginning. So it's time. The other thing I'd like to discuss is vehicles. Vehicles is kind of an essential tool in policing. I know people see, as I've heard, shiny new cars. We take great pride in making our cars look well. We do a good job at cleaning them and making them look pretty. Unfortunately, we're running cars until the life of them has run out.
Right, a lot of those shiny cars are 10 years old, aren't
Oh, my friend, they are much older. We have 2008 still in service.
Right.
I've got
That odometer doesn't trip over when you're idling.
no, sir, it sure doesn't. It sure doesn't. More than half of, nearly half of our fleet is over 120,000 miles on the car. The average deputy puts about 25 to 30,000 miles on a car a year. We do great maintenance with them. We keep up with that. But even with that, it gets very difficult. I've got a couple cars that I paid more in maintenance than I paid for the car at this point. We're replacing engines, we're replacing, you name it. I think we've rebuilt some of these cars we've had, and we're still running them. And then the problem is, once you get one thing fixed, then there's something else that pops up. It was kind of a joke around the office the last few months that maybe we should put in a request for a rollback because we've had so many cars break down.
He made that to me.
I did. But honestly, I mean, we had a car the other day sitting at an accident scene 2 days ago, and deputy goes get in to move it, and the car wouldn't move. Locked in park, so it had to be towed away. But that's some stuff like that happens, and that's just normal course of business. I'm going to introduce to you Captain Ham, who handles my fleet maintenance and some of the other things, and let him talk to you a little bit because we have a proposal. And I know it sounds like a lot of money each year we ask you for vehicles, and it is. But we have a proposal we think may help alleviate some of that cost.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Sheriff said my name is Mike Ham, and I'm his operational captain. And I am the lucky individual that gets to handle the vehicles and the maintenance of the vehicles. As the sheriff said, we are in dire need of several vehicles. I would tell you this morning, I had a fleet of 25 with 2 spares. This morning, I have no spares. I have 2 vehicles in the shop. My 2 spares are in use, which leaves me with absolutely nothing except what we have on the road. So we have proposed to purchase 3 Ford Interceptor utility vehicles at a cost of somewhere between $38,500, $38,300. We have the option to pay outright, of course, for the entire purchase, or we can look at Ford Credit, and I had them work up a lease purchase plan on both a 3 and 4 year payment schedule. The 3-year plan calls for an annual payment of $40,949.57 at an interest rate of 6.15%. Now, that is just the cost of the vehicle purchase. It does not include the upfitting of the emergency equipment, which would be about an additional $3,300 a year if we went with the lease purchase option. I also asked the account rep to show me what the 4-year plan looks like. And at the 4-year plan of 5.99%, we would be looking at an annual payment, again, just for the vehicle purchases, of $31,541.72. And again, we would have to add the upfitting of the emergency equipment, about $3,300 per vehicle.
How many vehicles again?
We're looking for 3 vehicles.
3.
So the upfitting comes up from the old vehicle or from the leasing company?
Once upon a time it did. When we are able to remove and replace equipment, it's done. I'm looking at outfitting all three of these vehicles with everything.
3,000 per?
Close to $11,000 for emergency equipment,
In total,
sir,
across the three vehicles,
for each vehicle.
for each vehicle.
Yes,
Oh, it's 3,000 per year.
it's
per vehicle.
$3,300 for
I
each.
didn't
An
catch
important
that either.
clarification.
Right, that's right. I didn't catch that either. I thought that-
$3,000 added on to that $40,000 lease
Right.
per year.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
I thought the upfit was a one-time charge
Right.
since
I
you do it at the
understand
beginning and
what
then
you're
it's,
saying.
oh, wow, okay.
But they make Caprices and Crown Vics the same for, 20 years, so you could just pull the stuff off and switch it. They don't do that.
Absolutely, that was the great thing about it. Now, radios, you mentioned, radios are moved from vehicle to vehicle.
Sure.
We're not buying new radios to put in the car. Those radios are good, they're just being moved from cars that are no longer serviceable to new vehicles coming in. We had a couple spare ones. We're probably at a point now that we don't have any more radios, I don't think.
That's correct.
So at some point down the road, we may have to do that. With the radio upgrade, we may get a couple extra ones with that. But yeah, the radios are part of that. So everything else is just equipment that goes into there. And every time we keep the cars in service so long, by the time we go strip a car and take it out, that equipment no longer fits into the new style vehicle. Like you're saying, the Caprices and the Fords, that for a lot of years they were the same body style, nothing really changed of the outside appearance, but the inside was the same. That doesn't happen much anymore.
Probably the screens are the biggest thing that won't fit, correct?
Right. He's talking about the screen, the transport screen that we put to keep the prisoner from contact with the driver. They are very specific per vehicle. So you can't just pull that out, put that in another car because it's molded to that car.
Now, were you talking about, I'm sorry, but are you talking about financing the equipment also in this?
That is an option.
An option? Okay.
The
Would it be a-
prices I explained to you this morning does not include the emergency equipment price. That is just, again, for the vehicle lease purchase.
The extra was, you said it was about 3,300 per vehicle per
Per
year.
year,
If you
yes.
did do the lease option, that'd be added to the 40, right?
That's correct,
Okay,
yes.
thought that's what you said.
As far, and maybe Mr. Rowland can explain, is leasing smooth the budget? I assume it does versus outright purchase.
Yeah, it would be very smooth. And actually Sheriff was talking about this would actually then become like how we rotate out old vehicles too. We just go ahead and with our capital 5-year plan, we always expect to always have that, 41, if we went with a 3-year, we would always expect to put that 41,000 in there for the next 5 years. And we always constantly rotating out the vehicles.
It's the first time this has been explored.
We actually did lease some years ago. We did for a while. With change of leadership in the county, it stopped. So we didn't do that for a while. Now, our plan was to do it. So let's say you approve us this year, lease this year for 3 cars. Next year we would have that lease to pay, but we'd also enter another lease. We'd get 3 more cars because we keep the rotation going. So on the 3rd year, we wouldn't purchase anything. We'd at least one lease would then pay off, and then we'd start over again with another lease. So you always would have at least 2. At least that's the plan right now, to have 2 leases in play. But still, is a lot less than the total cost of what we're asking for, or is in the budget now.
Which is $154,000.
Right.
154,950.
What's the reasonable expected service life that you want to get out of these? Are we still looking at running these things 10 plus years?
Yeah, we'll run them until they're not serviceable.
Right.
I mean, honestly, we used to turn cars over to the county to use for a few more years, or to the school to use. But when we finish with the car today, honestly, it's not much you get. Even if the county sells it, I don't even know what they get when they sell them now, but it's not much, I'm sure.
Sheriff, I gotta say, we had one person ask where we had that antique car from.
Right.
Can we use the CARES money for any of this maybe, like we did with schools, or is it gonna be low?
Hey, There is no more CARES money.
Oh, I thought they said we were gonna get some more.
Well, that's the American Recovery Act, which
We
is,
used the CARES money to purchase 2 this year.
Right.
Okay, all right.
so that's a whole other thing. That's the thing. What we were just
Okay.
starting to get guidance from Treasury on what we can even do with that money. And, you know,
Okay.
we've seen a snapshot of perhaps how much we're getting, but nothing firm.
Right.
So that's all still up in the air, what that's going to be and what it's going to, I mean, it's going to help
Yeah.
something. What, we don't know.
And the obvious question, we're asking for more folks too.
Right.
We realize that we've got to stretch these cars out for another year or two, even the best we can. And we probably won't even have any spare cars. And that's something we're just going to have to deal with at a point. Yeah, I want to move on before my time runs out because I know, because I want to, does anybody have any questions about the sheriff's budget? Before I want to talk about 911.
Jeff, if I may,
Mr. Garber.
we did fund 2 positions last year, right?
No, sir. For one position.
1 position.
Yes, sir.
And you've only had 2 during your term? Did I?
Total, when I looked at the numbers, yes, sir, it's a total of 2 more added positions that the county has funded over a period of time. Because what happened was the state funded more, took up the county position, but the county never extended that even more. And one of those is a SRO grant that we're still in the middle of the grant process with. So that's where we are. And I'm not including animal control because even though they're under my office, that was a funded position by the county anyway, long before it came under me.
Right. One more thing. I'm kind of surprised that the interest rates are that high on, I guess, the leasing / purchase. That's pretty high rate considering, you know, the prevailing rates right now. I was just wondering if any of that might be negotiable.
I'm sure it is, and you know, we could also look at the one time we used municipal lease. I'm drawing a blank of what they're actually called. The Virginia Municipal League, their leasing program, because they do lease capital projects also. So we would certainly look into that to get the best deal.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question, and it may be for the county administrator. It's page 35, going from the front, because there are probably more than 135s in this packet.
So are you in the?
Are we in section 3?
Yeah, it's in the sheriff's department. I think I got the right. It's telecommunications 5231.
So you're in the line items.
And I just had a question about requested and recommended. It's such a great difference. It's like 3,500 requested, and then the administration recommended 16,000.
Where are we at? Sorry.
I think we moved. Yeah.
With the new G-Tax, we actually now have to have, I'm sorry, can you hear me? With the new
Stuart
G-Tax,
probably can't.
Yes, the new
Yeah, I
G-Tax
hear
that we
you.
just purchased, they have to have air cards for those. And that's an additional, I think it's
Okay.
$40 per G-Tax.
I got you.
Yes.
Why I asked.
And the G-Tax were the mobile computers that we have in service in the vehicle.
Right. Anything else you want to hit on before we give the board a second to pepper you with?
I don't really have anything in 911 or animal control. I mean, that's pretty straightforward. We've asked for basically what we need. So really, if you have any questions, we'll answer.
I did have a question on dispatch, and that was on salaries, and it was just because I know we proposed, merit and COLA increases, but I did not see where the salary lines were increased in that department. Or was that just due to turnover? Or just, and I'm in the narrative section here. I'm on section.
So that
3, page 16.
it should be part of that. I can't find my 911 budget. Sorry.
So if you go under just emergency communications, 911, section 3, page 16, salary and wages, it's essentially flat. It's like a 0.4% increase year over year.
They actually, they had, how many people retired this year?
Okay, and I was curious if it was due to turnover. I just wanted to make sure
We've had a great turnover,
Right.
and we are anticipating 2 retirements this upcoming year.
Okay.
So that's probably why. Yes.
I just know it just jumped out at me that it was flat and everybody else was budgeting in increases. So
Yeah.
That's all I had, except to, again, you're requesting 6 additional positions, right? And our budget does fully fund that request, correct?
Correct.
Okay. because just in the narrative again, you've got 2021 FTEs at 23 and 3/4 and FTEs in 2022 at 26 and 3/4.
Yeah. According to the comp board, I am due an additional deputy from the comp board. They didn't fund it. I mean, I've already got there, so no surprise there. But just because of the population increase, I'm doing an additional deputy. They haven't funded for the last 2 years. So I'm not sure when that will ever come to reality.
Sheriff, and if we did that proposal that the other deputy was talking about with the 3 this year and the 3 next year, would that compromise the 6 that you're asking for this year to spread it out, or would that not?
No, you mean the vehicle versus?
Oh, you're right.
We
You're
can
right.
raise people.
Never mind. I mean, it's already getting confused. Okay, right.
And let me say too, because you mentioned that, I am, or maybe Stuart mentioned, I'm very appreciative of the fact that you funded one position last year. That deputy works in the court system, and that has been a great help because now I have 2 full-time folks in the courts and the 6 part-time. But it just again, it becomes so difficult to make those things happen. And we don't have too many jury trials, but when we do have jury trials, we are really taxed to the max on that. Not to mention the fact that we're spacing because of COVID restrictions and all that. And I certainly hope that sometime soon we'll get back into a normal operation of business, but I don't know when that's going to happen.
Mr. Chairman, like we said, I remember last year's budget, we had said we reduced it, gave them 1, and we were going to revisit the extra one then, and we never did. So like I said, we're already, I guess, sort of due. But
Right. I mean, no, the request is fully funded in the proposed budget to do that this year. You know, we had hoped that maybe we could revisit this budget mid-year.
right.
The revenues are stable, but they're not roaring in.
I
So,
know.
I think we're going to make do with what we've got for the remainder of this fiscal year. But, when we have opportunities in this FY22, we want to.
No.
So,
Mr. Chair, is money also, the total amount to purchase would more than cover if we went to lease option, correct?
That's the cars again.
right.
Yeah,
So we've got
the
those built into the capital
Right.
plan currently. And this would be another opportunity to perhaps expand some opportunities to build out the capital plan with vehicles going forward without having to budget 6 figures every year to accommodate. We're 3 minutes over. So anybody got the best 1-minute questions? Start with Stuart.
No, I'm good.
All right, good.
I'm good.
I was just thinking, like I said, if we got the salaries built in, and maybe we'll work something out with the cars, that would probably help.
Right.
Okay, that's all.
Yeah.
Sheriff Patrician?
Yes, for now. We've got a lot of new folks on the street, a lot of new folks in the academy right now. So, like I say, retirements this past year was a little bit more than we've ever had. But yeah, we're good. Thank you.
Very
Appreciate
good.
it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Running like a doctor's office here. So our 10 a.m. appointment, it's now 5 minutes behind, is Chief Reeves. By the time we get to 11 o'clock, it'll be lunchtime.
Good morning.
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 So the budget is kind of mirroring for the fire and EMS, it's kind of mirroring the sheriff's request. You guys asked me late last year to let you know what we need to be able to provide the quality services through fire and EMS that the county citizens desperately need and deserve. So we put a plan together and we're able to be able to invest in applying for the SAFER grant to put us where we need to be currently in full, which would be 13 people, which would give us a total of 21 folks spread across 3 different shifts, providing 2 ambulances full-time and a fire engine to run out of the station, which can, staff a third ambulance in the event that we need it. And just in the first 3 months of this year, it's identified itself multiple times that we need that. We've had to call King and Queen, but we've had all of our units out, West Point out, Mangaheck out, and then having King and Queen to come over and run EMS calls in Central Garage. Or I think we've had Caroline all the way down Mount Olive. So we're in a really sticky situation with staffing and being able to answer the calls. The service delivery in the past several months has gone way up. The quality that's being delivered to the citizens is, I stand behind it today, bar none. We are equivalent to services that you're going to get from Hanover or Henrico with the medics that we are putting out on the street. And all of our staff are cross-staffed with the additional folks in the event that we have that house fire, the vehicle accident, that we will have enough people to take the apparatus that we have in the station to the call to get that life-saving time frame minimized. Just this year, just looking at some brief numbers from billing, from January, February, March, we've already ran 180-ish calls and medical calls. I was talking last night, we've got some preliminary numbers cleaning up the CAD reports of about 66 fire calls coming out of Station 1, just Station 1. And those calls cover Central Garage, courthouse, some of Mangaheck during the day. And like I said, the anomaly with West Point is the distance and the geography is so vast. And then you got the population densities, but we still will have that delayed response in the courthouse area. This staffing would allow us during peak times to put an ambulance independently up this area to try and minimize the chance that somebody would have a life-threatening incident in the courthouse area and have to wait 35, 40 minutes for somebody to get to them. So with the SAFER grant will cover the majority of the cost for the employees for 3 years. This year, the SAFER grant is covering full salaries and all the benefits for the employees. They've never covered benefits before, and it's all, kind of rolling in COVID care. COVID resource money being allocated by the federal government. So it's an opportunity that we probably won't ever see again. I can't say that we won't, but it's highly unlikely that they'll cover that much continuously. Once the SAFER grant is over with, then we'll have to pick up the salaries in total for all employees that were brought on during the SAFER grant. We currently have 2 working ambulances, which we could probably put the third one on the road pretty much any day of the week with extra calls that are coming in. Sometimes they're delayed. We're constantly asking for West Point to come up and help us out, or calling on Mangaheck to come into Central Garage when they're marked up, and just requesting mutual aid back and forth. It's better now than it has been, but it's not answered. Not even close. And then when we have, like I said, the multiple vehicle call where you need the extra apparatus there. When I say vehicle, I mean apparatus. You're just not going to get them. You're going to wait for them. In those time frames, in those deadly situations, are critical to be minimized. So this staffing will allow us to help. You'll never eliminate it, but you can make it a lot better. Even Hanover County, with all their stations being fully staffed, they still go NUA every once in a while. And it's just because of, you have a bad day every once in a while, but we can't continue to have a bad day every day. So, and then our apparatus, currently we have 2 ambulances, a tanker, a brush truck, an FR, and a third ambulance that's out for major repair that we're weighing in on whether or not it's going to be worth to fix it or not. And a lot of it depends on how much we can do with the budget this year, because if we can replace the ambulance, then my suggestion is going to be to deadline it and not spend it. We're up at like $8,000 on an ambulance. It's got 140,000 miles on it, I think. It had a 6.0 diesel, and if anybody knows anything about those, it's a death warrant for the vehicle right off the gate. So we don't really want to put that much money into it, and they haven't even opened up the engine, and it went in for a heater issue. So chasing back to the motor, found lots of other things, water pump, and I just asked them to stop looking at it so we could figure out what we wanted to do.
I just did that to New Kent last year. So.
So anyways, that's where we are with the ambulance. We currently have one working fire engine. Anytime it goes out, we don't have a fire engine in Central Garage. So that means we don't have extrication equipment. We don't have any kind of equipment that gets started with a technical rescue if that occurs. Our firefighting capabilities are greatly hampered because we have to send a tanker out that only has a 500 GPM pump that you have to kind of get on your knees to get to the pump, and then send extra personnel in a pickup truck just to get there in the event that something occurs while our engine is out. So we definitely need to do something with that. In my budget this year, I'm proposing that we use capital funds to lease purchase an engine fully stocked so that no matter what happens, we have all the equipment ready to roll out the door, as well as that third ambulance. And we will cover the funds, the capital funds, from the revenue recovery for that purchase. So hopefully we won't see an impact from that lease purchase in the capital fund due to the fact that we're just going to cover it. I'm not quite clear on how that transfer takes place. Maybe Natasha could answer. Covering the capital fund for the lease purchase through 240, which is the revenue recovery. So that fund would just cover that lease purchase. And then in the capital funding requests that we have for this year, they are almost all of our capital requests are covering the staffing and vehicle requests for this year's budget for fire and EMS. The emergency services line with the turnout gear, this is to cover the purchase of all the turnout gear sets, head to toe, helmets, gloves, boots, everything that they need to fight fire for all the new employees. And it also, that line also covers our existing employees and gear replacement to damaged gear and stuff that needs to be replaced, and onboarding anybody that we've been onboarding in the past. So some of that money was already planned to be there for that purpose. We just had to increase it to cover the outfitting for the new hires through the SAFER grant. The $30,000 for West Point and Mangahick that was taken away last year due to the COVID crisis beginning. And my recommendation is to return those funds back to those two organizations. The $30,000 for the brush truck. So the brush truck and the FR that we currently have that I mentioned to you.
What's a FR?
FR is a first response vehicle. It's a pickup truck crew cab, and it's stocked with EMS equipment. So if we have that one person left at the station, they can take that truck and go and start patient care in the event that we have an emergency while there's only one person left. So the brush truck line you see there for the $30,000 is the 10% coverage and additional equipment to fully outfit the AFG grant in the event that we are awarded the purchase of the brush truck. The new brush truck will take the place of both the FR and the current brush. Those two vehicles will be eliminated from our fleet, and the new brush truck will serve in its place. The new brush truck will have lots of extra availability for services that can be delivered through that truck based on the fact of the design of the truck uses the heavy body and all of the equipment from both vehicles to provide an ALS first response, a brush truck per se, if you have a regular brush fire. But in that, we've upfitted the tank size and the pump size so that in essence, you could technically fight a house fire with it for a few moments. But in these long driveway situations that we have where you can't get a fire truck to it, you can take that truck down and pump through it from the road and fight a house fire or any situation where you need to get water down there. It'll also have a Stokes litter that's attached to the outside for recovery from the river or some of these farmlands. When people get injured back in the woods or on the river, you can get that small vehicle back there. We can secure them on the stokes. The stokes will be able to be secured to the back of the truck on the side. Provider can ride with them, and they can drive the patient back to the transport vehicle, whether it's a helicopter or one of our ambulances. The LifePack and Lucas devices, we currently don't have them on all of our EMS vehicles, and we applied for a RSAF grant, which will pay 50-50 or 50% of the cost of the devices that we need to fully outfit every one of our devices. So if we go to the call, no matter what vehicle we're on, we're not going to be short defibrillator monitor. All of our monitors will be manual, meaning that ALS providers can use them to do all of their skills. And then the Lucas, of course, is the CPR assist device. And then the ambulance and engine lines that you see there, those lines are actually what the revenue recovery will cover for us for the lease purchase of the engine and the ambulance. And these funds these vehicles will be purchased and put into service fully stocked. We won't have to come up with funds to put anything else on.
Okay. All right, gentlemen.
So really, what you're telling me, if the fire engine is in the shop, we have nothing in the county north of Walkerton.
We have a tanker.
We don't have anything in the county north of West.
Well, you still have Walkerton, correct?
They're not in the county.
No, they're not, but I mean, they do
Across the bridge.
respond to fire. I was trying to stretch it a little bit, but because mine hicks out, right?
Well, they still have they have a tanker that is designed like an engine, and they bought a used engine to get them through until they get their insurance stuff straight with the one that was wrecked. But it's not in service yet. But they still have a response capability. It's just not an engine. So the biggest thing with our tanker is it's a cylindrical commercial cab tanker. It's not a custom body, so there's no storage in it, basically. So when it rolls out, it's bringing you water and a little bit of hose. We can't carry extrication equipment, EMS equipment, all that stuff. So yeah, when our engine goes out, which it should be going out twice a year for a PM and then a major PM with an oil change and brakes and all that stuff, which is new. None of these things have been done in the past. So you guys, all this is probably new to a lot of folks hearing all this, because all this maintenance was managed through the volunteers or not managed or whatever, but it wasn't sitting on the doorsteps of the county as it is now. We do have a really robust plan worked out with AES and Troy's Automotive for our maintenance on our ambulances. They do all of our minor stuff, engine, cab, chassis at Troy's to keep us from having to take our ambulances all the way to Chester to get the service done on them. And then we have that service plan through AES where they do all our EVT stuff. They do all the work on our engine, certified mechanics. So, and in this plan to replace, or it's not a plan to replace the engine, but just to kind of get you in the mindset of where we are. We've deadlined 2 engines in the past 2 years that came from Station 1. One of them was a hand-me-down, if you will. And then the other one, I don't know where it came from, but it was there a couple of years ago, and then it was sold off. I think it was one of the original engines from Station 1. And the one that's just now going out, forgive me if my numbers are off by a few, the mileage on that vehicle was not very high, but these things take a beating. And I think it's somewhere around 75,000 miles. And the trucks needs repairs that are so extensive that we stopped counting around 70,000. it wasn't worth to fix the old truck that had a obsolete engine and obsolete pump in it, because the longevity, the truck's been in service for a long time. So the engine that we have now has around half that mileage on it. So it needs to be looked at as, we need to start babying it a little bit. But this truck went from being a sitting vehicle to being ran every day. And it's on the road pretty much every day. So are our ambulances. And it's, the wear and tear is going to be rough on us. So the older it gets, the more it needs to go out and get repairs and things like that. The maintenance becomes more critical. And when we don't have a replacement in there to run from, that's when we get in trouble.
Chief, 2 questions. Safer grant.
Yes, sir.
Is that a reimbursement style of grant? And we hire, we pay, and then we get reimbursed? How does that work?
I will have to let you know on that one. I'm not 100% sure on how they disperse the funds because it's over a 3-year period. But I think that, in what I've read, I think that we pay them and they reimburse us the salaries for them. But we have to tell them what the salaries are going in up front, which we've already done when we apply for the grant. Yeah.
So if you can only hire 8 and then 2 and then 4 and so forth, you request reimbursement?
No, you have to hire all 13. If they grant, they may not grant you 13. They may grant us 5.
Sure. So is your question the ability to fill the position with qualified
Well,
individuals?
that's a piece of the question, yes.
Right. Well, the whole plan in its entirety for our budget is so that we can hire unqualified people. They're going to go through a full-fledged. If you have a GED, a clean record, and a driver's license, and you pass it, get through the interview process, we'll make you a firefighter and an EMT. So when you get done with your academy, you're going to go out, be precepted, and full-fledged, ready to go.
My other question is related to LODA for Magahick and West Point.
Yes.
62% increase. Is that an error somewhere? That's substantial.
That's an HR department question. We had a lot of struggles with workers' comp and LODA this year, getting them worked out. But the county, if I get the 2 backwards, but I think that the county should be paying LODA for all of the volunteers. And I think we assumed some new costs because I think Magahick and West Point both were paying part of their LODA, and we corrected that, I think.
Right. Well, if you look at our FY20 actual on LODA, it's actually the FY20 actual is more than the recommended in FY22. So year over year, it's an increase. But if you look at our historical spend on that, it's been a little bit inconsistent, but it's been higher than the proposed.
Right.
Spend.
And we were working with them on the workers' comp. So that workers' comp across the board, I mean, you're going to see a higher increase for us based on the fact that it's increasing employee numbers.
Okay. I'll tell you what, I'll go ahead. I've got 3 questions in here on some line items in the narrative. And so I'm still in section 3, page 19, purchase services, utilities, communications, rentals, etc., and travel and training. So we see some pretty significant increases in purchase services over year and over historical spends. Same thing with utilities. Then travel and training, we have a decrease, and it's not a huge dollar amount. I'm just curious why we would be decreasing that particular item, if it's justified or if we need to restore that.
Well, I think the travel and training, because of COVID, we weren't sending people out, and with the new hires coming in, with all of the funds that are being funneled to the recruit school, we're trying to lean on some more of our funds from our fire programs money and stuff like that to offset some of that travel training stuff. But the majority of that we funded to the fire marshal last year. I mean, he provides a service to us for free, and the little bit of money that it costs to keep him recertified every year, think we should, I have no problems with him, utilizing those funds. But in the future, we do need to maintain that travel and training because of the officers that we're, going to be putting in place and our current staff. But this year we were trying to find avenues to reduce our overall budget in any way we could to get through the meat of what we needed, which are people, and to fix the truck problem.
Okay, I'm always just leery of reducing that line item, but if you're comfortable with it, like I've said before, tell us what you need.
Right.
Then that's fine. Now, what about those other two? The increase, we've got about a $25,000 increase in purchase services. And even over our biggest historical spend, we've got about a $7,000 increase in utilities, et cetera.
Okay, so that's not going to be for utilities.
Right, we'll just say et cetera. So.
May I take that?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so prior years, there was discussion of how we were going to use the revenue recovery fund. Since we've had several chiefs in the last 3 years since I've been here, each one of them had a different idea of how to use that. Last year, when the budget was prepared for 21, the chief at that time wanted to use Fund 240, which is our revenue recovery, to actually offset some of the costs for running those calls. Well, this year, what we have decided is that we're going to use Fund 240, the revenue recovery, to actually fund the purchase of the ambulance and the engine, strictly for that. The only expense in Fund 240 right now is actually I think it's 8% that we pay to Cornerstone to collect that revenue, but that is the only expense in 240 other than moving that money over to the capital. And in years past, it was covering some of the overhead.
Okay, so we're just picking up more on those, and we're just moving some money around. Now,
Yes.
on Fund 240, I see that we're on a historical downtrend with the amount of money that fund's picking up. I was surprised to see that the trend is going downward.
It's not actually.
Okay.
It is not. So in 2020, I believe is what it was, we went for 6 months without collecting revenues. And then when that money was billed out, it was when we were doing the conversion of we were going to take it in-house rather than
Right.
we were moving away from the other, outsourcing it. So when that happened, what was actually submitted as revenue that was going to be taken in was not considered. That revenue recovery, when we send out a bill, we don't collect. I think our collection actually is at maybe 28% of
Sure.
what we actually, because we soft bill. Well, what was actually recorded as revenue was what was sent out. We don't collect what's sent out. And that was why the number showed higher in 2020. And now we're actually having to correct that. In 2020, we actually had to do a write-off. And in this year, we'll actually have to do a write-off of that revenue also as for that fund.
This projection that we have this year is based on what we expect to
Correct.
actually collect.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's actual money that we're actually seeing come in.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, well, good, because that was another question that I had, because the numbers look, tell a different story, but when you
Yes.
understand the reason.
We no longer do the in-house billing. We've turned it over to Cornerstone Billing, which is the same company that West Point Volunteer uses, and it's been great, a great relationship. And we're seeing the numbers.
Yes,
come
they're
in.
actually they work with us weekly. We talk to them.
But still, your percentage of recovery is still low.
Yes, that's it. You can't, it's a soft bill.
Do we-
Citizens do not have to pay that
Do we
invoice.
find Guido? How do we do this?
Well, you'll probably see a sharp turn in revenue recovery over the next couple fiscal years once we clean up that mess that was shown as revenue, which was billing and not recovered revenues. So as that washes out, you're going to see an upward turn that is the call volume is growing, the billing and recovery is increasing, but you're going to see a really sharp turn when that washes out. And I don't know exactly what that number will be, but it is definitely increasing, even though it looks like it's not.
Sure, no, thanks for the explanation. I mean, we soft bill, and that's been a philosophy that we've held to, because, we don't want people to not call for help when they need it because they think an ambulance ride is going to bankrupt them. So you're not going to convince me that we need to go to hard billing, but I do want to make sure that when there are opportunities to bill, that we're maximizing it, that service is doing that. We've gone through a few and haven't been happy with a couple. So if we're happy now, then I'm happy. I'm happy to.
Yeah, we bill for everything except for canceled en route.
And we're very conservative with the 150,000 for anticipated revenue for next year too. We do feel like next year we're going to start to see that increase. We've had the relationship with Cornerstone for about over a year now, so we're thinking that this is going to get better.
I do have something that's a
Go ahead.
segue into, and it's multifaceted, and I've talked to you, Chief, about it. I'm still real concerned about donations. I've asked you about this. I don't know if the people understand. If we understand, the company that used to be Volunteer was told they could keep their place there if they ran benefits or something and gave us donations. And I asked you, nothing has happened about that. Nothing has been brought in. I don't know if people's donations are still going to that entity and you're not seeing anything, because I don't see anything in any of this paperwork about where the donations are going. I hear people talking about they give King William donations. So who's getting the money? Also, another thing, I've also talked about this over the last 10 years. Why don't we reach out to ask some of these large corporations? East Rock helps West Point a lot. Why can't we get some of the, in the other 4 districts to help King William? Like I said, if Smurfit Stone, they need a 12-minute response in order to keep their insurance rates. And since we're not going to have an engine, I would think maybe we could work something out with them to maybe help us out a little bit. I mean, I don't know if things are being looked at or any.
Well, I mean, we do. And it's difficult talking with large corporations when the person you need to talk to doesn't live in the state. And then the folks there that we interact with pretty regularly, they're great to work with, but they don't control the funds. And so that, you know, and those relationships are things that we're working on. We're getting ready to roll out the smoke detector program, and it's fully funded by Purina. It's not a tremendous amount of money, but it's a great asset for the county citizens. I mean, we'll be able to ensure that every call we go on, if they don't have a smoke detector in their house, we can put one in there. That's what saves lives.
Right. That level of corporate citizenship that was historically essential to the operation of these departments is a very different relationship now between these departments. And even in West Point, I mean, when it was locally owned, I mean, you could literally, half of the mill would run out to go on an ambulance call, you know, and that doesn't happen anymore. So it's different times. And I know the relationship between West Rock and the fire department down there is still strong, but that mill's been there since 1913. You know, when Station 1 started, I think that, you know, probably the biggest business you had in operation was probably Midway, right? So it's just historical trends dictate how so many of those different relationships work, and even those historical relationships are changing. So it's good that we have those partnerships and that we're maintaining those partnerships, but it's the expectation that they would pick up the tab for an engine.
Right. No, I'm just saying.
I think their legal team would probably say, well, just use the taxes we pay you, right? So.
But I am concerned about the volunteer money. That money seems to be disappearing because
I can't answer any questions about that, because if they're still collecting money through a post office box or something like that, I don't see it. We don't see it.
That's what I was asking, because I know people are making donations, but the fire department's not getting it. So I think something needs to be looked into about that.
Well, I think part of it is that folks don't realize that the county is the fire department there.
Right.
And so if they grab an old address or whatever, they're just doing what they've always done. And
right.
I don't know. I mean, we collected $340 this year in donations that were mailed here for the county. And we have a donation line that goes in, and we just kind of sit on it and use it for things to help out at the station. But I mean, that's all we brought in this year was like $340, I think. And I had them review it in December. And it's not coming to us.
Right.
If people are donating, it's not coming to us.
Right. In which, if I recall, when Station 1 was volunteer operated, was about what they netted off of the various fundraising activities that they did once they factored out costs.
Yes.
On different things. That's another thing that's just historically going away, you know. But
Mr. Chair, one thing that speaking with the tribes and listening, both Pamunkey and Upper Mattaponi may have lines, or even they have the funding lines that they now or have access to, that we may be able to communicate with them and open up lines to allow them to buy at a reduced rate or something. I just recommend opening up a line to both tribes, Pamunkey and Upper Mattaponi.
Yeah, I'm very cautious about requesting funding through our tribal partners. You know, I would much prefer them to approach us
Maybe it's
with an
something that county
offer.
administrator should take on.
Yeah, well, I mean,
not
it's a
only
very,
fire, it's medical, fire,
Yeah.
it's a lot of resources.
yeah, absolutely. And I agree that, you know, those conversations can be had, but I think it's a very sensitive
Yeah.
environment.
Mr. Hines, you got anything?
I've got 2 or 3 things.
All
Were you supposed to bring a message from the chief from Westport?
That's
1
at
o'clock.
1 o'clock.
It's a 1. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And do we have a chapel?
Yes.
I see a line item, man. Just wondering.
Well, I put that in there because David Foster is our volunteer chaplain, and he has been a tremendous help to our folks
No,
through
I'm
several
not
difficult
complaining
times.
about it. I'm just asking.
Yeah, and I
I
put
see
that
that.
in there to provide him with some training if you know, to go and, you know, go and sit with other chaplains in the city and some of these other traumatic stress situation training classes that he can go to and see, and also to just, you know, give him a t-shirt so that he could have a uniform a shirt so he can have a uniform to wear when he comes to talk to a group of people about a traumatic incident, that he looks presentable to them when he shows up.
And then I just had a statement. One thing we need to remember, and I just talked to Bartos, the chief in Westport. He's estimating 3 to 5 years before they get paid. So we got to keep that in mind. I don't know about
Right now.
where Manga Hick is setting, but that's all I wanted to say about that.
Stuart.
Thank you. Thought you forgot where I was.
Oh, no. No, exactly where you are.
Stacy, just to touch bases on the SAFER grants, you said earlier that it was my understanding they were going to pay fully the first 3 years. And then you said earlier that the first year they would pay salary and benefits. Is it the next 2 years they are not going to pay the benefits? Do I
No,
understand?
They will pay the benefits and the salaries for all 3 years.
All 3 years. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, it's just
All right,
this is the first time that they've ever offered to cover benefits in history.
All right. The other question, Travis asked it. I didn't actually hear an answer. I was thumbing through this encyclopedia here looking for something, but he asked about purchased services. Did you physically answer the physical increase in that between this year and last year?
Yes, it's because it's being transferred from Fund 240 to the
Okay.
to the 100. It's not actually that big of an increase. It's just we moved to a different line.
All right. Okay. Thanks.
Anyone else? Very good.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chief.
Good morning, Mr. Brown.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Jay Brown with the Economic Development Authority.
Yes, you're welcome to remove that while you're speaking. You're far enough away.
Outstanding. Thank you all for this opportunity to put a tie on today. I haven't done that for about a year, so thank you. I hope that you were in receipt of a message I sent last night to provide a request that was put forward by the EDA itself. It's a little bit different from what the administration requested. It's my first time doing this, so I don't quite know how this goes. Hopefully it's a little bit easier than the last couple.
Speak from the heart.
Quite simply, we are hopeful that the biggest component of what we are requesting is to pursue an advanced retail and commercial study that would help the EDA to identify industries and enterprises that could appropriately expand or locate here in the county. I think one of the biggest challenges that we have as a body is first that we don't understand totally the powers of the EDA itself and what the EDA is really there for as a financing mechanism for commerce and trade. I think further, if we did understand how we could utilize the powers of the EDA, we don't have a solid understanding of what kind of enterprises we should actually be seeking to attract to the county. And so this year we are hoping to embark upon the beginnings of a journey to try to identify in the areas of retail and commerce where and how we should be promoting businesses to locate or expand within the county. And then subsequently, we would look to further that study to really identify what are those what are the attractive characteristics of King William as a market, so we can actually identify what kinds of industries would succeed here. And then, of course, prioritize and go out and actually see what we could do to attract further commerce within the county. So that's the biggest component of what we're requesting. We're also requesting additional funds to be able to entertain travel, conferences, things that would help the body, the EDA itself, to, I think, as I mentioned, further understand both its powers, its abilities as a body, but further really to understand what are some of the industry best practices in the areas of economic development. So that is our request. Of course, we want to provide for the MPA dues. That's something that we do every year. Happy to continue to do that on behalf of the county, to be the conduit for that. And that is our request. Happy to answer any questions.
I just had a quick question.
Sure.
Do you have the correct numbers that you're talking, since this is wrong? Do you have the correct ones that you came up?
I sent an email last night.
That's what I mean, but.
So,
I can't
okay,
get
yes,
that.
sir.
Did
So
you have any handout?
MPA dues is 5,000.
Just trying to look at it. Oh, wait.
I mean,
Which one?
So the email he sent out last night, MPA dues remained at 5,000. They
Okay.
requested $15,000 for travel, and $45,000 for professional services,
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
and then said that the operating supplies could be eliminated.
Okay.
So I saved you $500.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Ed.
Hit the highlights, right? Question. So, all right, purchase services. What are we proposing to do with the what's the 10,000 covering in the proposal that we have from administration?
My thought is that a lot of what this this request is for professional services, this looking for direction and targeting what kind of businesses we're looking to reel in is really already being researched and analyzed in our comp plan research. And maybe it doesn't go quite deep enough with what we had already requested of our comp plan. So maybe $10,000 would be able to expand their scope just a little bit, enough, add some hours so that they can dig deeper into that.
So will we be proposing to bolt that onto our current contract with the firm that's developing the comp plan, or?
Correct.
Okay. And the EDA would propose that
We would propose that we would use our current budget to do that, and that we would request additional funds to take that study further.
Okay. Now, would your proposal be, again, hiring another firm to do that study, an individual? What did the?
I mean, I think our approach would be the easiest and quickest way to get that done. So if the best way to do that is by using the Hill Group, the current contract for the comp plan, I think that we would pursue extending their relationship with the EDA after the comp plan was finished. I think the comp plan is really only going to provide, I think what they told us was a retail leakage study. So really just information about in retail industries, what are people spending outside of the county that could be spent in the county. So they're really not going to get into any of the broader commercial industries or industrial uses that we could be trying to attract to the county. So we think that the scope of what the comp plan is currently providing is much more limited than we think is necessary to fully grasp what are the kinds of enterprises that we should be trying to attract to the county.
Is this a one-time expense y'all are proposing, or is this a recurring expense?
We think that this study and the expansion of it into next year would be a one-time ask, so that we could actually develop the priorities that we would need to actually go out and do the work that the EDA is here to do.
And on the travel, have y'all identified specific opportunities within that?
Can't say that we have. We really looked at some of the levels that it was funded at in previous years, and dropped a number in there. Forgive me for that. It was
I'm just curious.
It was a hazard, a guess.
Right. Well, I'm just trying to, I think, and I think Mr. Moore would probably share some of this opinion, maybe not all, we'll see, that we want the EDA to have confidence in its purpose and its mission and the ability to carry out its duties, which are really to expand opportunities within the county for people to start businesses, gain employment, do all those things that we say that are important to us. And it takes proper funding to make those things happen. They would just want to understand, like any budget request, what the purpose is going to be used for. I'll go ahead and yield my time to anybody. Did you have anything you wanted to add before I open it up?
No, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Brown, because I may have a little more insight than most on the board as to EDA, have you looked into, have you met with the planning commission to maybe get a solid understanding of where the comp plan is headed?
So we had the opportunity to meet with the Hill group, the Hill Studio,
Just the other night,
just the other night. Yes, sir.
Okay.
On Wednesday.
but not the planning commission itself.
So no, I think that one of the further challenges that we have, and I think most of the voluntary bodies may echo this, I can't speak for them, of course, is that we routinely talk about, meeting with various other entities within the county. And I think that the whiplash that we see just in the changing leadership, we never really get the opportunity to kind of take action on some of those things. So I think that from one standpoint, it's a matter of how are we situated as a volunteer body that meets monthly or bi-monthly to actually try to follow through on some of those items where conversations with the planning commission would be tremendous. Board of Zoning Appeals, other groups within the county would be outstanding, and to make sure that we're all on the same page. The deficit that the EDA would have entertaining those conversations is that we don't have a strong sense of direction and purpose right now. So really trying to understand what are those things that we could do, what are actionable items that the EDA could take to bring business into the county would help us to engage with the Planning Commission, with the Board of Zoning
Well, I would
Appeals and other
recommend
bodies.
maybe getting 2 from each entity and get together, and not wait for the whole group to get together. That's almost impossible these days. But you can learn an awful lot by getting 2 EDA, 2 planners together, or whoever you need. But there are a lot of resources. VEDP is an excellent resource. They used to have it was an all-day early enrichment. I don't think they do that. Maybe they do that virtually now, but excellent resource. There's a lot of things that you've stated that were being done previously. And I'm also concerned about the makeup of the EDA is that not many lend themselves to be able to go to training. For example, I went up to Pennsylvania for a 3-day internet seminar. I was lucky to be able to do that because I'm retired. But it would be nice if you could have given us an idea of who, what, where, when that you wanted to go to.
Sure.
I understand it's difficult, but again, given the makeup, your composition, how many people can go off for a couple of days?
We are comprised of appointed officials by your august body. So right. we would very much appreciate for you to fill the open seats on the EDA so that we could take advantage of more of those opportunities.
Well, right. And yes. So, and Mr. Brown in his letter that he sent out last night, was apt to point out that this is a body that we have started to expect a little bit more out of, and we've staffed it with volunteers. It's pretty much an all volunteer body except for the county administrator serving as in their secretarial role and treasurer role. And so in order to take advantage of some of these opportunities, we need to be mindful of the individuals we're appointing to the board to have the opportunities to take advantage of these things as they come up. Jay's like me, works, he's taking time off to even be here to bring these issues to us. So it was pointed out in the letter, and the point was well taken, that if we're going to expect a volunteer body to pull a lot of weight, we need to make sure those volunteers are able to make themselves available to those opportunities.
And forgive me
Travis,
if I'm wrong, and certainly I don't mean to speak out of turn, but I wasn't aware that we were the entity that solicited those volunteer applications. If we are,
It's a partnership.
sure,
It goes up on the county website.
right.
Travis,
Mr. Garber.
does anyone know whether we have any active applications for the EDA?
We do.
We do?
They do.
Oh, they do.
They should have been, like I said, that's some of the ones that were turned in that weren't given to us. But like I said, we need to get that list straight too. So,
I know Mr. Kraus, Mr. Carter have both volunteered. I believe Mr. Kellum,
Mr. Robinson.
Mr. Robinson.
Another point from Mr. Brown that's well taken again, and everything that we're expecting out of them. It's typically been the job of the Board of Supervisors to attempt to recruit these individuals to these boards. We've let that task kind of fall to the boards over the years in some instances, and perhaps to the detriment of the quality of individuals that we end up with. So if we have desire to fill these positions, we need to reach
Well, I
out
don't think
to-
it's a matter of quality. I think it's just a matter of availability for most.
And I would echo that point. I think that we have tremendous levels of expertise in various industries on the EDA. I think that the key question is who has the time to spend, working hours going to conferences, travel, things that Mr. Moran was able to do during his time with the EDA.
Right.
Those opportunities are tremendous, and they certainly benefit the county, as you can see with the broadband study. So having more opportunities to do that and bring the time to the table is really what we are in need of right now.
Right. My use of quality was inelegant, more just to the idea that we need people who can maximize the opportunity to serve.
And Mr. Chair, like you suggested, it was nice when we had you all had meeting with us and we had those joint committees. That was great. I'd like to, like I said, since I'm on the planning commission, I wanted to push forward. Not that we have extra members that are voting members, but subcommittees, advisory committees that would include the EDA, people from the tribe, people from the school board, all those people to come in and give us input and can listen, so that way we can all know. But like you said, with the trying times and the COVID, it's just been bad for everyone.
And what we would like to propose with this follow-up study that we're proposing in the budget is that we do that in coordination with you all, so that it's not just the EDA that's identifying what are those priorities and opportunities, but they're really truly embraced by the governance of the county.
Have you used up the budgeted funds that we've given you in the past?
In the past, we have, and in this current year, we're struggling. We're a little bit behind, just really due to COVID. We do believe that we will expend the current allocation through this expanded partnership with the Hill Studio, and then our hope is to move forward next year and actually get some more things done.
Have you developed an RFI, RFP style of what you expect of them and gotten?
So we had proposed to entertain that and to start doing that at our most recent meeting. And I think that the consensus after that conversation is that Mr. Rhodes, myself, and the county administrator would get together and put together a list of requirements that we could offer to the Hill Studio. So that we
I didn't make it Wednesday night, sorry.
I expected you there.
Back to the quality of individuals.
I fell asleep.
Check with Stu.
Mr. Garber's always welcome to chime in. I'm happy to recognize him.
Oh, you're recognizing me now, huh?
But you're kind of a shadow in a box right now, but I recognize it like
No, I'm
general.
good.
I wasn't gonna mention that.
Turn on the lamp.
I'm so easy to forget. I'm good.
I appreciate the time.
Of course.
Thank
you. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think perhaps this merits some further discussion, certainly. I definitely do not want the EDA to be, rudderless. And again, maybe I'm using the wrong word there, but, you guys have some certain opportunities to do things that are set out in state code that you need to understand how you can do it. Your point to business expansion is well taken. We spend a lot of time talking about recruiting businesses, but we've got businesses here that, potentially have opportunities to expand, and you guys hold the keys to a lot of the financing vehicles that would allow them to do that. So thank you. And I think your expertise in that field of financing especially is useful. And I thank you for your service and taking the time to come here today. So, what I propose is that we try to set up these various communications. And then as we move through the day, I want to kind of look at these requests and see, what opportunities are there, and talk about what Hill's offering us and what they might be willing to do to get you the information that you feel your organization needs.
Mr. Chair, one more comment or recommendation is that someone be designated to maybe shadow us on the MP, PDC, and MPA. There's a lot of overlap in what's going on. And I feel like I didn't know what was going on when I was not on the MP, PDC.
Right.
And as a chair of the EDA, and maybe getting maybe a replacement for the current Mr. Williams to be replaced by an EDA gentleman or lady.
Or for Mr. Williams on the EDA.
Well,
We do have open seats.
Right.
Just a thought, because you learn an awful lot of what we can do regionally, collectively, that may be duplicative of what you're trying to do and spending a lot of extra money. So just a thought.
And I think that goes directly to really truly understanding what are the mechanisms to finance business expansion and business location. A lot of that in Virginia is done regionally. And I think that, to your point, we're missing out on some of those conversations and really some of those opportunities.
Virginia, PDCs, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your consideration.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Put ourselves back ahead of schedule. Thanks, Mr. Brown, for that. I trust the attorney is prepared to be punctual, right?
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm
Morning.
Matthew Kite. I was referring to you as well, Mr. Garber, when I referred to gentlemen. So
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for the compliment. I'm in good company.
I'm Matthew Kite, the Commonwealth Attorney for King William. Just a little bit of a refresher for you all. My office consists of myself, the elected Commonwealth Attorney, a Deputy Commonwealth Attorney, who's the Violence Against Women prosecutor as well. Her position is partially funded by a federal grant that's administered by DCJS, and that grant is a $35,000 grant. We have a legal assistant, and then we also have a victim witness director that we share with King and Queen. It's a 50-50 split on the budget on that. In calendar year 2020, we made 839 court appearances. In 2021, we're on pace to meet or exceed that. We'd worked throughout 2020. We rotated people into the office so that at several points, so that there was only one there a day, so that if somebody got sick, the office wouldn't have to shut down. We were lucky, frankly, and we were able to have a continuity of operation there. In 2020, we handled 422 total cases open and closed. So those 839 court appearances would have been in those 400 and some cases. One of the things that so those numbers are fairly consistent. Actually, the caseload is a little higher than it has been in the past. Those numbers are fairly consistent over the past several years, but they don't reflect, or they do reflect, I don't know, a deprioritization in certain things. We really do not seek jail any longer in most drive and suspended cases. Most of those things relate to people not paying their fines and court costs, and we just don't have, we would spend a lot more time running around seeking jail in those cases. And of course, marijuana, which was never it is a priority, but in the priority of drugs that we're prosecuting, you know, heroin and fentanyl is at the top, and then marijuana is towards the bottom. Over the last year with decriminalization and then effective July 1st with legalization, marijuana those prosecutions have kind of gone away. That doesn't mean that we don't have our share of issues with those, because it's still illegal and will still be illegal for children to possess it. So we're working closely with our law enforcement partners to try to manage how do we do that. So that's kind of a broad overview. There are three main challenges that I think our office and frankly Commonwealth Attorney's offices around the state are facing. The first is jury trials. In the special session last fall, Senator Morrissey was successful in passing legislation that effectively will, what it does is it removes juries from determining or recommending sentences after their, if the person's convicted by that same jury. It's called bifurcation. We will be like 47 other states that do not have jury bifurcation. However, unlike those 47 states, two things. Commonwealth has been doing it this way for in excess of 200 years. Our entire criminal justice system, from law enforcement investigations all the way through prosecutions and the size of the courthouses, is based on the old way. And so the challenge going forward is going to be, without that consequence, juries tend to recommend sentences much higher than judges would impose if the case was tried to a judge. Without that disincentive, frankly, to try cases to a jury, the number of jury trials is going to increase. It just is. Right now, we completed one last month successfully, obtained convictions on 13 counts involving a crime that occurred in 2019, an armed assault and robbery of 2 residents. That jury recommended a 64-year sentence for that individual. We were successful there. So we've completed one. We have 5 more scheduled before August 4th. August 4th is the 5th one. In 2020, we tried 0 juries because they were suspended. So 2 of the juries that we have scheduled are catch up. The other 3 are new. We spoke, our association spoke at the legislature pretty strongly against this concept without funding it. But Mr. Morrissey didn't see it that way. So jury trials is going to be
He doesn't have to try it.
he doesn't have to try them anymore because he's lost his law license. So I'll leave it at that. Just to give you some context, that jury trial we just finished it took 3 days to try. If we had been trying it to a judge, it probably would have been about a day. It was complicated, but we could have done it in a day. You can do things when you're trying a case before a judge that kind of cuts to the chase a little bit more. When you're trying things before a jury, there are things you just have to present differently. So if you assume that it's going to take about twice as long, that's a lot more man hours. We have a trial coming up at the end of May. It's going to be a week-long trial. That's the homicide case from up the county. We have 25 some witnesses coming for that. The preparation has been ongoing for the last year for that, but now we're in the last 30 days, and it's a lot of work to put a jury trial on. So that is something that we will be facing going forward. And actually all offices are facing forward. The second issue that I wanted to address is body cameras. The sheriff's office is in the process of setting up their body camera system. Frankly, I've come to the decision that I think body cameras are, the goods outweigh the bads on those. And that's the system we're going to have going forward. I think it's an expectation that the public has of law enforcement. But with body cameras, the stress and strain on our office is significant. because we have to watch those things. The best analogy that I can give you is watching this day-long session or even one of your regular meetings on Zoom or on the YouTube after it's done versus reading the minutes. Right now, before body cameras, we get a report, we read the report, we move on. Now with body cameras, we are tasked with knowing what's in the body camera footage. And sometimes what's in the body camera footage might not be the same as what's in the report. And so we've got to be able to track that. That is very labor intensive, as you might imagine. For fiscal year 2020, the legislature had passed, as part of the budget process, a mandate, frankly, on localities to fund one additional prosecutor for up to every 75 cameras. The town of West Point at the time only had 6 cameras in service. I did a memorandum with the county administrator and finance at the time saying we're going to waive this. We can handle it at 6 from the town, but at this point we are at just the sheer volume of information with the sheriff's office. We're not in that position any longer. So, which brings me to my third point, which is the third challenge facing the office is information management. We have just an inordinate amount of information coming in from body camera, from police reports. The new discovery rules, which went into effect in July of last year, require an organizational approach to providing that information. While we were providing the majority of that information to defense attorneys beforehand, the way it's presented now it's much more regimented. And I will tell you, for example, in the homicide case, we're up to, I think, 8 DVDs full of information that we've turned over to defense counsel, all of which either myself or the deputy commonwealth attorney have had to go through and make sure that we've redacted out, personal information for victims or witnesses, that it's appropriate to turn over, all of those things. So information management is very challenging, which is the reason I'm getting to my final point, which is in our budget, we have requested an additional part-time position for an information specialist, basically. I'm hoping that person will be able to kind of dovetail with the legal assistant who's right now swamped with work to manage all of the information that comes in and organize it in a way that the deputy commonwealth attorney and I can look at it in a more efficient manner. Because right now we're basically dividing it all up amongst the office and everybody takes a bite at the same pie and trying to get it done that way. I think this is a more efficient way to do that.
That's given everybody's healthy and in the office, right?
Yes. And like I said, we've been very lucky throughout this. So that's kind of what I wanted to address with you all. And then I'll have if you have any questions.
Is that the reason for like 21% increase in salary?
So, yes.
County administrator.
Yeah, salary is, so if you look, there's yes, in clerical, it goes up about 24,000, give or take, in our request. And it's the position pays $16.50 an hour. I think I did $16.50 times 29 hours a week times 52 to get to that.
If you look at this with the comp board,
yes,
you're getting a 175, 700 and some.
The comp board's doing raises this year, right?
The comp board is doing I don't recall exactly off the top of my head, but so the way that works from the comp board is I'm not supplemented by the county except for I think 1.5% for some sort of VRS fix. So that salary bump from the comp board that comes in the county actually would go to me. I'm not on the county pay plan, so I don't get whatever the county pays and raises. The rest of my employees, the deputy commonwealth attorney, the legal assistant, the victim witness director, the county supplements all of those positions. So traditionally what has happened is when the comp board gives extra money, and in this case it would be for the legal assistant, the county, for want of a better word, eats that money because the county supplementing on the other side. So that's how that's traditionally worked. So basically the county will receive 5% more from the comp board in reimbursement for the legal assistant. And then hopefully you all will approve some form of at least cost of living increases, and that's what would pass through to the employee, if that makes sense.
But really and maybe it's just Natasha, you're getting back 35,000 from feds, regardless who it goes to.
No, the grant is $35,000, and that's only for the salary for the deputy commonwealth attorney.
Well,
the comp board pays another. Basically, I break it down in terms of there's about 51% that comes from outside sources. That's the comp board and the grant, and then the rest of it is county funded. If that makes sense.
All of which are taken off the 306,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's
divide that into roughly. The county's share of my office is about 50% of what the budget is.
That's all right.
Yes, we have it built in 5% increase for all constitutional officers and their constitutional officers and comp board funded full-time permanent employees. So each person it's not just the constitutional officer.
Mr. Garber, we'll go to you next.
Well, this really doesn't have anything to do with his budget, but the fentanyl and heroin cases, they are still on the rise.
So marijuana, no. I couldn't tell you what marijuana is doing right now because we're really not tracking it any longer because it's been decriminalized and we've got bigger fish to fry. Fentanyl, which is kind of hand in hand with most drugs, cocaine and heroin at this point. I don't know if on the rise is the right term. It's certainly persistent. It's certainly insidious throughout the county. Most supply, I think, comes from outside the county, but that doesn't mean that we don't have users and distributors here. So what I would say is it's probably, with COVID, there's been a kind of a lull in the ability to prosecute those things. People aren't outside their homes, but we've been consistent throughout we were consistent in prosecution throughout 2020 on those matters.
Yeah, I know a few years ago, it was some sad stories.
There still are those sad stories that just, I think maybe we've become a little numb to them.
Yeah. Thank you.
No, good.
Mr. Kite, marijuana goes legal in July.
Yes.
Your office is not really going after these, but the results of any misuse of anticipated increased marijuana use, any concept on how that might affect?
So DUI is our primary concern. DUID, drug induced. I don't know how that's going to play out. Other jurisdictions, California and Colorado in particular, they've seen rises in it. And some of my colleagues think that means that it's going to weigh on the rise here. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think probably what they're capturing there is a rise in arrests, not that it's occurring more or less. I think that's what they're seeing, but all it takes is one DUID person to cause a serious accident and kill somebody for people to, for it to be a tragedy. So I don't want to minimize it, but I do believe that probably those other states are seeing it captured. They see it as a rise statistically, but I think what they're also seeing is that law enforcement is more in tune to it than they may have been in the past because of legalization.
Do our police, they have the blood alcohol content monitor things that you blow into? Do they have anything that detects
No, right now, all it is
Part
a
of the
blood
legislation
test.
was developing a method for detection.
Yes, so we are in a brave new world. So the blood test will capture THC in the blood, but that doesn't, because of the
Necessarily
half-life of
intoxication.
THC it's not correlated to that. And it, on top of which, trying those types of cases is more labor intensive because it's just more complicated scientifically. So I don't know what's going to happen. I'm cautiously optimistic that people will behave and understand that just because it's legal doesn't mean you gotta, be Cheech and Chong going down the road. So,
Remind you that I work on cars.
yes.
And they're already doing that. So, that's been.
I'm not surprised.
Yes. But no, I mean, that was part of the reason that they wanted to delay until 2024 was developing the method of detection. But then it was pointed out that you're effectively still going to be arresting and prosecuting people for something that you plan to make legal in 3 years' time. And so,
So I'm an optimist. I think that if people, or maybe I'm optimist or pessimist, I'm not sure what this is. I think if people were already smoking and driving, that's not what kept them from doing that. It being legal or not legal is not what kept them from doing that.
So again, then we get back to the chicken or egg and signal and noise.
Yeah.
Is there going to be a rise in DWIs or whatever because more people are doing it, or because we've developed a method of detection finally?
I'm not sure, but I would like to be optimistic for my fellow human beings.
Right. And so we're asking a lot of questions that have nothing to do with the budget.
Yeah.
And while I'm always happy to discuss matters of theory and fact with Mr. Kite, if there's no other questions for the budget, I would say we let him get back to work because he's obviously got a lot to do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right.
Next up is planning. Ms. Graham is with us. Good morning.
So mine is not going to be quite as long as some of these others. My budget's not quite as extensive. A few things on the budget though is salary and wages. Currently, we're being staffed with myself and a secretary. We had previously, we had an ENS / zoning / property maintenance inspector, and we had a zoning administrator. Right now, the zoning administrator position is vacant, and my ENS person is covering.
Working for us.
Yes. Hopefully she will come back to me. But I would like to keep both of those positions available and the salary open for those two positions. They are needed in our department. So ENS is a big part of it. Right now, we are temporarily subcontracting through Berkeley. We have people that will come in twice a week. It is not enough. I've had our building inspectors doing the initial and during the footings and doing the final stabilization on residential on the finals. But with the projects that we have going, we need full-time people. We do charge for the different inspections, so we will recoup some of the fees for that. Another thing, unfortunately, we've let lapse a little bit is some of our property maintenance. It's complaint generated, but right now it's even hard to get out in the field and take a look at these complaints, and we really need to be on top of that as well. Same thing with the zoning.
So the budget that we have in the recommended narrative here, is that covering these requests?
Looking at it, we're back to 3 full-time.
Right.
So I'm not sure which position that's going to cut. But I really would like to at least keep it to the 4 that we've had. So we have a lot of projects going on, and we are going to be able to cut another other areas. Right now, we have professional services, and we have Berkeley working with the draft ordinance. And of course, by fall, that will be over, and their services will no longer be needed. We have Hill Studios, and they're working on our comp plan, and hopefully January that will be completed. And we also have Bowman, who we contract to do our stormwater review. We're not certified to do that, and so they are doing our stormwater and anything over an acre for E&S. They're doing that as well for us, for our plan review. Some of our other items, most of them are pretty self-explanatory. Travel, we did put some in there. Just about every certification that we have requires that you have so much training every 2 years, which requires you to do different conferences. Some even require that you take another exam to keep it up. That also falls under dues and memberships. In order to take some of these exams, you have to be a member of the organization. Some of it's through DEQ. It's pretty expensive. Part of it's through VASO. Some of it is through AICP. And then some of it is through a Virginia Building and Code Officials Association, which that's not too bad. Same thing, code books, they change every 3 years. They're getting ready to change again, so we will need to purchase more code books.
Is that why the purchase services went up 140%?
I doubt the books are that expensive.
I was getting ready to say, I hope not, but.
No, the E&S handbook is, I'm not sure when the next one's going to come out. I did not write down the prices of the property maintenance code and the residential code. We really only need to purchase one of each of those. So not too horrible.
Purchase services had to do with the contracting with Berkeley.
Berkeley and Hill Studio.
Well, not, well, yes.
Right. So we've got a delta here, though, that I want to figure out between what she's saying she needs in her office and what we have proposed here. And so, I know that in the narrative section, we talk about, contract labor to support zoning administrator and the E&S inspector. Is that part of purchase services in this budget? Okay. Now, so is that, again, I'm going back to your needs here because I don't want to have gaps if we can help it between what you need to run the office and what we're giving you. So, if are those purchase services covering the needs of those positions? Is it better to have a position in the office? What's your understanding of what we have here versus what you need?
Okay, I don't, under the contract labor under 1400, that is where Berkeley was going to provide us with an interim zoning administrator and E&S inspector. They have not provided us with a zoning administrator, and they have subcontracted out for an E&S inspector, which, like I said, they're coming in about 2 days a week, and sometimes not even that often.
And what are we paying for that?
Did not write it down. Depending on what
I think Mr. Hudgens gave me
yeah, it's anywhere from $75 an hour to $165, depending on if they're looking at stormwater or strictly E&S.
Right, but we have no zoning administrator services right now through that contract.
They have not provided.
Are we paying for zoning administrator services through that contract?
Not yet.
They have not.
Right. Have we paid for them to look for zoning administrator
We
services?
contracted for them to look.
Right.
We're not paying for that until we actually have somebody in-house, like they're providing that.
Now, are we looking in this contract at actually having to hire? Or are we looking at them bringing on another contracted employee?
The original contract was for them to provide us to search, to provide us one, and for that person to become a full-time hire by the county after a
Not
year.
a Berkeley group.
Correct.
Right. Okay. All right. One wonders.
After a year of being here under the Berkeley group.
And that expires, I believe, after the 6-month period. So that should be coming up fairly soon.
Can we hire our own person? Do you think you could, I mean, because you, like I said, you used to do that. So
Yes.
you think I would like to have someone in-house rather than this anyway. And I think it was when we had you in that position, we had it covered. But like you said,
The way I read their contract is if we do something like that prior to their contract
it'll
expiring,
be,
then we have to pay them like, I think it's $800 a week
that's a
for the
consolation.
duration, yeah.
Okay, and it expires in July? Or?
I need to double check. I want to say it's in
That's
July.
what I was thinking. Okay.
And then we can go back to advertising and trying to hire ourselves.
So how do we have this built out here? Are we planning to, is this budget predicated on the idea that we continue that contract?
I believe so,
Yeah.
because that would be the more expensive way.
Well, right. So there's opportunities.
So there's
here.
opportunity. If we hired somebody when it ended, fantastic.
Right.
Then we would be saving some money.
So maybe if we can find out in some type of period today when that contract does expire, and look at what opportunities there may be to instead move that money to hire. Right.
Who's providing what I call quality assurance that these contractors are doing the job effectively? Is there any?
I think that's what we're doing right now.
Us.
Of what they've already done, what we contracted for, how are they effective?
Are you talking about the subcontractors with Berkeley?
Well, yes.
We did have a snag with the first person that they sent. As soon as we found out, 2 new people were sent in to inspect for ENS, and they are qualified.
Right.
So
The first person they sent was not qualified. And when they sent someone else that was, they raised the rate.
yes, it did.
Do they have to go back and do it again? Or do they have to go back to what wasn't being done correctly and do it again?
They did go back out and take a look at what had been done.
If that was in the contract to begin with, like you said, we're penalized. If we take away, why weren't they penalized for not providing us somebody that was qualified and then charging us more for somebody that wasn't, when they were supposed to provide somebody that was to begin with?
Because we signed a contract that didn't include that type of term.
Oh, but it does include the type of term if we renege.
Yes.
Right.
How convenient.
There's always opportunities to examine how we are utilizing these contracted services and the types of contracts we're engaging in. And this is another one of those opportunities. Stuart, you got muted somehow, which maybe is not a detriment, but let's get you. Don't unmute Eugene. We don't want to. We don't need that.
Got me?
Yeah.
There you
Okay.
go.
It still says,
Right, how much you've been talking this whole time, and haven't heard a word.
as usual, talking to myself. No, I did ask. I can't find that binder for that budget, worksheet. I was going to ask what page that is on. I had all this stuff organized, and that's one that I did not.
So I'm basing all of my comments off of the narrative, which is section 3, page 21.
Okay, yeah, I was looking at that. Yeah, okay. I'm with that. I was just looking for the worksheet on some of it.
Did you have any
But
questions?
y'all touch bases on all the questions.
Okay. Around the horn.
I'm good.
I'm good. Anything else you want to touch on?
That was the main things.
Okay.
So any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Right now, we want to make sure you have what you need.
The biggest thing
So-
is staffing.
Okay.
And then we have the money to keep what certifications that we have.
Is what we have in here sufficient for that?
Not really.
I would push for having extra staff, because she needs it.
Right. So we've talked about the staffing and the opportunity to look at this contract or, purchase services to maybe move some of that to account for the staffing. But again, I don't want there to be gaps where there doesn't have to be gaps. So what do you need for your certifications?
I did kind of run it out of here. If we hire somebody else, they may need to take some of these exams. Right now, the floodplain manager exam is $480. And I don't know if we hire somebody, if they'll have some of these, or if they're going to need to take some of these.
Let's assume they don't. Or let's assume rather that they don't have it.
Okay.
We got to get them certified.
So if we have somebody in here that wants to take the stormwater administrator's exam, that's $85. The stormwater inspector exam is $85. Stormwater plan review exam is $85. The combination is $117. An ENS inspector exam is $85. ENS plan reviewer, that's $102. The combined ENS is $117. BASO conference is right at $400. And then of course, there's memberships that you need.
What's the whole number?
So we had put in $2,712.
And it was funded at 400, looks like.
Actually 15.
I'm sorry.
15.
We're shortfall.
Okay, we're doing that under training and travel, because it sounds like some of this might be due to memberships too. But all right, so we've got like a $1,400 delta, say between 13 between what we got and what you need. Okay, we can probably make that happen, right? Okay.
Like I said, we soon will be cutting off the professional services. Not all of them will be needed after
Right. Well, let's
January.
get prepared to maybe talk about that later in the afternoon and see and look at those contracts and see what the terms are. But
Okay.
yeah. Okay. So, all right. I kind of ran that one. I'm sorry. I didn't get. All right. You go.
Hey, I have one more thing. I'm just curious, if you had someone in your department that's already been there that knows a lot of this stuff, I'm not mentioning names, but we could move up into the zone or help with that position, and then got an entry level person that could just do clerical stuff. Would that help out a lot? And would it, I mean, they already have.
We would need somebody that would do more clerical
exactly
than do the other.
Right, but they are familiar with the things that are going on in your department and work with you already. I think that might work a little better. Plus, it would save us some money, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're going to circle back to discuss the staffing issue versus purchase services as we kind of go through the rundown this afternoon. But I would like to get consensus on the idea that we take that $1,500 line item and travel and training and bump it to 20. We'll call it $2,750. All right, to cover what they need to get people certified and maintain the memberships and et cetera. Okay, everybody good with that?
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon.
Parks and Rec, Ms. Huffman.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you all for this opportunity today. So I wanted to start off just giving some overview of our staff and our programs. Currently in the Parks and Rec department, we have 3 full-time staff and 1 part-time staff that work in the office, and that part-time staff does 29 hours a week. Under the manager position, we then have the assistant manager who assists in scheduling, communicating with our part-time staff, helps out with finances like the revenue transmittals, program registration fees, registration setup, and communication with our instructors. Our recreation specialist is our other full-time position who assists with registration setup, program development, as well as designing and creating our promotional materials like our flyers and things like that. Our recreation assistant is our part-time position who helps assist with our advertising and promotional materials and getting them out onto our website and social media. And then they also communicate with our participants through email blasts and phone calls and things to that nature.
We also have 10 part-time staff. These staff help run our senior programs, our youth programs, and they also work in our community center in the afternoons from 4 to 6 once our office staff leave. We also have 10 instructors who run our fitness classes, dog training, art, cooking, music, and any other CPR, florist, wreath classes, things like that. For FY22, some programs we're looking at, we will be doing our summer sneakers program again this year. We will be modifying that a little bit with 50 participants, social distancing, mask, all of those things. And the school is letting us back in to Quinton to use their facilities this year. We are hoping to pick back up after school in August when school goes back into session. So we're working on plans for that as well. And then we're also planning to begin our soccer league that I had previously told you all about in the fall. We would like to mix in some outer league play with other localities, hopefully West Point, Caroline, New Kent, just like we do with our basketball league. Some special events we're planning, like we did last year. We'd like to do some more music and movies in the park, as well as also do our reindeer run again after we saw great success with that. Thanks to our instructors, we've been able to add in a lot of new instructional classes. And the community seems to be very thankful for that. We've had great turnout with our music. We're getting ready to start cooking, dog training. We've all seen great success with that. We're also beginning to pick up some of our senior programs this summer that were put on hold due to COVID. We're starting bingo again in June, as well as Mahjong. We'll start that back up in May. And then we're also planning our basketball season for the fall since we had to miss our 2020-2021 season. The 360 complex, I just wanted to give you all an update on that. That has been a great addition to our department, and we are extremely thankful for that. It has allowed us to host so many new programs and other existing programs. With the park rec center, the community center, and then the soccer field behind the community center at the 360 complex, there are several nights a week where we have at least 3 programs happening all at the same time, which has been awesome to see. This has made parking a little tricky at the 360 complex, but with the help of the fire chief, he's allowed us to use some of their grassy areas for parking to allow us some additional parking. We do have the community center open from 8:30 to 6 Monday through Friday for anybody from the community to come in and use the Wi-Fi. We have some rec games and things like that. And we have started to see a lot more traffic coming in and out of there. For our fiscal year 22 budget, I have requested that our Parks and Rec assistant manager's salary be moved from our programs budget to our administrative budget, as well as all of the benefits from our full-time staff. I've also requested an increase in professional services due to the increased cost in our MyRec system, which is our website and registration system for our programs. This increase has allowed us to add so much more to our website. It's also made the registration and financial process so much more modern and convenient for our staff as well as the community. They're able to go in and register, and when they check out, they pay right then and there. Before it was a little backwards. They would register, they'd have to log out and then log back in with their invoice number, pay with their credit card, then it would go to the treasurer's office, and then it would come to us. So now all of those payments come directly to us, and then we relay that to finance, who handles it from there. For our programs budget, I've requested an increase in our youth sports, exercise classes, and instructional classes, as well as special events. This is due to the increase in the programs and events that we are planning to offer in fiscal year 22. We've also added in a new budget line to cover miscellaneous expenses. So this will help us with our advertising, getting articles out into the paper at least 4 times a year with upcoming programs and events, as well as cover supplies for the community center and then staffing the salaries for our community center every day. And that is all I have.
Mr. Garber, you're our Parks Liaison.
Oh, I noticed a few things that you did request. we are recommending a little bit less. Office supplies, $1,000 less. Telecommunications and wireless. What are we talking about there?
So
It's
that
like-
is, we have 2 cell phones that we keep at the schools for our part-time staff for programs, so that if parents need to call or we need to get in touch with them, we do cut those off when we're not using them. We only activate them during the summer and then when we have our after-school program. So they're currently cut off right now.
Now, I had those items circled as well because there's significant reductions. And I was curious if that was due to actual use, because if I look at actual spending on communications and that et cetera line, and then also in materials and supplies, if we just move those to a different section, are we using them less than we have in the past? Because I know it's your department now, you may be doing things differently.
Yes,
Right.
we have found that the last couple of years, it doesn't seem like we're using those as much. And we're also able to cover a lot of that with our program expense or the money we're bringing in from our programs.
Right, because again, I don't want you to not have what you need. So those were 2 questions that I had. Don't really have any questions on the
Yeah,
program.
that looks like year over year, it has been 1,850 for that all the way up until now. Is that what you're seeing, Travis? 2018, 19, and 20, also 21. The allocated amount was 1,850, and now it's reduced to 1,167. That's what I'm looking at.
No, I don't know.
I don't see that
anywhere. I don't either.
Well, this is on the worksheet. I had this one marked because I'm on it, but it's page 82, I guess,
Oh, that's in
Totally
there.
different.
Yeah,
So
right.
in the worksheet. That's where I'm pulling these numbers from.
Right. Well,
Reduction to 1167 is based on the actual number. We spend $97.28 each month, and that's where that number comes from. And if you look at 19's actual, the actual that came in was 1,075. So I just felt like that we were probably over budgeting the 1,850 for the cell phone.
Okay, I just saw that it had been,
or, little things like that, but they can make a difference.
yeah. Okay.
I'm sure it's in here somewhere, but how much do we get in revenue for tickets and fees and whatnot?
Go to page 36.
36.
Because that's the programs section is what she's
Right.
covering with her program's money. So that is all revenue that is brought in by the various programs, use fees, et cetera, and then how she's expending that.
So, and this is a general question perhaps for Natasha, but non-appropriated funds, are you familiar with that term? Is it something that in the future that we could look into developing for, especially Parks and Recs, is to have it not self-sufficient, but darn near self-sufficient at some point?
So you're talking about, when you say non-appropriated funds, you're talking about the fund, her fund is 503, and you're talking about how that builds through the years where her revenues might be higher than what her expenditures are.
Right.
So
we do
what,
know it,
so the
GCAP.
plan, what we've been doing is actually, she has a contingency line. I think, I can't remember what her contingency is this year, but
25,000.
there you go. So what that is we're appropriating of that fund, 503, 25 that she could use for unknowns that are going to come up through the year, where she wouldn't have to come back and ask for that. And then also Fund 503 actually pays for her capital improvements too.
Right.
So we try to watch that balance and keep it to where we are using those funds for just Parks and Recs activities.
In my mind, is putting the obligation on the citizens that actually use the programs and not everyone.
And historically, from what I'm seeing now, she is using Fund 503 to actually pay for one of her full-time staff for the programs, and then also a part-time staff. So that hasn't happened historically either. All of the Parks and Rec staff salaries were paid out of the general fund.
Right. Yeah, history lesson. 9-10 years ago, when Ms. Fox took over the program, we did a big survey on user fees, what we actually needed to support the programs, and adjusted the fees accordingly, and grown that revenue stream significantly over the years to where, again, you're covering $265,000 in operational costs out of this. We were ecstatic when we could cover capital costs out of it one year, right? And now we're covering operational, and we're building a reserve to cover their capital needs as well. So, yeah, this budget has been moving in the right direction for years. It's both been growing
All I want to hear.
because the programs have become more robust, but it's also become to the point where it's not fully self-sustaining, where we do have some administrative costs that we pay to the general fund. But again, the fact that we're covering $265,000 out of revenues is outstanding. It really is. It's a testament to the work of Ms. Fox and a testament to the work that Ms. Huffman is doing, and since she's taken over as well. So.
So at the park, the new basketball court was paid from 503. It was, and also the playground equipment we did in 19 or 20 that we put at the park was paid from Fund 503.
We were also able to furnish our whole community center through our 503 budget as well.
We didn't get to do this last year, so therefore, new question.
Right. So that's why I'm always happy to give a little history lesson, just because if you don't know, you don't know. This is work that was done. I mean, years ago, there were people that were clamoring to just eliminate the department, right? And so we regrouped and we found a way to grow it within.
They saw the 300,000 budget and said, "Oh," and it was like, "No, it's like that's not coming out."
Right.
I'm good.
Okay. Anything else you want to hit on?
I don't think so.
Okay,
Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your great work.
Thank you.
Okay, well, despite running behind on a few of them, we're actually ahead of schedule. So I guess we can do a quick review of what we've talked about. And I think really the biggest thing that we need to circle back on right now are, again, those contracts with Berkeley Group. Were you just pointing at planning, or were you pointing at Natasha?
Yeah, sorry, not Natasha.
I was like, what?
Yeah, yeah, back to
that. No.
You always point to someone else.
Right. Yeah, ask her. I think that's really from the morning the biggest discrepancy between what we have proposed and what we might want to review.
We didn't need anything from the schools, did we?
Schools.
Well, right. And so I think when we get into schools, we probably want to, and this might even be partially with the commissioner, just talk about our revenues. And because quite frankly, unless somebody wants to do a tax increase, the money is what the money is. And so unless we can project that the revenues are going to come in higher than what we've projected currently, I don't know what we really have the opportunity to do there. So that's going to be our biggest discussion point as far as the schools go, is what money can we reasonably anticipate coming in on the levies that we currently have that go to schools.
I don't think we can legally do an increase, can we, since the budget's already been in the paper? I thought that's what we said.
Well, I mean, I suppose you could always re-advertise, but fundamentally, you're right. We're working
Right.
under the parameters in which we're currently working. So, but just to the point of when the question is, what do you do with schools? Well, there's only so much you can't do.
All right, we only have so much.
Because especially within the split levy, it's not like we can move things in the general fund, because then you run afoul of the split levy rule. So it is, as they say, what it is.
What it is. Well said, Travis.
Yeah. Okay. If there's nothing else, I'm going to go ahead and we'll just go ahead and start the lunch recess now, and we'll reconvene at 1 p.m. Okay. Good.
All right.
Yeah, remember, we're going to pause that recording during the recess.
Break for y'all in between.
I got to go to the bathroom.
Sorry.
Chief Reeves back with us to go through the fire partners.
Each one do a lot.
No, just hit West Point.
Just West Point.
Well, first of all, the West Point staff is unavailable to present today. Both of the fellows who run the show down there are working, so they can't be here. So I'm going to provide you with a brief overview of the document you have, and I'll write down any questions and make sure that they get Chief Bartos that you have. Basically, West Point has been serving the community for 117 years and continue to strive to provide 24/7 coverage for West Point and up into King William County, and they do run some mutual aid back and forth between King and Queen and New Kent as well. The department is requesting no change in their current operational budget allocation to continue it at the current funding level. And the CIP, which I suggest that we put back into their budget for $30,000, will be used to help offset the cost of a new ambulance that they're going to purchase based on a failing ambulance, which is the International Telstar from 2012 that they purchased, which has been discontinued due to the failures by the manufacturer. And the projected cost of that ambulance is around $250,000. That's all I have for them.
Any questions pertaining to Station 3?
I would like to make note of their Form 990 that they have 2.2 million in their little savings account. And but asking for the usual 273, I believe.
273,840.
Yeah, it seems like a large sum of money. I know it's been that way. And I don't know why they're so different than the other volunteer organizations. I know they have some employees, probably part-time.
I'm really looking at trying to help the school situation right now, and this is one. Is it really necessary to fully fund based on the past at least 3 or 4 years past? And they used to, Travis, you told me that their first due runs all the way up to Hull Store for the most part. So Chief, how, with the increase in capability at Station 1, I know Mangahick is what it is at this point, limitations, but at what point do we have to continue to depend on West Point to cover the District 2 effectively?
District 2.
Well, up to Hull.
Their current first due.
Oh, okay. I see.
In the county, outside of the town corporate limits, extends quite a good ways into.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big, wide open, very sparsely populated area.
District 5.
Yeah. With our increased staffing, we will still need the mutual aid response from them.
Of course, yeah.
We will help reduce the turnaround time to get to the citizens to provide them the service, of course. And it will be an additional unit out there so that when we call on West Point to run a medical call in this end of the county, we're in bad shape. That means we're down to nothing left for us to use in the county, essentially. So, and if it's in their first and second, well, their first due, they run the calls, and a lot of days when they run that ambulance out, that's it. So the next call, either New Kent comes in or they call for us to come down. So, yeah, I mean,
Walkerton's not running EMS. So.
Right. Yeah, they don't do EMS from Walkerton. It's fire only. But they will come out and help us if we ask. You know, sometimes they have something so close. It's like, if you have an EMT, can y'all just go over there? And they'll always respond if they have somebody. I honestly, you know, I can't answer some of these questions, I don't think. But as far as us putting an ambulance, being able to put that ambulance here, I don't think it negates the need for staffing.
I'm not arguing that point. With everything that's going on, especially with Station 1, is at what point? I'd like to even fund Mangahick for that matter.
I can't hardly hear you. I can't hardly hear you. I
can't hear
you.
you.
Far away from the mic.
He said, I would like to give Mangahick $273,000 to help them out, but we can't do that. So I'm trying to understand more why we continue to give so much to West Point.
Recall that we actually did this.
You not have to take over.
Right. So we increased what we gave to them when we started paying our own people. Because they were doing all of, basically covering all of their own costs for paid. And so this was done to make it more equitable between the two departments that functionally pay to cover.
When was the last time that equitability factor was assessed?
2 years ago.
The same thing was offered to Mangahick, but they declined.
Indeed, that's worth noting that we did offer to increase their remittance as well if they were willing to take on paid staff, and they turned it down.
Okay.
We can't
I didn't
just
know that.
support Station 1. I mean, it's the
understand.
entire county.
I understand, but it seems to be.
And I can't remember the exact formula that we used, but there was a formula that we used to determine how much more we were going to give West Point based on how much more we were spending when we went to paying our own people rather than contract, was when we did that.
What would be the impact of, let's say, 250,000?
Well, I don't think anybody here can exactly answer that.
Well, that's why my other statement also is, why isn't a representative here? If it's that important.
I think you said they were working. Yeah. We discussed that earlier. Not everybody's retired.
This has been scheduled for 2 months or more. So, okay.
Anyone else?
So Travis, if, I'm just trying to get some history here.
Sure.
Basically, that number was greatly increased when Station 1 started with full-time staffing.
Right.
Did I
And so I
understand
want to
that
say that
correctly?
basically when we went to our staffing model and then increased the amount of staff that we had initially, we effectively doubled the staffing budget at Station 1. And so then what we did was we effectively doubled the remittance to West Point at the time. I want to say it went from 140 to whatever the 270 is, about that.
Mhm.
And at the same time, West Point was having to supplement by paying.
Right. They were
also
feeling the pressure as well, and they were bringing on more paid staff to cover their shifts.
And it was offered to Mangahick. I didn't know that.
It was.
Yes.
Well, that's a whole different situation, Stuart. You know that.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Well, right, but it speaks to the infrastructure in place,
Right.
It'd be interesting to
I
find out
agree.
how many King and Queen calls does West Point support?
I can't give you clear
I
data.
know.
But it seems, just listening to the radio, it seems like they're tit for tat for calls between themselves and New Kent. Maybe even New Kent helps.
And you can send, I think, 2 or 3 pieces to that house phone.
Mm-hmm. The one down.
Just the other night.
So, and I guess I want to make my point very clear. There's still, whether it's West Point coming in or New Kent or Lower King and Queen, that organization and its mutual aid agreements are still supporting a pretty good bit of population in the east end of the county that what Station 1 cannot get to, no matter how many people you put there.
Correct. Yeah, I think the thing to keep in mind when we look at these things is that we can't go backwards.
Right. So unless we were to create a structure in which we had fire and EMS coverage here, at the courthouse, which is an idea that we've looked at before, but the costs are very high. And then you again have to question where your assets are most efficiently used. Do you really want to move expensive assets and expensive employees into a less dense area, or are you better served by having those stations covering their home bases being the more dense areas with the ability to reach out and effectively respond to the rural areas without having to stretch one or the other too far? Because if you had Station 1 trying to cover Moorfield Road, you know, it would be 45 minutes at least before they could get to me. You know, I'm not in the town limits, but West Point would be coming to me, right? And I'm close to town. There's plenty of people that live.
So what happens, Bill said, what, 3 to 5 years from now, they expect to be fully paid? How does that impact this today's situation 4 years from now, if at all? And what I'm getting
all
to,
I'm saying is we got to be prepared that that's coming, and it'll probably come from Mangahick too, the entire county.
Well, I'd be interested in what Bart's statement meant in totality, because effectively they're already paid. You know, the only volunteers I'm aware of run fire sometimes, but I mean, when you look at their shift that covers most of the day, they're paid.
My question, and I tell you, just like I asked him, was because he projected probably close to 5 years ago that they would be paid by now. That he's saying now in 3 to 5, they'll be in that situation where it'll be professional. Now, beyond that, that was this statement.
I know they've got more volunteer coverage than Station 1 does, but I don't think it's that much greater. So, but they do it differently than we do. They effectively have a roster of part-time. They don't have any FTEs beyond the chief that I'm aware of, but they run it with a roster of part-timers that they pull in off of other, you know, other shifts, be it New Kent, Hanover, wherever, Henrico, Bart pulls a lot of people out of there to come in and just work part-time shifts so that they're covered.
Bill, do you?
I'm sorry, Stuart, go ahead.
Well, that's okay. Do you know the amount of funding that they're receiving from the town?
From the county?
No, from the
No,
town.
from the town.
Oh, no, I'd only be guessing, and I would not want to do that. I do not know the exact amount. I can probably find out in a second.
but I do want to reiterate, once again, their Form 990 reports $2.2 million sitting in their savings account, if you will. So why is that not tapped from time to time, or is it? I know you can't answer it, Chief, but
I can't.
All right. I'll be glad to pass all this
Right.
on.
Just pass that on along to Joe. Tell him that we're curious.
All right.
Does anybody else want to ask Station 3 any questions? I think you've comported yourself quite well for Station 3. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Do we have a representative from Mangahick? We are ahead of schedule, aren't we? Do we plan to have someone also from Walkerton? Okay. Right. You want to answer any more questions about West Point?
Social services.
May I ask, since we're ahead of time, do we have a 5, 10, 15, 20-year planning concept for fire EMS?
I have the emphasis stage 1, yes.
I'm talking for the county.
Sir?
Maybe I missed your answer.
I said I have one in the infancy stage of planning. Yes. It's hard, sometimes it's hard to visualize some of these things because the county fire and EMS service is in its infancy. Even though it's a big thing for us, it's still in its infancy stages.
Same thing I told Mr. Brown is that get with the planning people as to what the county is projected to look like.
I have been. I've been pulling numbers from planning and working with Steve on the growth plans and all the utility plans. So those things are basis for a lot of things that go on, which you guys are very well aware.
And then there's perfect world, and then there's the world in which we live in also. You know, in a perfect world, would Station 1 be where it is? No.
I distinctly remember the first meeting. I was there with my dad back in 62, 63.
Right. But I'm saying, like right now, like so, Station 1, it didn't really matter where you put it then, right? Because there are many people up there, right? Yeah. So now, you know, you have essentially the population density in the area where you face most of your MVAs and a lot of your medical calls, it's 10 minutes just to get there, and they're
And so it's
strictly
important to
speaking in
have
the same neighborhood.
have a long-range strategic plan.
Right. Yeah. So it's those types of things too, that we have been thinking about, but it's also been a factor of reality has, comes in, and are we going to build another station on 360 and abandon Station 1 in the next 10 years? Probably not. Could we? Maybe. I don't know. Could you tell me? I mean, 2013 is when I started working on this issue with fire and EMS, and I've been working on it every year since 2013, and every year has been a different iteration, a different solution, until probably 3 maybe years ago, where we started walking down this path, and we have consistently continued to grow it in this way that gives us control over the future of the department at the county level. Because first we were trying to prop up the volunteer organization and make that viable in a long-term solution. Well, that didn't work. So then we, without taking over anything, started hiring contracted work to fill the gaps in what they could cover. All right. That lasted for as long as it did. But then when volunteerism continued to decline, then we had to do something. And that's ultimately where we are now, which is basically completely having taken over the assets, the property, and the operation of the fire department. And that's only been 2-3 years ago.
In totality, probably less than that.
Probably.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's a big, long roadmap, and there are lots of options to turn, and you got to try to figure out which one's going to serve the citizens best. And it's projecting growth and revenue, and everything plays into that, as well as the volunteers and working with them to see where they're going to be at 5 years, 10 years. What can we do to best utilize the assets and be most efficient with all of it?
Have you established a timeline, notional timeline with county administrator and goals and whatnot?
We're like I said, we're in the infancy stage, and we are looking now at.
Oh, the answer is no.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there are parts of it that we have worked out, but in detail, no.
But I think, if we're still discussing, I'm sorry, Stuart, did you have something?
No, I just wanted to, just a refresher. Wasn't it, it was probably 2 fire chiefs ago. It was a movement to have another satellite location. I think was it down Dunluce Road or something?
Right.
There was one there.
We had one.
Well,
Come to
It
find out,
was.
it wasn't being manned.
got the building. Yeah.
Because that would have been a whole lot better location,
All that
more
work.
central.
Well, it was over there.
Yeah.
Right.
It's water under the bridge.
Yes.
Or over the road, as the case may be. But
Yeah,
So
Chief-
what is-
Chief Greg Monkey did talk about on the early stages after they became federally recognized, they did talk about perhaps developing a fire EMS capability down at the reservation. So that would solve an incredible amount of issues, if you will.
how you gonna get an ambulance out of there, right?
Well, but still, would solve a lot of problems. And maybe that would increase VDOT's capability to put a better road down there. Who knows? I'm just talking long term.
I'm not trying to shoot down our ideas. I just have been
Yeah, you are.
well.
You've been involved in it so long. That
Right.
anything-
Well, I just want to be realistic, and also not hang these guys too far out to dry, because the situation has been so ever evolving, and it has changed hands so many times, that it's important to have the history lesson, I think. But if we can just go back to West Point while we still have time, the point that we can't go back, I think has to be well taken, because we still have enough deficiencies that we need to overcome at Station 1, that I think the idea that we can expand anytime soon into new areas and new areas of coverage is probably cart before the horse. We've got to get Station 1 to where it can handle its own, and not be constantly NUA because of staffing issues, have equipment that you can rely on, and not be constantly using backup equipment or stuff that's not meant for the job. We've got to get that house all the way in order before I think we can start notionally thinking about what we do next. And I think West Point provides enough of a level of service at this point in time that I could not justify taking away. That's just me. But also, I mean, I'll give you that I probably have some inherent bias on that because West Point does cover a lot of my area. And I've got to look out for the people that are covered by that, quite frankly. And so.
Meanwhile, District 5 and half of 4 takes shortfalls because Mangahead can't
won't
cover or won't. I won't denigrate anyone, but right now it's not providing the 24/7 level of support that is expected, is owed to the people of mostly District 4 and 5, right. All of 5. So,
and that's why we wanted to highlight the fact that this was offered, you know, as a solution for them to bring on the staffing and provide that level of service. And it was turned down. I mean, we can talk to the current leadership about whether or not that's something to revisit, I suppose. But it's going to be harder to do it now than it would have been when we did it and when we offered it to them to get that funding in there. So,
Travis,
yep.
Was it a certain amount of animosity there, or they just didn't want to forfeit what they were doing?
They basically said that they did not think that they had the infrastructure to handle the HR, was basically what it came down to. They didn't think they could handle the payroll.
Mm-hmm.
And they're still saying that today.
I don't know that it's been really brought up, but I mean, I haven't seen a significant change in their
some of them recently, and they still are saying the same
right.
thing.
And so, I mean, again, it's not to denigrate Mangahead in any ways. I mean, they provide what they can provide. And it is a big undertaking to have employees and to be expected to abide by employment laws and have accountants that you do. I mean, I do this every day, right? It's a big part of my day is just handling HR issues, right? In an auto repair shop. Can you imagine if you had, 5 or 6 fire EMS people to try to manage on a payroll level every day? But you
also have to manage the people and the expectations, right. The service, the training, all that other stuff is different. You can't just throw money at it and think that that's going to solve it.
Right.
It's a whole lot more to it. So to make that decision to turn it down, I wasn't here. Yeah.
Right. If anything, it probably saved us from a situation that we didn't want to be in the first place anyways. But it maybe back to Bill's point of what's coming down the line. If we really want to improve service in that area, then we're going to need to focus resources in that area and either, work within the volunteer system or find another way, one way or another, if we want to really improve services in District 5. And so again, I don't know why we would need to take away a service level in one district to make that happen. That seems regressive to me. If we want to improve service in another area, then we need to focus more resources in that area, rather than trying to squeeze a balloon, because then you're going to take an area that's got decent service or halfway decent service and turn it into less than that so that another area can have halfway decent service. Why don't we focus on making it so everywhere has decent service?
I agree.
Okay. Good.
Logic is a little skewed, but generally agree. But again, and not to go too, but having come from a long-range planning background, you can plan, you don't have to fund it. But if you don't have a long-range plan, how do you know how to go towards that goal? And I don't expect one next week or anything, but I think between yourself and the county administrators, we need to start developing. And you can't fill in everything, of course, but to have a long-range plan.
Yeah.
We can't afford it, we know that. Until we get a bunch of Amazon data centers and whatnot in the county, we can't afford it. Yeah. But you can always plan.
And we are working on that. I assure you that it's not something that was pushed away. It's actually was one of my main tasks that were handed to me by the previous county administrator. So it's just the fact that we're trying to accomplish the goals for today. And it's so overwhelming that we have to have our hands around what we're doing. But we are looking into that as we make decisions today. We're thinking, what is this going to do to us in 5 years, 10 years, and where are we driving in that time frame? So
Good.
According to their online presentation, West Point has funded $130,000 by the town, and on top of that, $20,000 for capital. 130 and 20.
I don't know if I'm supposed to say this, but Megan Hicks not here, but Walkerton is. If you're done with me, if you want.
I'm all for efficiency.
Okay. Anything else for me?
I don't think so.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
I'm Robbie Coleman with the Walkerton Fire Department, and I've met many of you all several times in the past. I served as chief in Walkerton for at least 25 years over my career, and I've been in the organization since I was probably 10 or 12 years old. And I've enjoyed continuing to support the organization. We have on the screen a picture of our new tanker, which I'd like to talk a little bit about. I brought some
Thank you, sir.
Currently, my son, Jason Coleman, is serving as chief, and he is a captain in Chesterfield. And due to his busy schedule today with some deaths in Chesterfield over the fire last night, he got tied up at work, and he wanted to be here today to introduce himself and to speak on our behalf. We're proud to have provided a volunteer service to King and Queen County as well as King William since 1954 when my dad was a charter member. So our roots run deep in the organization. We've been serving basically the central section of both counties being very long and narrow. We're serving the central area. We have a good working relationship with the career staff in King William as well as King and Queen. And we appreciate the opportunity to have the career staff to support our organization. At one point, we would have as many as 15 people on a structure fire. Those days of volunteers have been dwindling for us just as well as many other rural departments. So we don't have as many people today, but we have well-trained people. We recently held a firefighter 1 and 2 class in Walkerton. We certified a number of our members who were not certified, and also the hazmat class was held in Walkerton, so we were able to get certification. So we don't have as many people today as we used to, but I feel strongly about the people that we have as being well-trained and qualified. In 2020, we responded to 88 emergencies in King William County, which was 59% of our total calls. So you can see that we are an integral part of King William, as you probably already know. Our fundraising has been impacted in 2020 and again over into this year. We typically do barbecue dinners, Brunswick stews, catfish tournaments, all those things to raise money. But a lot of that stuff has been impacted this year and the past year. In October of 2019, we purchased a new fire engine, and the cost of that was $490,000. We are excited now to have ordered a new tanker, which is in front of you and on the screen for those virtually. The new tanker will be at a cost of $580,000. And the way we've been able to accomplish this is we are very frugal with our funding. With the money that we have available, we squeeze every dollar to make sure we get all we can out of that. We're fortunate to have your support as well as King and Queen County to help keep us in operation. We're expecting the new tanker in August of this year, late August, early September. And the benefit of this, it'll carry 2,500 gallons of water. If you notice, it's a tandem axle. It's going to have a custom cab that'll carry 4 firefighters. The new engine that we purchased in 2019 carries 6 people. So in the past, we used to have 2 engines, 2 tankers, a brush truck, and a first response vehicle. But due to our reduction in staff available and volunteers, we've decided to focus on having 1 engine, 1 tanker, a brush truck, and a first response vehicle. But those 3 fire engine type equipment, the engine, the tanker, and the brush truck, we want them to be new and very highly capable equipment. So we went from a 2-person cab to a 6-person cab on the engine. We can put more people on the fire scene with the first unit arriving. The tanker will carry 4 people, and it will have a full complement of extrication tools. So the tanker will carry 2,500 gallons of water, a 1,250 GPM pump, which allows it to operate as an engine as well. So during severe weather events, like if a hurricane or other bad storm, snow event, we try to staff our station to have a crew on the engine and a crew on the tanker. So we would be available to run 1 vehicle in King William and 1 in King and Queen, thereby being able to cover both service areas that we handle due to a significant event like a snowstorm or hurricane. Another thing about this new tanker, it'll have increased safety capability for our personnel. It'll have the state-of-the-art rollover equipment, as well as seat belts and other safety equipment. It'll have a dump tank on it that'll allow us to dump our water and go to a draft site to get additional water to supply the operation. And as I said, we are selling 2 tankers. We have already sold 1 tanker, and we have the other one on contract to sell. By selling 2 tankers and purchasing 1, we basically are able to accomplish this task at half price. The money that we acquired from selling the 2 will pay for half of the new truck. So we feel like that's financially sound, and that when the new tanker arrives, we'll have the funds to be able to pay for it in cash when it arrives. So I guess I'm here to say today that we are glad we're able to continue to provide volunteers to support King William County, and we appreciate everything that you've done. We're just asking for a level funding this year, and just wanted to share with you the results that we're proud of, and volunteers that continue to help us accomplish that. So, any questions?
You guys are renowned over the years.
Well, thank you. We work hard to try to keep that reputation. It doesn't take but 1 blemish to change that. But again, I want to say that we enjoy having the career staff to support us. My son is a career captain in Chesterfield. Our assistant chief is a career firefighter in Williamsburg. So we value career people, and we're thankful to have the career people to come and join us on a fire call and help make our job easier. Sometimes you don't see that in volunteer world. You see a conflict between career and volunteer, and that's not the case for us. So we appreciate having the help, especially in the daytime when everybody's working out of the area. Okay, any other comments, questions?
What type of funding do you get from King and Queen County?
King and Queen gives us $22,000 per year as an allocation, but they also cover the cost of our insurance. And that's a significant investment that the county has put forth. They pay for the insurance policy for our trucks, accident insurance on the personnel, as well as cover the insurance on our buildings. So those are fixed costs for us, and those costs is a big help for us to be able to cover those fixed costs from that perspective. So I don't know exactly what the insurance premiums are that we would be incurring if we didn't have that benefit.
And how many firehouses are in King and Queen County?
There are 4 in King and Queen. The station 1 is in Newtown. We call that Upper King and Queen. Station 7 is Walkerton. Station 3 is Central King and Queen, is at the courthouse in King and Queen. And Station 4 is down in Gresset, close to Tucker's.
Shacklefoots.
Close to, yeah, it's just below Shacklefoots at close to Tucker's Beach, if you're familiar with a good fishing spot.
I know where Tucker's is. I don't think Stuart goes that.
No, I probably should have went to Tucker's years ago.
Yeah, that's a good place to hang out.
Thank you.
Come down our way.
Did that answer your question concerning funding?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Anybody else?
We appreciate it.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for all your assistance to keep us operational.
And I see we've got Mango Hick with us now. Yep.
So my name is Melissa Yop. I'm here with Chief Haley from Mango Hick to request level funding from the previous years. In our request, we're requesting the $92,688. There were minor changes in the budget from the previous year, but it was a decrease in operational costs. We decreased our telecommunications line item due to upgrading our internet to another provider and saving money. We have increased our office supplies category because our membership committee is now making new member packets. We've had an increase in members, so we're doing new member packets to help onboard people with trainings, protocols, and bylaws. We also had an increase in repairs and maintenance to our building that is needed. We had an increase in fuel costs because, as you can tell, gas prices are going up, and we predicted it would with COVID. We decreased our uniform and wearing apparel line item due to COVID relief funds that helped supply those. We had a decrease in the SCBA because that was an upgrade that we did last year. Last year's budget included $47,000 towards that, along with the capital funds to do that. And we were able to replace those. We decreased our educational supplies as not as many classes are being offered this year as in previous years. A lot of them are virtual, and we've been able to secure some free CEs. We increased our communication equipment pager line item due to we need to fix some of our pagers in the battery life. We illustrated a decrease in EMS revenue. It took us a while to get the membership on board to run the calls during COVID. We are now, to date, just from January to now, we've already ran 25 calls. We've been able to recruit a lot of career staff from the counties to work with us. And we're seeing an influx in volunteers, which is really exciting. Our fundraising took a hit. We are increasing that. We have a silent auction this weekend, but we're using really those fundraising efforts to address some of our capital expenditures, not our operational expenditures. As you know, we unfortunately had an accident where we have a tanker, an engine, I'm sorry, that is needing to be replaced. Insurance is still evaluating that. So we are raising funds to help replenish the fundraising that we used to purchase a quick engine from West Virginia to be able to supply services during that lag. We are also in need of an extension to our building, which is a capital component, not an operational component, something we've talked about for many years. We are looking at USDA direct loans and grants, along with other available avenues to see what that looks like. We're in the infancy stages. We don't have pricing We are still working with local companies to sort of get a budget and an understanding of what it's going to look like so that we don't have to play Russian roulette with the apparatus that we have in so we can get out of the building quicker. But we wanted to be forthcoming with that. And so that is in the descriptive memo that you have. Let's see.
Notionally, where would you build? Because you're kind of on a hill, aren't you?
It would be right next to it. It would not be a building that would be occupied by people. It would not have plumbing. It would honestly be like a garage to pull in and hook up the ambulance to an electrical outlet. So it's not in the weather. But there'll be no plumbing or anything like that. No restroom, nothing.
Is it gonna be air controlled?
Yes, there will be air control for the equipment. So what questions do you have for us? We really appreciate all the support you guys given. In the last 2 years, it's been great. We really do like working with the other stations. We've actually been able to have some of the volunteers that were with Station 1 join us. And it's just been a nice change. Do you have anything else you'd like to add?
We rapidly improved with the relationship with the county. I mean, me and Stacy, we talk at least once a week, just trying to help each other out.
Good. That's great.
We do have multiple members who are CPI certified to be instructors. And so our goal before COVID hit was to offer community-based CPR courses. Unfortunately, COVID sort of shut that part down, but we have been able to get our members internal CPR renewals through that mechanism. And we're hoping to come up with a way to be able to offer community-based CPR.
Better, please. My wife needs it.
Yeah, well, and also there's a lot of teenagers and things for babysitting purposes. I know if I have a babysitter for my kids, I want them to have CPR.
I would have expected that.
Right? I think it's an expectation, especially where we live.
How do you see yourselves in 5 years?
I see us for 5 years. I mean, definitely still running calls, and I believe, you know, with membership growing the way it is, we'll probably end up increasing the number of calls that we can run, you know, with everybody being volunteer, you know.
Of course.
Like Mr. Coleman said, it's hard to get them out during the week when they're at work.
Are you conceptually thinking about a level of paid cadre someday?
Maybe.
Someday in the future, yes. I think the 5-year vision would be too short because when you think of adding personnel, it's very expensive to start up because of health benefits and different things like that. And then you have to, if you get grants to support those, then you have to think of the sustainability piece afterwards. So a grant can support it for so long, but how do you actually get the revenue to maintain it once the grants are over?
I'm not trying to be smart, guys, but $273,000 a year would go a long ways, wouldn't it?
It would go a long ways. I know from what I've seen in the last 2 years, I mean, our Wednesday night crew is fascinating. I love going there on Wednesday nights. We have a really good turnout, and that's in the middle of the week, which is really odd in some senses. But it's changed because we've had this increase in members. Same with the weekend coverage, but that's one of the issues with paid is, like you said, the revenue component.
And we're definitely trying to, you know, work with the county. I think Stacy knows or Captain knows that we're setting up a obstacle course September 11th, and we've got a challenge out for them to come and Walkerton and everybody come up and have a little competition just on fire-related activities.
Any other comments or?
Ms. Yup, you were saying that you maybe the addition, but I thought you maybe mentioned that it was for ambulance or is it for a fire engine?
It's for the ambulance.
It's for the ambulance.
So
to
you're
get
going to
them
be
out,
going back into that?
to get them out of the building quicker.
Okay.
Because right now, the way that they're structured in our building is you have engines, you have ambulances, you
And
have
they're
to do the
behind,
shuffle.
right,
And
okay.
so we need a bay in a sense that you have 2 ambulances side by side that could leave immediately.
Okay.
Without having to do
Moving
one
something,
versus another.
right.
To increase that response time.
Okay. And so this isn't meaning to be mean or anything. You missed, spoke about something earlier with some of the other departments, and it was just like I said before, with different management that was in place. Like you said, you have a good rapport with Chief Reeves now. Well, and we brought it up, and I mean, you mentioned a certain amount, but what about the county had asked you all if you'd like to join the county with, I mean, you thought maybe, is it even an option now? I mean, I don't know if we could even do it anymore, but I'm just throwing it out there, trying to get.
Honestly, we would have to
feedback.
bring it back to membership, and we would have to survey our memberships. We can't
so you
speak on membership's behalf. I can say I feel like we've made great strides in the last few years, but we have not surveyed membership to say, what are your feelings
I
towards
didn't know if you'd
this?
seen a little nibble in the ear about it.
Yeah, so I would have to survey them to
Just
see what they
curious.
thought. Because at the end of the day, being volunteer, we're owned by the memberships. The
Right.
membership votes.
And you're doing pretty good. Like I said, you even say yourself, we're trouble. A lot of the departments, even other counties, with keeping volunteers. So you're doing okay.
Yeah, so far we've been able to retain volunteers. We've been able to increase volunteers. And the increase in volunteers are not people that are new, that don't have any certifications. So the great part is we've had more EMTs volunteer and career people from other counties step up during their off times.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Are there still calls that y'all can't cover because you don't have enough EMT coverage?
Absolutely. We don't have the capacity to cover calls 24/7.
Would y'all be open to maybe having some part-time coverage to fill those gaps? So, part-time paid employees to fill those gaps.
I'd have to bring it back to membership. It's something I can talk to them about.
Yeah, I think we need to have that conversation.
I know y'all are walking in that Stewart garden, if you didn't know.
Yeah, I was trying to look. You know that voice?
I'm a long ways away.
He's on vacation.
Thank you.
I think the broader point is here. We really appreciate everything that y'all are doing. We're aware that y'all are running with all volunteer force, and so it's quite good that y'all are able to cover what you do cover. And I'm glad to hear that volunteerism is actually on the rise for you guys. That's exciting, and I'm over the moon to hear that the relationship with our professional staff over here is in good shape. And I'll just repeat what I've said all along. We're all in this together. We're all partners to make sure that we maximize the resources that we have and what we're able to cover. And so in that vein, I'll tell you guys the same thing that I've told Chief Reeves since he's come on. Tell us what you need. If you've got an opportunity that we can help out with, let us know. Okay. As you kind of examine your mission and if you can broaden that, and there's opportunities for us to partner with you, we want to be there. But we also want to continue that commitment. You guys are a volunteer station. It's great. And I would love to see you guys continue on as a volunteer station for many, many, many years. So thanks again for everything that you're doing. Anybody have any questions on a budgetary level for?
Yeah, like I said before, we do appreciate what you're doing. And I know when you started the ambulance, you never guaranteed us anything, really. Right. You were going to do the best you can, and I think you have.
Right. Well, I think y'all, it was over 100 EMS calls y'all responded to last year, right? That's outstanding. It's very good.
Yeah.
So,
and right now it's increased. I mean, look at what's going on in the county. There's a lot more people.
Not only that, I mean, at first we were running just ambulances on the weekend. Mm-hmm. But now we're to the point now that we have an engine crew and an ambulance crew, at least that way on Saturday nights. We run both.
And Wednesday.
And Wednesdays.
So,
I certainly appreciate the level of detail. We asked for it this year and we got it. So
you're definitely welcome. And we really appreciate you letting us provide that. We couldn't do it without the community. The community fundraising is another huge part. And it's been amazing to see the community come together.
So if all of y'all are free tomorrow, come on up to the auction.
So what would you do with that Will Reed?
Yeah.
I don't know, to be honest with you. I mean, the fact that he was born and raised here helps out drastically. Myself, I don't have that network at all. So yeah, the budgetary background and detail is, I work with Warren and I work with our treasurer. She has a CPA background. Myself, I have grants management background. So it's really helped the firehouse develop what you need.
To thank him as well as Travis and I know we've been working with everybody, all the departments over the years, and this is extraordinary what you provided this year.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Right, good times and bad times.
Yeah.
More good times.
Yeah,
Right.
thank you very much.
Good.
Hey, y'all just see if y'all can keep Derek Carter sitting there.
Yeah.
I don't see DSS here. We are way ahead of schedule right now.
Oh, wow.
10-minute recess?
Yeah.
Let's do it. All right. No, we're going to go ahead. We're going to bump up regional animal shelter and judicial because our folks are going to be presenting those. So we can go ahead and slot that in now while we wait for DSS to get here.
County administrator.
So Natasha, this was your idea. So.
You guys have any questions about animal shelter?
Let's see.
Somebody gonna be here?
No.
No.
Oh, okay, I got you. I don't know.
I'm sure it has something to do with the way some of the other departments, but on the board of supervisors, section 3, page 1, the utilities, communications.
Hold on.
Can't go there yet.
We'll get to that. Let's do regional animal shelter first because
Thought they weren't here.
they're not. No, we're just finance is basically we're just going to review it. If anybody has any questions while we're waiting for social services to get here, since we're a half hour ahead of schedule.
Right.
So let's keep it to
They had pretty much level funding.
What is the 115% increase in the miscellaneous? Do we know what, is that because all those animals that came in that we had to deal with that one time?
That's what I'm
thinking.
researching right now.
Right. So they are receiving about a 12% increase in general fund transfer. The rest is being done through revenues.
Yeah, as far as the miscellaneous expense related to animals, the revenues actually to offset that has increased too, so.
Right. I mean, so their revenues are up,
Yeah.
quite robustly when you don't even include
I didn't have
the
a
general
problem
fund
with it,
transfer.
Right.
So is it 371,000, all of it or our half?
So the county's half is actually, our half is 159,474, and King and Queen share is 164,402, and that the additional amount on King and Queen is they pay the admin fee to us also. So they're paying half of the expenses plus an admin fee.
Okay, so when we're doing budget, do we put this whole amount in our?
We put the 159.
Okay,
Transfer from general fund.
that's what I was getting at.
Yes.
And I'm gonna back up to Commonwealth Attorney a little bit. The reimbursement by the comp board, are we budgeting that total amount and then we get the money back?
Yes, we budget, so they sent out, the comp board sent out a letter last month about the 5% increase in what we could expect. So that's kind of what we're using as what our revenues are going to be to cover those salaries. And so if you looked under our Fund 100 revenues, it's probably towards the end of the revenues, you'll see the breakdown of what we're going to expect from each one of those constitutional offices.
So is that gonna be additional monies we'll have left over? It's really what I'm getting at.
No,
That's
it's
what
just offsetting, yeah.
Okay.
And it hadn't been approved yet, so.
what's left.
I understand. I just wondered if that was so, is that money really surplus out there?
No, and
It would have been nice.
this
That's all.
year, yeah.
Is a regional animal shelter, is that in section 3?
Section 333.
Page 33.
Okay, I didn't see it on here.
We give you a different book.
I believe it, man. Bill, you know I'm struggling. But the good thing is I'm not there to aggravate you.
I know. I understand.
You owe me a favor. All right, I got it.
All right. Any more questions on RAS?
No, I don't.
No. Judicial. Now, Stuart, we're going over to pages 11, 12, 13, and 20.
And we doing all of them? All of these?
Yes. We're just doing judicial then, for now. We're not going to dive into general government or cultural operations.
I understand. That's
right. But all 3 of the judicial and public safety items we will do now.
So for the circuit court budget, what I do with that is I would get historically what we've spent, and I developed that budget for them. And really, I simply removed, I think I moved it down to 5,000 for jurors and witnesses.
Was going to be my question.
Yeah, and just hearing how they've been talking today about all of these cases and things, I'm wondering if we need to think about that needs to go back up to the
10,000. That's what I was going to ask.
I do know that a lot of I want to say, Julie probably can help me with this. When we had the juror payment come in the other day for the trial that just went through, we are reimbursed for portions of that also from the state. Is that correct, Julie? Yes.
But we're having to bring in many more jurors.
Exactly, yeah.
At least 70 some. It started out at 98, but so that's a $30 per person, correct? Charge that they're paid per day.
Mm-hmm. But other than that, I did level fund from where we're at. It looked like we were doing all right.
So we're going to bump that back, or that's the recommendation, to bump it back to 10. It's the jurors, what is it? What is that, comp jurors?
Yes, that when we have to pay out the $30 per juror.
On the line item, it's page 23.
Mm-hmm.
And it's 3160.
Yeah, as you can see in 20, we only paid $1,600 out. But just by the conversations today, I'm a little nervous about budgeting only 5,000 too.
But when I saw it, that was one of my questions and you brought it up before I even said it.
12, 13, or 20.
If you want, what I could do is maybe reach out to Miss Norman and find out what kind of percentage does the state reimburse us for that also?
No, I don't know. That part I don't know.
Because
it probably does need to be increased because of the overload of the courts right now.
Yeah.
Well, and the number of jurors that they're having to bring in. And
Right.
they're also talking about more people asking for juries, which, depending on what you've done in this county, I don't know if it's a good idea, as you saw with that one.
What's my best chance, Bill?
Running.
Stay in North Carolina.
I'll make a note that we talk about that at the end of the meeting, that if we need to
Let's
increase that.
look around on that and just see what we need to realistically.
The general
that.
district, they turned in their own, they submit to me what they requested, and so does JDR. So that is information, when you see department requests, they did request that amount.
And does Concord pay anything for the clerks of JDR?
No, they do, well, we don't pay salary for JDR or general district. The county has nothing to do with their salaries.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Clerk.
All right, that is from Miss Norman. One of the things, she did submit her budget, but Steve and I were actually looking at different line items and looking at how some of the expenditures are not, historically, we're not having to use some of the expenditures that we just continue to level fund. So I reached out to Miss Norman about that, and we realized that the comp board actually reimburses her for different things. Where we had 12,000 for professional services, they actually reimburse us about 11,000 of that professional service that we are billed for her system. So we reduced that to 650 from the 12,000 she requested. And there was one, it might've been just that one line item, but yeah, after conversations with Steve, doing some digging, we realized, well, why is this expenditure never ever peaking? And that's what it is. She utilizes the comp board every which way she can.
And we certainly appreciate it, right?
Yes, she does.
Okay. Questions on clerk? Stuart?
I'm good.
Very good. Ed, I don't see you moving. So. Okay. Corrections and detention, Bill's favorite part.
Yeah,
This is what we got burned on years back.
yeah, and
Right, and so we've been, we've tried to be fairly conservative with it since then, and we've still gotten burned on it a couple of times, even trying to plan for what we thought were worst case scenarios. Matt keeps locking more and more people up.
well, it goes up and down. That's what the problem is with most of that.
79, I think.
Yeah.
I had a question on that. I'm trying to, where in the itemized is that at?
That falls right between the sheriff and fire and EMS, I believe. So around 032, let's see.
The page number
Yeah, let me find it for you.
on the itemized it is.
Did you have a particular question on item I?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it out.
Oops.
We've obviously budgeted quite a little bump in here. I heard y'all chatting about where we are in the current fiscal year. Are we?
That was
swamped
for
again?
my question.
We're behind.
It looks like to me we're gonna run over 27,000. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, we are.
That's what okay, that was, you don't have to look it up. That's what I was gonna ask. It looked like it to me.
Yeah.
If things remain the same and we got one quarter to go.
I've actually already presented a budget adjustment for 21 to Mr. Hudgens to cover the fourth quarter
Okay.
for this year.
So I wasn't wrong. It would have been nice to been wrong on that.
Right. And so I brought that up because normally this is the first place that people go to say, well, hey, we could probably slash about $150,000 out of here, but you don't want to do that.
You can,
necessarily.
but you're gonna come back and have to pay it later.
Right.
Mr. Hodges, it's page 54 of the detail of the line by line item.
Okay.
So let's say we cut it and we incur considerable cost. Where does that money come from to cover it?
Contingency first, and then unassigned after that.
So this year, because we were so conservative with our revenues, when I did the budget adjustment request, I was able to actually look at where we are with some of the revenues, and that's how I'm covering the cost, and it didn't affect our restricted general fund.
One year, I think it's 300,000, wasn't it? That we went over.
No, we're not growing that fast. So are people getting meaner? What's going on?
It just
Well,
depends
no,
on any given year. Because it's done, but it's calculated off of a percentage of use, right?
It is, but they still have to maintain the jail open even, so it's a shared cost.
Right. But my point is even like, okay, we have 100 inmates in 2019. All right. And Essex has 110, right? It goes up a percentage of what those 100, 110 make up. Now, the next year, we might have another 100 inmates, and Essex has 90.
And
while our inmate load doesn't necessarily change, the percentage cost share does.
yeah, that's about right.
Yeah.
Or we could each
What's
have
that?
10 in there, and we still got to share the cost of operating that jail.
Right.
So it's not a direct correlation to the number of
It actually is in your
inmates that
binder.
we have in there?
And what the cost shares are.
Yes.
Hold on, Stuart. Stuart asked something, Mr. Sheriff.
It is somewhat, it correlates with the number of inmates that we have confined also though, right? It's probably
Yes,
some
that
certain
sets your
type of formula.
percentage.
Right. That's how the cost share is calculated.
Right.
But my point is that the cost is the cost, but how that share is calculated is based on, you know, how many inmates you're housing as a percentage of the total of inmates housed. You know, the fact that we have the highest number of inmates housed at the facility or a large percentage of, you know, is probably just a factor of our population compared to the rest of the Middle Peninsula, removing Gloucester, who operates their own jail. So,
Well, it all cycles
That
from
hurt
year
us
to year.
too when they
right. Yeah, Gloucester dropping out hurt us.
They dropped out. It hurt us. We've lost some of the what's the one over in Warsaw? They took a bunch.
Haynesville, is it
No.
Haynesville Correctional Center or?
I forget the name of it over there, but it's in Warsaw.
And the presentation that they had provided to us maybe 2 months ago, that's actually in section 7. After all of the information on fire and EMS from the different volunteer groups, we actually have that in there, the breakdown of where we get the number for 2021 and what each local share is. And then their presentation is actually in there too, that kind of reviews some of their budget challenges and things like that.
And just to let you know, Mr. Dawson, I think he did it in the presentation, they've tried to do a lot of energy saving methods, you know, changing LEDs to different things to try to cut back on cost.
Is Sheriff Walton on there? If he wants to add to anything, he is on the line.
Do you see?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Oh, he's muted. You asking David White or? Yeah. Okay.
Or even Scott. I see Scott Hamilton. And Maureen.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't think we have really a ton of questions. We're just kind of.
I think she just wanted to see if
history
they had anything else to add to that. It would be the sheriff that would be the one to answer that.
Like I said, the trend looked like it was going down, so we reduced it. Then the next year, like Bill said, it was like we had 100 inmates, so then we didn't have any money.
And I know over the last 2 years, we always fluffed it for like, even though what they would request, we always put a fluff in there around like 25, 50,000 more because it's based on population. This year, we're not fluffing at all. That is what they're requesting.
Sure.
I'm sorry, I was on a phone call.
Sheriff, do you have anything to add about the regional?
I'm sorry, I was on a phone call, so I really wasn't listening to what the question was.
Well, that's okay. We basically, the question is, you know, we've got a certain amount budgeted here for the correctional facility. You know, we know historical trends have been that we've typically exceeded our budgetary number. I think we really just want to feel like we've got a sufficient budget item here that if you foresee anything that might cause us to think that we need more or less, what are your thoughts?
If I could get my crystal ball out and tell you for sure
Right.
we had this coming year. You know, I wish I could answer that more clearly, but I don't know what to expect coming up in the next year with changes going on, especially with different laws coming into effect. I would think we're okay with the budget that was presented by Mr. Doss. They know pretty much, they anticipate what the trends will be. So I think you're okay with that. Just like any other projection, it's just that. It's just a projection of what the potential cost would be.
Sheriff, did you hear the part where we were discussing it is going to go over about 27,000 this year?
I did hear that part.
Okay.
And,
Okay.
Yeah. You remember back, and I heard you guys discuss a little bit earlier about a few years ago, we underfunded it, and then we had to come back and do it again. And unfortunately, I think it's happened again.
That's all I have.
Right. Well, I think that was we just wanted to hang this on your shoulders and not ours. That's all, really.
I think he passed that baton back to us.
Right. No, all kidding aside, I think that's the only question that we had, unless Mr. Moore has something, anybody else? Okay. Okay. Good. Good. See, we have social services with us now. If y'all want to come to the podium, y'all may begin.
Where is that located?
Well, again, I'm on the narrative section, so you're going to be looking at. Oh, they didn't put that on the.
Fund 201.
That's on the top.
What is it?
Fund 201. Did you want me to
If
find
you're looking
that?
at line items, it's Fund 201, but I think it's back
I was
here.
really looking for the narrative.
Oh, the narrative?
Is it 3 and what page?
They put page numbers next to everything.
All right,
It's,
I've got it.
trusty little page
I've
numbers
got
out
it
there.
now. It's page 31.
Right, got it. All right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and the board. How are you all doing? I'm Letitia Lodeholt. I don't think we had the opportunity to meet yet.
We have not. Good to meet you.
Yeah, good to meet you all. I hate that we have to meet and talk about money the first time we meet, but I guess it is what it is. Yes. So I'm here today to present our budget, and I know I received the county's recommendations of the budget. Kind of just wanted to go over a few things with you all and bring to light just a couple of things. It looks like historically, maybe for the past few years, social services has had to always come back and ask for additional funding. What I realized when I got here is that how they were operating the budget was they were operating the budget with a pass-through as well as pulling down state funding. And I just want to educate you all just a little bit on it. If you don't know about it, what happens is the state allocates us a set amount of dollars each fiscal year. Once we run out of that set amount of allocation, we can request what's called pass-through. So when we're operating our regular state budget, that's at an 84.5% reimbursement. And the county share of that is 15.5. That's how you'll get your 100%. However, when we run out of state allocated funds and we have to ask for pass-through funding, that goes to a higher rate for the locality, which is 65%, and the state will only reimburse 35%. So what it appears is that historically, or at least for the past 3 years, social services has been running pass-through along with state money. So when they do that, that's going to make the reimbursements become lopsided, so to speak, because we're already charging the locality, the 65% all throughout the year. Typically what you see is DSS agencies run the state funds, and probably around this time of the year when you're getting down to the last quarter, you'll start, asking for pass-through funds. So that has not been the experience. So we've always had to come back and ask for more funding. So when Ms. Ambrose and I prepared the budget, we looked at everything. And of course, my stance is when we go into the new budget year in July, I want to run just the state allocated funds first. And then when we get down to, third or fourth quarter, hopefully fourth quarter, we'll, ask for pass-through, but hopefully we won't have to ask for, as much, and it won't cost the county. The county won't incur as much expense as the county has been incurring in the past. When I look at the budget from 2019 to 2020, the projected budget for DSS was $212,466. It looks like it was actually $324,728 that was spent. So that was over budget. And I know you probably don't want to hear about this fiscal year, but we are already going to go over in this fiscal year as well. And that's due to a few factors. So when we prepared the budget for the upcoming fiscal year, we actually projected based on what we did last year, and we did ask for the state salary increase of 5% that the state will automatically give to the localities for each DSS worker. So with that state allocated salary increase, that will be at an 84.5% match, and it will only cost the county about $11,000, and that includes the fringes and everything. And I know that the county is also recommending a increase as well, but that will come out to be, I think it's like $17,000 of county money. It would actually be cheaper to do the state supported salaries. One thing that I do want to let you all know that I am in the process of just trying to cut corners as much as I can. Just for example, like right now we use the King William County, and I'm sorry, I can't see you because of the microphone, but right now we use the King William County email, and that costs us $5 per account. If we go with the state email, it's absolutely free. And with us using the county email account, we have to pay for annual subscription to be able to do like our virtual meetings and things like that. But if we go to the state email account, we'll have the Google Meets for free. So that's another way that I'm looking to reduce funding. I've had some retention in there. So with the lapsed salaries, of course, as I fill those positions, I'm not filling those positions at the same salary that the past person was there for. So I know that my bottom line number looks a lot higher than what you all normally see, but if you go back in the past and look at what's been spent for DSS, it's just slightly over what's been spent actually.
Questions?
Yeah, Letitia?
Yes, sir. Hi, Mr. Garber.
I'm a long ways away. The pass-through funds, the raise, you stated it well. The state is going to pick up 84.5% of that 5% raise.
Yes, sir.
And you said that that's going to cost physically somewhere around 11,000.
Yes, sir. Just a little over 11,000, slightly over 11,000.
And I do recall being at, I don't know how often this occurs, but during the past year, I do recall social services asking for more money throughout the year. Do we have any idea how much more they asked for this past year?
I can't give you an exact figure. I do know that back in 2018, there was some type of salary revision that was done. Natasha, can you speak to that? I'm not exactly sure about that salary revision. That was before my time.
Would it have been in that
which one I'm talking
resolution?
about? Ann had, Ms. Mitchell had adjusted some salaries, I think, to get it across the board or something like that. I'm not exactly sure, but I know that there was a salary adjustment back in 2018. Oh, you before your time too? Yeah, I'm sorry. So I can't speak to the salaries.
No, I'm not actually talking about the salaries. If she starts if she uses more than the physical budget, she comes back in front of the board and asks for more funding, correct?
Correct.
And do we have any history of that happening in the past?
Yes, I've got that in the fiscal year of 2019 through 2020, the budget was projected at $212,466,000. That's what was projected for the county dollars.
Right.
But in actuality, it was actually $324,728 that was spent.
Yeah, that's where I was going with that. So actually the budget is probably more accurate.
Yes, sir.
And I know that it was something going on with the pass-through funding maybe all of the state allocation of the 84.5% was not being used prior to using pass-through funding also?
Correct. What was happening is the pass-through funding was used in conjunction with the state funding. So what that does is reduce the state funding to 35% and increases the local share to 65%. So when you're using that pass-through funding, you're losing the 84.5% reimbursement from the state.
Exactly.
And one more thing I would like to add, if it's okay. The state has awarded us well, across the board for all localities. We are in the process of doing what's called Family First Prevention. That's to keep children out of foster care. And so they are giving each locality, they're awarding them an allocation to get an additional worker if that's, what they choose to do. With us being such a small locality, we were awarded $58,000, which would be able to secure a new worker position for prevention worker. And it would also include fringe and everything because the base salary for that position is about $31,000. So that would cover that. That's another reason why the budget is slightly higher too, because we do have an extra position included in that as well. And that's for that prevention worker.
Could you give me an anecdotal example to keep a child out of foster care?
Yes, sir. So what happens is when we get the reports, so Child Protective Services report, when we get those, of course, we validate those reports to see if we need to go in and investigate. If we get into a home and they have some barriers that could possibly be corrected, then this social worker will work with the family, put the resources in place, continue with the case management. You don't have that time frame that you would have on a Child Protective Services case. You will be able to work with that family ongoing, and that will reduce the likelihood of the child coming into care and keep the family intact.
Foster care, I assume, is more expensive.
Oh, absolutely, yes. Yes, absolutely, yes.
Virtually nothing about.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, when we take children into foster care, they become ours. It's just like we have our own child. So we have to find them somewhere to stay if we can't find a relative to place them with. And, sometimes the board rate is very expensive.
Mr. Garber won't tell us all your secrets.
Mr. Garber.
I can't hear you, man. Speak up. I won't tell you what.
When you get away from that mic, it is less over here.
Okay.
He was being sarcastic, right?
Ma'am, I think I asked Ms. Mitchell the same question. What, as a new director, long-term planning, what are you looking at to decrease the need for social services in King William County? Or what programs are available? What are you emphasizing? Can we expect this to come down at some point in King William's history?
What I would like to see is for it to come down, because I would like for us to start taking a more proactive approach with the people that we serve in the community, and not so much giving a hand out, but giving a hand up to help them become successful. We have a TANF View program. I don't know if you're aware of that. And one day I would love to get on your agenda just to explain the programs that we have. But with the View program, we can help people go back to school to get a trade. We can help them, just do things to become self-sufficient. And we also give them a stipend incentive to do that. So and we'll pay for childcare if they need uniforms, if they're going for a CNA class or anything like that, we can help them with that. So my mindset is to try to help the families become more self-sufficient by not just giving a handout, but actually just giving them a hand up so they can help themselves.
Dear, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Very good.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
I was just curious. I guess I'm mixed up about the numbers. So the numbers on our chart are not right. You said fiscal year 20. It wasn't 216,974. Actually, it was more like 313.
What I have on my papers is 212.
If you're looking at the transfer from general fund on that, Steve, we're looking at their revenues and the transfer from the general fund there, that 212,466.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
That's
right.
local money.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I was only focusing on, the local money.
Okay. All right. Thanks. No, that's what it was. I just thought she said it was like 100,000 more than what we're saying.
She did.
So, oh, okay.
She did.
But yeah, I mean, this was, and so you'd have to get in and then break that down for the pass through and those formulas and everything like that to figure out exactly how those numbers broke down. But the bigger point is she's trying to make a request here that mitigates the need to go that route as much as is possible. Right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank
Good to
you.
meet you.
Good to meet
Look forward to
you
working
all.
with you. And yeah, let's work on getting you on the agenda so that we can talk about what you guys are doing and some of the programs that you've got going on and
Sure.
what we can do to help.
I would love that. Thank you so much, and you all have a great weekend.
You've been around the DSS?
I'm new. I just started in January.
Where'd you come from?
North Carolina.
You don't have an accent.
I'm
Not
actually
far from where I am.
That's where Stuart is on vacation, is North Carolina.
Yeah, I've spoken to her. Letitia, you really did a good job.
Well, thank you, Mr. Garber. I appreciate it.
All right. Thanks
Okay,
a
have a
lot.
good weekend.
Thank you.
All right.
Who's next? It's as they have it, the remainder of the day, which I first read as remains of the day, which is by
I didn't get quite on the
Cassidy.
agenda. I'm Children's Services Act,
Right.
CSA, which a lot of times gets lumped in with DSS.
Right.
But we are a separate program.
So yeah, okay. Well,
If that's okay.
you've got plenty of time. Take it away.
Okay. I guess you all have my budget.
I do. Yes, that's right. It is page 32.
Okay.
One page behind where you were.
Okay. Well, as I think as probably everybody tells you when they come up here, we project our fiscal year 22 budget request is based on what our projected fiscal year 21 expenditures are going to be. And we do this in December of 2020, so we don't ever know exactly how much to ask for, but we just project what we think we're going to spend fiscal year 21 and go with that. So, and it's impossible to predict if we'll have more or less children that require services in a future year, so we just do the best we can. If you will, hopefully you have the same sheet of paper I do, and you'll see we have different match rates. And the local match rate is towards the right-hand column. And the locality has to pay higher match rates depending on the services, higher or lower. If it's a congregate care service, the locality pays 48.16% of the cost. If it's a community-based services, we pay 19.26% of the cost. So one of their goals is to definitely increase our community-based services and decrease congregate care. Not only do we feel like it's better for the children to stay in their families and in the community, it's less expensive to the locality. So just going down the different expenditure lines, the congregate care, the first one, it's projected to be more. And because we had a special needs child and a rate increase, the education congregate care in December, we had no one in congregate care. However, this past week, we have a child that's come and is requiring congregate care. So we are going to spend more money in that line this year. Going down to the foster care maintenance, CSA pays for foster care maintenance for some children. And so right now we had 2 in that category, and that was an increase from last year. So that's why that number is higher. Community-based services, that's what I'm really glad to report, that we have increased our spending there quite a bit.
And because we are providing more community-based services, and that's something that we want to do. Private day is our biggest cost. It's traditionally always been our biggest cost, but we did have a decrease in the number of private day placed children this year. The wraparound services go along with they are community-based services for children who have an IEP, and we're not spending very much in that this year. Prefer to spend more there, but because it's hopefully used as a prevention service to prevent children from going to more restrictive placement. And then the last one is the community-based, but we for non-mandated children who do not have a mandate for us to spend money on, but we like to try to help out children who are at risk of removal from the home in prevention services. And that is a lower match rate. So that's where we prefer to spend their money on that. I don't know if this is the right time to bring this up. I think I'll probably try to email you at some point, because in fiscal year 23, it looks like there's going to be a big change in CSA in that they're going to take the private day special ed children, the funding out of CSA and move it to the schools. So at that point, CSA funds will go down, but the schools' expenses will go up. So, but that's 2 years away. So, just like that.
Approximately how much are we talking about?
Well, this year we are projected to spend $753,081 for private day special ed. And that's what we're asking for next year, because of projected, that's what we'll spend this year. And that's the biggest majority of right now. That's the biggest majority of our funds and the highest category.
Right. And so a few years ago, I think they passed some legislation that made it easier to get placement in that program too, didn't they? And we saw a bit of a jump in that enrollment.
I don't know that it's easier. I don't know. I think the schools can probably talk more to that. Okay. I think they are seeing more and more children with special needs at an earlier age.
I know that we saw a pretty big uptick in this.
Yeah,
from where we were.
I don't think it's anything in the law to make it easier, but it's just the population is more challenging.
But it's held pretty level for the last few years.
Yes,
and the schools, quite a shock.
The schools do a great job of trying to, educate the children in the least restrictive environment. They only, when the IEP specifies private day, that's when they come to CSA, and they try to educate the children in the least restrictive environment always.
Have you communicated this to Dr. White by chance?
Yes,
okay.
Yes. He's on our CPMT, okay. And he knows, and Laura Abel knows. Yes, they know about it.
When it's transferred to the schools, more than likely, they will have the same reimbursement. I would imagine that your organization does.
That I have no idea. There's the legislature. The legislature said there's establishing a work group that is supposed to come up with some recommendations by November 1st, 2021, as well as a final plan and recommendations by November 1st, 2022. So.
But another interesting component, Mr. Garber, is going to be the fact that, as she just pointed out, we're going to be splitting it between 2 different school divisions when this happens.
Exactly.
So,
that'll be fun.
How does that affect what happens? I don't know, but I know it'll probably complicate it, because it always seems to.
I just kind of wanted to give you all a heads up about that. That's coming down the pike. So.
So I think you hit on the things that are on the horizon. Anybody have any questions?
Just out of curiosity, how closely do you work with social services? It sounds like a lot of things overlap. You're separate.
Yes, I am a separate program. However, my salary is through social services so that they can get some of the state money. So you all don't have to pay my whole salary. So
right up here next to the post office?
Yes, I'm in the same building with them.
Oh, okay.
With social services. My office is there. I use their computers. I use all of their supplies and everything. I'm with them that way. But CSA is a county program, not a DSS program.
Right.
It's separate.
Okay. Thank you.
So it's made up of different agencies, the schools, Community Services Board, DSS, of course, the court services, and did I say Community Services Board, DJJ? I'm probably repeating myself. Anyway, those are, and the health department, they're all the agencies that come together for the two teams.
Were you just directing it?
Oh,
The program?
no.
Okay. Bill?
Yeah.
Good? Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I never got to finish my joke about Casa Ishiguro, who where it remains of the day. Right? No? Okay. Anyway. Okay. We're to the review. So we can kind of go down the line here. A lot of these we've already gone over, but we do have some questions about some. So I guess right off the bat, just want to walk us through and just go down the checklist and see who has what to say.
All right. Well, Board of Supervisors, county. Board of Supervisors remains level funding. County Administrator, we have budgeted for a Deputy County Administrator.
Now, I did have a question on how we, and I didn't go back and find my answer, so I'm just going to ask you. For county administrator salary, do we have that budgeted? And I think I saw actually that we had it budgeted at 117.
We did.
Should we? Right, because we're in all likelihood looking at a higher number than that at some point in time this year. And while it's probably worthwhile noting that we're probably not going to use all of this salary number anyways, but should we just for planning purposes be factoring in a higher number there? Sure. That just jumped out at me as a
What we advertised top of what, 135?
135. That's it for me. Anybody else? Okay.
Financial services. We started with hired an IT, a second one this year, so continuing that. Otherwise, fairly straightforward. Just across the board, we have budgeted for a 1.5% COLA and a 2% merit. Besides that, any questions on financial services, which includes IT department?
Okay. Anybody? Stuart, flip the page. I saw that happen, so I'm guessing.
I'm caught up.
Okay.
I'm there.
Very good. Legal services.
Legal services, we hope will go down this year.
Right.
We've dropped a bit. Hopefully we've got some pending situations like the meals tax, which will, in some costs.
So, I know why we went from FY19 71 to FY22 212. And my experience with it is to the extent that we deal with it at a board level. From a staff level, anybody who has experienced a level of service, are we getting that level of service? Because we could probably hire a county attorney.
I was going to ask, have you seen the unsolicited proposal? I assume you have.
No.
There is an unsolicited proposal that I haven't really studied, but I'll make sure I'll forward it to you.
Okay, please do. Just curious, we want to maximize A, our dollars, and then B, our level of service. And, I know individually me, since I have become chair, we've obviously had some situations in which I've had to call on legal services more than maybe we would typically do. I don't know what kind of service you guys are getting in the office. Maybe some feedback on that would be useful, and you don't have to do it right now. But I'd like to just make sure we're considering, what's best, especially for you guys who have to deal with this way more often than I do.
Yeah, I'll talk to the other directors just to compile everyone's kind of thoughts on that.
Travis, is that just a year over year type thing?
Well, it's when we went from having basically it's when we went from Danny Stuck to Sands Anderson, and we knew that the expense was going to be greater. I just want to get an idea of, now that we've had it for a couple of years, are we happy with what we have?
I would say we're happier than we were.
Okay.
Mr. Stuck.
Right.
But I'd also say we haven't been thrilled with response on everything.
So again, it's always worth re-examining. It's a big expense. And if we're going to outlay that amount of money, we need to justify it, right? And we need to justify that there's not a better way. That's my only point. And it's not a slight on any individual or any individual firm. I mean, the fact of the matter is we're a small county, all right? And so when it comes to a budget like the item like this, I want to make sure that we're getting what we pay for. And I don't have the day-to-day working knowledge to be able to provide myself with that answer. So I need that from a staff level. So.
Travis, the previous county attorney, what type of salary did he command?
When Mr. Stock was county attorney, the 70,000 or so that you would see there in FY19 would be about what we paid him. I think 72 was what we had on the contract for an annual fee plus certain amount of litigation time and certain expenses. And if he exceeded litigation time or certain hours in a month, he might ask for a supplement, but he didn't really do that much. So.
Yeah.
Mr. Garber, to answer your question about termination of the contract with Sands Anderson, we can do that with or without cause at any time. I pulled up the agreement.
Okay,
Yes,
that's
sir.
good to know. Thank you.
You looked into how much maybe a county level person might cost?
It's not a decision that I'm advocating for us to change anything that we're doing right now, because that would just be too much of, I think, of a turn on a dime. I'm just saying that now that we've had some time with it, is what we're doing the best way to do it, or should we re-examine how we're doing it as we move through the year into the next fiscal year, where we can kind of re-examine? That's my point.
That's fair.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Ms. Funkhauser has joined us. Hello. It just so happens that you're up. Yes.
She wasn't planning on coming.
Uh-huh. You can come on up if you guys want to start and just kind of.
Sure. What we have budgeted, it was for the assessor to go back into the commissioner's office with 2 full-time employees. And besides that, it was fairly close to what the ask was for the department.
So the budget proposes a total of 5.5 in her office, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So
If we're looking at the narratives, then it's all on the commissioner's page, but it is split so that we can better kind of project what costs would be associated with what.
Okay.
All right, so all that assessor stuff will be under my office? Like
That's
there'll
what's
be
proposed.
comp board positions?
Yeah, that's what
Okay.
the budget proposed is.
I guess my only question for you is you had mentioned that you had seen an increase in comp board funding. Is that reflected in what we see in our packet, or is that different?
I don't know. I just know, talking with the comp board, not my master deputy, but a regular deputy position, the comp board, the past year, reimbursed the locality $5,487 for that position. The person's actually paid like $34,000, and I think that's what they want to hire 2 people at 34. But the comp board will pay for 1 more position at $19,760. So if I had, they'll pay for my master and 2 deputies, and each deputy will be reimbursed by the comp board at $19,760 rather than the $5,400. So it's like a $15,000 increase for each position. So the comp board lady told me this was the first time ever that they were actually funding it how they're supposed to at 50% for the position.
Sounds right.
Yeah.
I don't believe all of that was put into these positions because we don't believe it.
Well, sure.
Well, part of it has to do with the raising of the minimum wage in Virginia, that what they were refunding didn't meet minimum wage standard, and that's why it had to go up. And actually, there was an increase that started May 1st, that they'll get more money from the comp board for May and June of this fiscal year because of the increase in the minimum wage for Virginia. That's how she explained it to me. But the 5% and all this other increase from the comp board, it's, part of the budget that they just adopted, the General Assembly.
So I guess we'll see what comes down with that. You work for the state long enough, you believe it when we see it, right?
Yeah, believe it when you see it.
Right. So I guess my question to you then is so we've got clarity that we're looking at you having 5.5, basically FTEs, 5 full-time, 1 part-time. Is that sufficient for you to carry out your mission?
I didn't hear about the part-time. I thought I'll have me, my 2 people, and 2 more people. So there'd be 5 full-time people in the Commissioner of Revenue's office.
Would you have, I suppose, we've got you down for 3.5 in your office and 2 in the assessor position, right?
Correct.
Right.
Oh, so I get another half, a part-time person too? That's excellent, yeah.
All right. That's the news
Basically,
we got
it
all
was
day.
what your office is
Yeah.
plus
Sure.
assessor.
Yeah, so I'm like, yeah, because we'll need a part-time person for personal property. That is just overwhelming.
Probably gonna be for a while.
Pardon?
It probably will be for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, over 30,000
It gets transitioned.
things will be assessed for personal property.
And so we've talked about this, and I guess that we're kind of like, if we adopt this as is, we're kind of making the decision now. We're going to move assessments back under your
Yeah.
purview, and
Yeah.
you're good with that.
Yes, I've given this so much thought. And I think once you do the reassessment and everything is cleaned up, that would be the time to transition into a separate real estate assessment office. There's only 2 companies in, well, Bright Lines, 3 companies in Virginia that are doing reassessments. And more localities are going to a separate reassessment office. And so, as reassessments go down the line, there'll be, what if there's only 1 company that's doing a reassessment? Then you're kind of like, you got to pay whatever they say you have to pay. And so it will make sense to go to a real estate assessment office. But I think after the next reassessment, you could kind of gradually move into it. So it's a smooth transition and nothing gets dropped. So.
The only thing I'll say to that is with our exploring of using vision as a possible solution to our assessment, We haven't gotten a proposal yet. I spoke to them yesterday. They should be getting back in the next week, Wednesday or Thursday, he said, with an actual proposal of possible service that they could provide to finish, do our assessment, scrap everything that is no good, but salvage some of the information and some of the cost that we have already put into it. If that only works if we have a separate assessor's office, are we taking that off the table?
Why would you not want some internal control and management?
We do. I'm saying if we have our own, what we're talking about is having, we've budgeted proposed assessment going into the commissioner's office.
Right.
If Vision's solution for it is that it has to use an employee that wouldn't be under the commissioner, are we saying this doesn't work for us?
Now, why would that be the case?
Because Vision was really excited about Emily Teagle, Ms. Teagle, who has already worked so much in the assessment and very familiar with it and close to being an assessor. They're very excited about her being an integral part of that, and I'm not sure it would work out for her to be in the commissioner's office.
You say why or what?
We need to go in close for this. I
They
don't know.
might, they might decide that it would take a lot more effort than
Yeah,
what
exactly.
they thought was going to.
Oh.
They have to work with someone who's not familiar with the.
Are we
And
paying
when it
these
comes to
people?
moving our, personnel back, moving departments and all.
You could tell they were hesitant at the meeting, and then as soon as we said, well, we have someone here that actually would be your boots on the ground here, and they kind of changed their whole thought process, and then it was, oh, this is gonna be something we could do, this is doable then.
I think
This
Bill's
is
right.
a retail company. Are they trying to make money?
Right. I'm
This might be a closed session.
I agree.
I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry, this may
Closed session.
require a closed session.
Yeah. It's definitely confusing.
Yeah, somebody find me a motion and because all right, this is a bit of a monkey wrench here, right? At 3:00 in the afternoon. So, all right. I'm good with what we got here, but somebody find me a motion for close that works, and let's get that done here in a bit, but let's get through the rest of it. So, okay. You feel comfortable you can accomplish your mission with what we have proposed here?
Yes,
Okay.
taking over real estate,
Right.
new construction, land use, transfers, split offs, yes.
All right. That's what I needed to know. Okay.
One comment. We discussed the possibility to get you an additional salary commensurate with what your predecessor. Any further thought about getting a certification at some point in your career?
Oh, I'm already working towards that.
You are?
Yeah, I mean, it's a 2-year process.
I'm looking at the budgeting for
Yeah.
training. You have enough dollars in your training budget to get through that?
Well, it's a lot less expensive because it's all online right now than the actual classes. And it's not just classes, it's attending meetings and service to the
But you are-
association,
you
but
are-
it's over a 2-year process. And so I know that Ms. Journalin put $1,000 in for next fiscal year for training. And so I think that would be sufficient.
I'm glad to hear you're
Yeah.
enrolled. Good.
Yeah. I just finished a class this morning and took the test. I'm like, I hope they don't call me this morning.
Steve? I have a question. That, it was $250,000 allocated for the assessor.
Correct.
I guess we're using, that funding is coming back to, some of that to the Commissioner of Revenue's office? Is it
It would
anything?
basically all be in the commissioner's office.
So the whole 250 is going back to the Commissioner of Revenue's office?
Correct.
Correct? Oh, okay. All right.
For the revenue recovery from the comp board,
Yeah.
I did not include anything for the additional 2 staff members for the investors. I wasn't sure what kind of funds that they would offer us. Can you send me something today? Do you have some numbers already that?
Well, I mean, I just talked to her, and I know the comp board will fund 3 full-time positions for my office. So I don't know what Ms. Ford's reimbursement is as the.
I have that.
Yeah, but the other 2 deputies, I have it written down. Is going to be $19,760. Now, I don't know if that like includes all salary or like the FICA and
And
everything.
their benefits, correct?
But that's what she said, each position will be reimbursed $19,760.
Okay. That'd be great.
That's
I'll
what you
go ahead
needed?
And
Okay.
increase the revenues for that too then.
Okay.
Great. Anybody got that 2711 motion for me yet?
Coming up.
Oh.
I'll tell you what, I think we're good.
Okay.
Let's go ahead while you're getting that done. Let's review treasurer and board of elections, and then we will have a window since we knocked out that 3:30 to 3:45 that we can do it closed and come back in and still be on schedule. Okay,
All right, so I'm done.
you're done.
All right, excellent. Are you calling me back? Well, I'll just be in my office if you need to.
Right, we'll come and get you.
All right, excellent. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you
Joe.
very much.
Thank you.
All right, treasurer.
Treasurer, we're seeing some cost savings with Ms. Bancroft's proposal not to hire a chief deputy.
That's what I figured that was.
And
Is she standing by that decision?
what's that?
Is she standing by that decision?
She's still standing by that
Okay.
decision.
Is that a good idea to let her stand by that decision?
Okay.
Okay,
And
let's see how we go.
just a question on the treasurer, dealing with, item 3165, the credit card fees, they dropped tremendously. Is there a reason for that?
Yes, we had approached Mr. Witt, probably mid-year last year and kind of brought to his attention that the fees that was actually a cost to the county was greater than what he was actually charging. So he changed that, I'm assuming, because we did start to see that started to level out. And I've already sent to Ms. Bancroft I think it was an ordinance that the board had passed where it was a certain percentage of what the county would pay when as far as convenience fees, that we need to pass that on to our citizens rather than absorb that by the treasurer's
I think I
office.
remember this now.
Mhm.
Okay.
Board of elections.
Board of Elections was, I think, pretty much what was asked, which was coming off of a lot of what the state was telling Ms. Fox what it's going to cost to run that department.
Right, well, at least the board of elections, right? Then we'll get to her.
And on that one, the postal charges increased right much. What was that about?
Mailing that.
The new.
Oh, gosh, okay. I got you. I mean, that went up 2,400 to 11,000.
Well, right, I mean, we had a lot of people requesting mail-in ballots, and so we had an extra election, too.
We should charge a fee for that.
I guess she's included for the primaries this year. I'm sure she's covered everything.
Right, well, as far as I know, only the Democratic Party is holding a primary this year.
Oh,
The Republican Party is doing a convention.
Contested convention on May.
Contested, unassembled convention in the parking lot of Liberty University.
I saw.
Good luck.
Okay. Okay.
All right, registrar.
Similarly.
Right. Well, and then the salaries are up, but the comp board is actually providing more this year.
Providing more,
for salaries, right?
But we don't know what it's actually going to provide for. So.
Which I think is the first increase in board funding for registrars since the 90s, right?
Which is probably why they're jumping from here to
here, the moon. Okay. Any questions on it there? Stuart?
I'm good.
Okay. Travis, we're getting ready to jump into a closed. Can we get Mr. Garber, I suppose, in your office, right? Sure. Is your office available?
It is.
Okay. And then I guess we'll pause this, get him into another room, and then we'll reconvene in here in just a minute.
You gotta have a motion first.
Mr. Chairman, in accordance with Section 2.2-3711A1 of the Code of Virginia, I move that the Board of Supervisors convene in closed meeting to consider a personnel matter involving the interview of a prospective candidate for employment.
Okay. Is that?
That's right.
I think that's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second.
Discussion. Ms. Gibson.
Mr. Greenwood,
Aye.
Mr. Warren,
Aye.
Mr. Garber,
Aye.
Mr. Hodges,
Aye.
Chairman Miskowski.
Aye. Board's enclosed. We'll return.
Open the meeting.
We got you, Stuart.
Yeah, I'm here.
Meeting back into session. I need a motion for SR1.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve SR1.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Ms. Gibson?
Mr. Warren,
Aye.
Mr. Garber,
Aye.
Mr. Hodges,
Aye.
Mr. Greenwood,
Aye.
Chairman Miskowski.
Aye. All right, we're back. Not a moment to spare. Operations, starting with building inspections.
All right. Building inspections remains 2 employees. We see a little bit of savings and that we've had some turnover. Purchase services has gone up because GIS has moved from the planning department into the building department. Any questions?
Gentlemen? Guess not. Next is utilities.
Utilities, similarly, salaries has gone down a bit because of turnover. There's been some reallocation amongst the lines, just due to reclassifying what is maintenance, what's repair. Do we have test line for testing, et cetera. But besides that, it's pretty historical. Any questions on water?
Guess not.
We are locked into Hampton Roads ad infinitum.
What's that? I'm
We're
sorry.
we're locked into Hampton Roads.
Yes, it's their system, unless we want to take it back.
We just gave it to her.
It's theirs.
I don't have the histories.
Oh.
Now, and that's on wastewater, which is next up under utilities. So.
But we just said we've got, or earlier, we've got a couple of salaries coming out of wastewater, but the only revenue we're taking in is connection fees.
And so where then does that contingency go? Does that just pass through to HRSD or do we hold that in a reserve?
That we hold that.
Okay. But I'm guessing that's a restricted reserve.
Yes. For water and wastewater.
General properties, which will put us back to page 24.
Facilities and maintenance, we're keeping the same amount of employees as this fiscal year. That includes someone dedicated to the park, as well as our custodian staff, which is in-house. Any questions? I'll also talk about, if you have any questions on operations, I can answer them now, but then I get into some, I'd like to get into some capital requests. Yep.
All right. Go ahead and move into capital.
Capital.
Which page you going to?
There's section 4.
All right.
So within the capital plan, we've already gone over what fire and EMS and sheriff have asked for. We still got our Motorola radio replacement. That's for county administration ask. And then we've put in 100,000 for parking or for paving at the parking at 360 complex, Parks and Rec, 8,000 for fencing around the soccer field, and a new lawnmower. I have changed that proposal. I would like that to drop to 6,500. Buy a gas mower and give that gas mower to the utilities to use so that we can bring up the expensive mower that we just bought and use that for the more industrious use at the park and a complex. And then instead of using that to cut the drain fields, which are the biggest cut for the utilities department, we can instead just bush hog that only a few times a summer.
78, 65, 65.
Mr. Hudson, why is the soccer field there at that complex?
Why is it there?
Yeah.
As opposed to
Up at the
at
park.
the park?
Yeah.
It's never great to use it playing in the outfield of Little League.
It just seems so out of place. And now they want to spend money to pave and fence.
I'd have to talk to
I know.
Parks and Rec a little bit more about that, but I know it was this unused grass field.
The previous Parks and Rec director requested that, and the previous county administrator agreed for it to be put there. I think that it was at one time the elementary school down there. They were utilizing a field down there for it, I think.
Definitely revisit that with Parks and Rec.
It just seems out of place, and it incurs a lot of parking space, which is already at a premium.
Do we have sufficient surplus space at the park? I'm not sure that we have any unused land there.
Don't.
Right.
We don't have any other. I mean, unless they're sharing a field.
Right. It's literally the option is to share a baseball field.
Yeah.
Oh, you used to use the field at the schools too. Like you said, Hamilton has that field in the back.
Well, and you got the field up at the front with the Raiders.
Oh, that's true.
You know,
Yeah.
I don't know.
It always, I think, was a scheduling problem, but
when you're looking at paving, if you're looking at paving and you compare it to the ballpark, the Parks and Rec Center up there, it's not that's not paved. It's still gravel. So I don't think that it should be mandatory that area is paved behind the Parks and Rec complex on 360.
well, if it wasn't paved, then we would want to do some sort of improvement because right now it's pretty rough. The gravel behind there. And we had been thinking that we would wrap it around the building where there is no parking right now so that we would have more parking.
I did ask Mr. Tuppence about using the clinic's parking area after hours, and he said that he thinks it would be okay. I don't think we need anything formal, but to be able to consider, I don't know how many parking spaces there at the clinic on the complex side, probably a dozen, I would think.
Yeah. They were using it last night. It was packed. Yeah, I agree. I don't think have the money right now to spend 100,000 on paving or the 3,000 on fencing. I mean, why do we need fencing right now? Can't they just leave it open? So they have to chase the ball a little further. I mean,
Looking
It
at
was-
young kids
yeah,
running
they got
into the.
energy.
What about running through the station ones?
That's another reason to move it from station.
So I'd really like to relocate it.
Yeah.
It makes sense to relocate it versus trying to
Where do we have it before?
fix that.
Right? Or can we get it donated? Like a lot of this stuff can be donated. People love to donate stuff. They could donate a fence, put their name all over it. I mean, I don't know.
Are you in charge of that project?
No. I don't think we got enough to do already, but I've been pushing that for years.
Look at the EDA.
Stuff, yeah, that's true. People love to give stuff. They can write it off.
Right. So are we crossing paving off and the fencing and going to explore other options for soccer field?
Right. I would probably, I think maybe paving in general is a bit on hold this year, but I would like to hold some type of item in there for improvements there, because I don't know that we're going to find a practical way to relocate this field, quite frankly.
Okay.
So in the event that we don't, I would like to leave the fencing in there and leave some room in there for some improvements to that area so that it's usable if that's where we end up having to host that. Because I don't want to have a dislocated soccer program that we're just starting, frankly. So if we could do that, I think we'd be in a better position. We wouldn't be pigeonholing ourselves into finding an alternative when there may not be one, right?
They've been using the fire station without being gravelled for 12 years. So why does it have to be gravel now? Like I said, we've been using it as voting area. We always have to traipse through the mud, the ditch. Nobody's ever wanted to pave it before now.
I'm not. Well, hey, first of all, I'm not talking about the firehouse. I'm talking about where we'd be talking about the Parks and Rec area.
That's the area that they're using the park.
Well, right, but we've got a separate item in here for paving at the firehouse, okay?
Well,
So I'm just
same
talking about Parks and Rec. I'm talking about right here, paving at 360 Complex, $100,000.
Right.
You know, we don't want to pave it, that's fine, okay? We want to find an alternative place for them to do the soccer. We can see if there's one. I don't know that there is one, quite frankly. So I don't want to, again, dislocate a program that they're having some success with because we're having a fit about paving. Let's leave some money in there to make improvements to the lot, leave the fencing in there so that we can use the field if there is no practical alternative, which I'm pretty sure there's not.
I maybe agree with the fencing, but I don't agree with any kind of paving or gravel. They can park on the grass. And the chief said they can use the grassy area over at Station 1 to park. So they can use the grassy area to park. If we bought a fence, that's fine, so they don't have to run all over the place. But,
If it's muddy enough for them not to be able to park, it's probably too muddy to play soccer.
Exactly.
Play in the mud, so.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
This is more,
that would be great.
This is more about the complex parking, which isn't necessarily just for soccer.
Except the grass is fine, maybe some gravel, but.
And as their programs mature and become more popular, the demand's going to increase. Understandable, but not this year.
Is it any elderly that attend anything there?
They have some senior programs, I believe. Wii bowling still.
I'm just thinking if it's that rough.
I'd have
It's
to look.
not that rough, it's pretty smooth. I've driven over there.
Is it?
And is there any income coming in from this? Is there payment for the
What page
volume?
you all?
20,
Section 4.
yeah,
Front
section
page on
4.
section.
The whole 2 pages of section 4, that's all it's doing.
I know.
The whole section 4.
I was looking at, you're talking about paving at 360 complex?
Yeah.
What
Mine
fund are we
shows
using for that?
And
3,000
$3,000
Parks
for
Reserves,
fencing.
or are we using?
No, and this is one of the ones that we were going to revisit of, well, I think we were going to try and use proffers. Let's see.
Proffers on this one.
I don't get where they're coming from either.
Yes.
You're right,
Where's the
it's
100,000 at?
2319. Oh,
Where's the 100,000 for paving that?
that must be for the other one. How much is the paving at the 360 complex? 2319? I thought it was 100, but we can't find it.
100,000. It's 2 places.
It shows
This-
2319 on mine.
Yeah.
On that sheet.
Or 1 and 4 too, both.
I've got 100,000.
You know, what line are we on?
Under Parks and Rec, it is the first
Parks and Rec, okay.
First
Oh,
line.
paving at 360, but on the other page it says
Yeah.
paving at
2319.
360 complex 2319, so what's that?
Where's that at?
On the
That's
second
on the
page.
second page.
I've only got one page in this section.
Oh,
We just gave it out this morning.
ah, okay. What was that? On the second page, he didn't get it because he's not here. No, I got that.
But that's only because it's Proffers paving at 360 is paying for 97,681.
Oh.
And then CIP roll forward is paying for the last 2,300 of it.
Right.
But
So you can-
there's other things that we can pay for with Proffers if we want to, because we've got everything here at the bottom section that is unfunded right now.
Wouldn't mind putting a placer in there, like you said, Travis, for the fencing and maybe a little bit for gravel, but I don't think 100,000 for paving.
Hey, progress. All right. What's a reasonable line item to put in there for gravel, Steve?
10,000.
That's exactly the number I had.
Ah, I agree with that. Sounds good.
Y'all are killing me.
Yeah, right. This is nothing compared to some years back.
Okay.
Phil's probably not gonna get
All
But
right.
what else is on that last page that I don't have?
It's no further requests. It's information on where we intend
Where
to
we can fund it with?
fund these
Okay.
CIP projects.
All right. You'll have to lead me.
So where were we with the fence? Did we keep the fence?
Fence is good. We're A-okay on the fence.
Okay. Moving on. Replacement
Keep those
vehicles.
kids inside.
Talked about the sheriff. We are requesting one 4x4 truck for the maintenance department. We've already established that some of this number, if we go with that lease program, is coming down.
Right.
Any discussion on the truck?
Don't buy a Chrysler.
IT, we've had a standing 25,000 to continue building out our system. Any further comment on IT, that request?
Mr. Holt,
Please.
do you have any comments on this?
I heard it.
Yeah, I thought that was it. Please
I
give
thought he
it.
went to sleep.
Please give it to him.
All right, moving on. We've got the well and pump house at the industrial park. So that would be a utilities project. Just like the water tower, we are still pricing exactly what we're going to be able to do with that. And it's all part of the master plan of, are we going to tie it into the system, or are we going to leave it separate and drill a new well? And all of it would be funded. We would have to work with a utility bond over. We do have, I think, about $500,000 rollover to pay for it to start.
We think that we can generate revenue sufficient to pay a bond?
Yes.
Okay.
Preliminary talks with Santa Anderson, or sorry, not Santa Anderson.
I was going to say.
Jimmy Sanderson.
Right. Yes. Which is, oh boy. No.
Says that's a go. I said, the next line, Cinema Garage water towers, that would be painting the water tower that we've got now. We don't have it in this year's plan. We just have to project for the future. And as long as we get a second water tower, that will keep that expense much lower, because we would have to take it offline for quite a while to paint and dry. But that's not this year. I'll stick with this year. HVAC replacement. We are averaging about 4 or 5 replacement units a year, and they're about $20,000 because the units next door at the courthouse are reaching the end of their lifespan. And we've also got the 360 complex that we kind of patched the ones that came with the building, but they're also all at the end of their life.
Do these include the new filtration that the schools have by chance?
The ones, what we've got right now already has that new filtration, so I'm sure we could.
Takes 99.9.
Right, and it's not a filter that we have to keep changing.
Okay.
Okay, we're striking Station 1 parking lot. Do we want anything in there for gravel for that other area?
It was gravel.
Or to build up for another time?
So if we're thinking that a 10% line was sufficient, 25, I'm asking.
Okay
We
with
can
that.
put 25 down and we can decide with the chief whether it's better to just build that and
Bank it.
yeah, make it for 5 years down the road, or get some gravel on that side lot now that keeps getting used.
So then gravel
I like the gravel.
for 22?
25.
25, yeah.
Right,
FY22.
the FY22.
Yeah.
25,000.
I followed it.
We got a hand raised in the rear.
Yes.
Sure, but if you don't mind coming up to the mic so Mr. Garber can hear you.
Yeah, that would help.
I'm not opposed to proper planning and responsibility, but
Right.
I do want you guys to think about where we do the voting and everything down at the other end. If we're going to put some money forward for gravel, we probably need to improve that entrance a little bit for handicap accessibility.
Sure. Sounds like he's thought of that. It's his district.
So
That's what I wanted to bring up years ago, and that's what I thought.
I just want to throw that out there. I mean, it's hard enough. getting
Not
in
lost
and
on me,
out
my
there.
friend, but again.
As we just found out from the COVID test last week.
Okay, that's all I have.
Okay.
All right. Moving on. McAllister Building is in need of general repairs, and we are trying to bank enough money to take care of it at $50,000 a year.
Is that the brick building or the old building that says asbestos?
That's where the health department
And
is.
social services.
No one knew what the McAllister building.
Well, I can remember because we've been told this building's going to be torn down. Now we're keeping it. I know that was McAllister. That was McAllister. What's that building called? The house.
AB, or the actual building.
We had a name for it at one point.
Yeah. The old house.
We've decided to push back on the JV CCA building to next year, as well as if we revisit if we wanted to get a temporary trailer for them to work out of. While we did that, they could be used some for either the sheriff or the school or something, but we'll revisit that next year.
Okay. How are we doing on space in this building right now?
Well, right now we're kind of at a low with staff, so we're looking pretty good.
Funny.
If we were fully staffed, we would be pretty much at capacity.
Okay. So just a need maybe we need to start looking at is what we do here. What opportunities are there?
Yeah.
At other buildings that we have, we were putting Parks and Rec in the old courthouse at one point. So, right.
I was told that the new court, well, we call it new courts, are supposed to have extra off, but now I guess the judge has taken off all that, right? It's all new. Oh, after COVID, maybe it could be used for some office space.
No, that's pretty much
All
judge and
taken
sheriff
up.
space.
Because I was
they've
told
claimed-
back when we built it, it was supposed to be room for offices, but that's gone.
Right, and that was the plan up until
Okay.
COVID.
All right.
But then with COVID and the change in the jury trials, the
It all
judge pretty
changed.
much said
Okay.
this is the best way to use it.
Yeah, it was gonna be juvenile services.
Oh, okay. Which would put them right across from juvenile clerk. All that's changed.
Okay. Some general repairs at the 360 complex, the siding, there's some rotten places in the siding and a couple of other items. Kind of patched it this year to get them moved in, but it does need replacing.
I say something about that. I mean, that's with planning commission. I mean, that building isn't even code anymore because that's what was the old T111 side. And is there any way maybe we could side it, or is it?
That's
I know it's been
that's what
painted.
that's what that
Oh,
30,000 is for.
Oh,
is to,
good.
is to not
Put that stuff back
T111.
good because that stuff just rots. So okay, that'd be great. That would look a lot better.
What about that septic system up there? Is that going to have to be
Septic.
re-engineered in the future?
Hopefully not. We had better word on that there was a couple of issues that led to it flooding before. such as a holly tree that was growing out of the middle of it, and the fact that it was a dentist office that was running to it, constantly running water into it, which health department said that would flood that in a heartbeat.
Okay. So a doctor's office isn't gonna.
The doctor's office has a separate septic.
This sheriff's department took it over, so sheriff doesn't use any.
Okay, good. I'm sorry.
Maybe one toilet.
Yeah, sorry, the dentist, yeah, is the sheriff.
Okay.
Roofing projects. We've got to build up for the courthouse, got to build up for regional animal shelter, and we've got to build up for the 360 complex.
It just don't seem that old.
That's what I wanted. I asked that before. I asked Ms.
And I pulled it
Castaneda.
because we got a quote in 2018 for all of them. I think it was when this other building out here got redone, and it was saying 8 years left on those two. This one, the 360 complex, is in need of a new roof right now.
That's a different kind of roofing. But that's what I brought up about. I think when Ms. Castaneda was in effect. I mean, you said the building's only 18 years old, right?
No, that building is older than that.
The courthouse?
Oh, I thought you were talking
Building
about
right now.
360
The
complex.
courthouse is effectively 18 years old.
Right. That's what Steve said. That's one of the ones that needs a re-roofing. I can't believe
It's
that.
got
because-
about 5 years left.
Right. So we're banking.
Yeah. The
Also.
thing is, that roof was a architectural style roof, which supposed to have been like 40 to 50 year shingles. Why did they only last?
I don't think they
20
put
years?
40 or 50 year shingles on there.
Those are expensive looking shingles.
Oh, it's bitter.
Yeah, they weren't the cheap old 20 year shingles. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it is. Okay.
They put them on there.
That would make sense if they're just those cheap 20 year shingles.
That
Okay.
would line up with everything else that was built around here. Include, I mean, you want to talk about a building that's newer than that in the regional animal shelter.
Well, we had trouble with that.
So it's like buying a Chrysler product.
Mhm.
Make that joke more.
It's the same project manager on both, didn't it?
All right, and I've already talked about water projects. That's a discussion unto itself.
Right.
And coming out of the general fund. Motorola, we are counting on some change orders as well as just county responsibilities that weren't included in the contract. I do have hope that it's lower than this, but that's a good number to stick with until that project's done.
So here's the question. Do we want to go ahead and move all of that paving money out of proffers
I have,
for 360 and put it on?
yes, so I revised it, so you are taking the gravel for the two properties out of proffers.
Okay, so we'll move that then completely out of CIP and we'll put it on proffers. Okay.
So, yes, exactly.
So none of these funds are general funds, correct?
No.
No, but we'll
Yeah, put that
in that infrastructure fund.
You have made $419,100. You have reduced the capital improvement plan already.
The total spend is 419,000, or if we reduced it.
We reduced it, we brought it down from the 9.
With the vehicle replacements going to a lease program and then the pavings come down.
That's right.
So what's the total spend on that side right now?
Right now, our CIP is at $8,801,200.
How about just on
Yeah.
the infrastructure?
Just that we're asking for funds.
$639,806.
Okay. Everybody had really big feelings about paving, so are we feeling pretty good about everything else?
Yeah.
Never, we can't use none of that.
I know. As I said, can't use any of it.
This is all capital anyway.
I know,
Okay.
I know.
So
It's just
we
pushing it.
probably do need to talk about school capital at some point. So, but let's close the loop on this. Are there any other big objections or changes off of what we just went down line by line, which I love doing that.
Should I have just presented the bottom line?
That's true.
How much you want to spend on capital?
Sarcasm.
Right?
I am sarcastic.
But my goodness. Hearing none. Next up. We had talked about we have outside agencies on the agenda, but again, I'll tell you, unless somebody has one they want to eliminate, then I would say we go with what's proposed.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I, of course, oppose the 9,400 for Arts Alive. Looking at their package they sent us, they didn't do a whole lot this past year, so carry that money over into the next fiscal year.
You're going to end up with a big old poster of yourself in West Point.
We don't like West Point.
That's something that we have to match to get that.
It's a state.
I appreciate that, but once again, I'll reiterate, citizens from most of 3, 4, and 5 don't travel to West Point.
I think the Wagners would probably
Well,
disagree.
I dare say they've been there in the last couple of years.
Well, I agree with Ed on that.
Based on their lack of programs or transitioning to something that was more virtual. They didn't even, as far as I can tell, didn't do that they can use the money they didn't spend last year and carry it forward.
But they can't. Right.
They can't?
Again, the point here is we're matching a grant. Okay. And so whatever we reduce ours by, it's effectively
So they matched
double.
it last year that they didn't spend last year. So we're going to match something that they're going to double this year. So they're getting twice as much money to do.
It still should be $5,000 that we pay. Then it's matched by the.
Because remember, effectively what that is that's half of what we're.
So minute amount of money.
Have that number, and that's what we're actually giving them. Otherwise, we're passing through a state grant. All right, I'll make it quick. I make a motion that we leave outside agencies as presented.
Second.
Discussion. Ms. Gibbs.
Mr. Barber,
Aye.
Mr. Hodges,
Aye.
Mr. Greenwood,
I don't know where we are now. I abstain right now because I don't.
Yeah.
All right, so we're talking about outside agencies.
I know all of them. What?
Yes.
Yeah.
I just
Specific
leave it
ones?
as it's proposed. Is my motion.
Does that include the one Mr. Garber was just? Mr. Moore was just talking about.
Yes,
Yes.
we would leave that unchanged.
I'm gonna go nay this time because like I said, somebody can give some donations and we can still match it. If they give us the money, we can match it, which nobody seems to want to do.
So you're gonna cut all of them?
That's what I said. I don't like it being together. That's why I was going to abstain. 'cause
That's
I don't
the
know.
only agency that I have issue with.
Well, like I said, if we're taking the vote already, I don't know.
You abstained or no? I did not hear you.
Now I don't know because like I said, it's going to cut them all. So I don't like cutting them all. So I'm going to abstain.
Okay.
Nay.
Ms. Morris,
Nay.
Chairman LaScalzi.
Aye. Joint government agencies. And again, the local health department pretty much mandated, CSB same. PDC is reducing because there was a project they were working on for us last year. Regional Airport Authority, if we talk about that, I swear to God. All right. Three Rivers, Soil and Water, again, that's pretty much the only one we have leeway here is the library. We've been down this road before. You cut their funding, they cut their hours. You get calls from the people who need that library open during those hours, and you restore their funding mid-year. So which would you have?
talked about it too. We restored the money, but I don't think they restored the hours. Did they find out for sure if they did or didn't?
Never did.
Yeah, I don't think they did either. We restored the money, but they didn't restore the hours, so.
No, they promised.
I know. So I don't like that either.
FY 20, I think that we did that reduction. Can you find out if they restore those hours, and if not, why? Thanks.
I thought we restored it last year.
Yeah, we restored the money, but they didn't restore the hours.
No, it didn't show it here. Right? No, I'm looking wrong. I'm looking wrong.
Mr. Chairman, since I do not have the history you have, what does King William gain from the Middle Peninsula Regional Airport Authority?
Right. So the Regional Airport Authority, love it or hate it, we have a debt obligation to that authority. And so pulling out would require payment of our full debt obligation to that authority at the time of our withdrawal.
Which is?
Well, I don't know, but it exceeds our contribution.
It was like 300,000.
Yeah, it was a lot.
So at what point will this, is this a every year commitment? Or is this going to expire at some point where they're fully paid?
Right. So it depends on the rolling capital. Basically, we've got an agreement to be in this authority. Okay. And we've been down this road before about what benefits they offer to the county, but our single biggest taxpayer certainly utilizes them quite a bit. And
I would love to see the flight logs.
I'm sure that can be provided. We can ask Bill Dale to provide those, right?
Yep.
I dare say because Arena probably has people coming in there.
Well, now,
So this yearly $30,000 does nothing to reduce the principal that we owe them.
I don't know, Stuart, on that. I know to get out, and this was brought up before, it was like 300,000 or 300 and something thousand.
Right.
Look at renegotiating this arrangement is that the people that use it the most pay the most.
Well,
I know aircraft
they pay
owners
the most tax.
that will not base their aircraft there because it's not practical, it's too expensive. So
Yeah, I tried to stop it years back. Like we were told we couldn't, and the reason.
Well, and the mill
Somebody did
provides
get out.
1/3 of the revenues in this county.
Let's get Bill Dale on the agenda sometime this year. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right.
Yeah.
Like I said, if those companies use it, seems like they would help pay for it.
They do.
Oh, they do.
1/3 of the tax revenue that comes in from that district or the mill.
Okay, pays.
Yeah. Well, they pay 1/3 of the revenue
Okay.
of the whole county.
So they're part of this 30,000. They have a 30,000. We have a 30,000.
No. Point being that West Rock pays a very large share of taxes in general.
Oh, right.
across several different categories.
Oh, yeah.
It's 1/3. It's 1/3 of the revenues that are.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
And they being the one that
But the
utilizes
point
this
is, if
facility
King William,
singly the most.
West Rock executives are landing there every other day, that's fine.
A
Then
lot of
it's
traffic that
worth the
comes in and
investment.
out of there, and I don't know necessarily where they're coming or going, but we can get that. That's fine. I've asked that Mr. Dale come and see us and give us a report.
You guys are touchy. I'm a little concerned at how touchy you are on these topics.
Well, again, it comes down to those history lessons and how many times we've been down this
Been
road
over
before.
it.
And so, happy
liked it
to
in
happy
the
to
past,
educate,
right.
but I'm also, I guess it's getting late. So we'll get that information. It's not a problem. We know how to get it. And we'll have, I'm sure Mr. Dale will be all too happy to come and have a chat with what they do and what services they provide to our businesses and residents, and the value that they offer being where they are. Sounds good. Right.
Moving on to debt service.
Yes.
Any questions?
I don't have any. It doesn't look like we have anything on the horizon that's worth refi or early payoff. So
Looks like we've got a couple coming up 2 years from now. not major ones. Transfers from the general fund. Which the big question is the schools. And social services.
Okay. Let's kick off with the school discussion. All right. So let's talk realistically about what type of what type of revenues we're looking at coming in that closed out calendar year 20. If we have those numbers, what we're reasonably able to project coming in this year. You know, I know we like to project as conservatively as possible, but what are we realistically looking at from calendar year 20 that can inform how much money we can honestly expect to have to appropriate to?
Well, I believe when we had a sheet at the last board meeting that had where we are to date with taxes coming in, and as much as B-Pole and meals are higher than what we had dropped them to, we also had quite a few unexpected expenses, and they kind of made a wash. So that's what we're looking at right now.
And we won't know final numbers for the real estate until June.
Yeah. So again, as much as we want to do, we can only do what's within those revenue categories. So do we know what they banked the last year they closed out?
We don't want to talk about that until the audit comes in.
Right. And so that's why I was hoping to have that done next week.
Yeah. I was pushed to the end of the month.
Is all meals tax collected go straight to the schools, or is there 400,000 and anything above that comes to the county? Is there any arrangement like that?
So this year we budgeted 225,000 to go to that 100%. We budgeted that to take in. Because that's what we budgeted, they only get what we budgeted. So that's all they're getting this year is the 225. But when we ran the revenues, we actually have taken in 310.
That's all?
That was as of, I think,
March
31st. But that additional revenue that we took in above and beyond that 225 has actually, the county had to use that as to offset some of the expenses that we didn't know we were going to have.
Natasha, could you speak a little bit into that microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I apologize. Yeah, so typically when we budget what our meals tax is going to, what we expect, the schools get 100% of that. But that's all they get too. So if we don't say we said we're going to give you 300,000, because that's what we're expecting. If we don't meet that 300,000, they don't get that either.
But if it goes over that,
But if it goes over it, because it's not one of those that's part of the split levy with West Point, the county actually can take that in.
The other expenses we've had can't be taken out of something else to put that extra 103,000 toward the schools. I mean, I think we all know what those expenses were, but
yeah.
Is there a legal way to do that?
Well, again, this isn't necessarily governed by the split levy, but the reason that we appropriate it the way that we do is because it's a revenue that's collected solely in essentially the school districts, right? And so since West Point also collects those taxes, what we set up when we adopted the split levy legislation and policies is that those were essentially earmarked for use by the schools. So they're right, we do have flexibility in the utilization of those funds. The question is, I guess, our own policies with regards to the use of those funds.
That's what I was wondering, how do we use them for some other function if they're set aside for the schools? Why are we able to use them to pay legal fees and all that other stuff?
So this year,
We are expecting,
Said it should be.
We're budgeting 400,000 for meals tax for 22. But for the calculation that we've done to appropriate funding to the school, Steve and I were talking about it, and we only are giving the schools 250 of that.
But we could give
We
them
aren't
400.
giving them the 100% this year for 22. Because it doesn't have to be given to them.
No, it doesn't have to be, but they need the money for the raises.
If you take that, though, then we have to, the county then has to,
What are we funding?
I know.
yeah.
Well, what are we funding?
What's that?
What are we funding on our side with it?
Specifically,
Or are we just filling gaps?
that's, yes, it's just,
If we start collecting what's due to the county, we may come out well ahead of that. Right now, according to this report, we're not collecting.
that's correct.
So it'd be interesting to see if everybody paid their fair share, what we would derive out of that. So that's another function of the
Y'all are
commission.
welcome.
I'm trying, but
Chime in.
I don't know what.
You know,
I'm looking at the checkbook and
Yeah,
there's no money there.
but I think that money should go to the schools, but how to do it, I had no idea.
Well, if the schools got, say, that extra $150,000, where would that get them? I mean, they're asking so much more than what we have.
You'd need another
Okay.
300 for the
Just
salary
to meet
increase.
the board.
Right, they're still gonna need 300 and whatever.
About 300,000.
If, you know, what I'm sure they're like everybody else, they probably traditionally ask for a little more. You know, that's part of a negotiation.
How much exactly would we have to give the schools just for them to match the salary part?
454,000.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Like from what we've already given them, that's how much extra we'd have to do it.
That's what they were asking for.
Yeah.
like that's the delta.
I don't think so either.
Yeah. The 434 was, I think, the total number to fund the raises. And so you would net out what we've already
Right. That's what I
proposed to
said. So we
appropriate.
could come up, I mean, we're not gonna be able to come up with a lot, but if we could at least, like I said, out.
What do you mean?
No, he said we don't want it. Can we do it up to 1%?
No.
I didn't think so. Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
No, that only pertains to the
Yeah.
assessments. That's
Right,
what we do with the rate year over year.
The schools from last year.
1%.
But how much?
Dollar? 104, 794.
It's cars and stuff done as well. I have that.
Sorry?
I would save from the spread out
Capital.
the top, right?
So we're about $330,000 short off of our current proposed appropriation to the schools between that and the money that they say that they need to fully fund the teacher salary increase. Okay. And on the meals tax, how much are we proposing that we hold on our side of the house right now?
Oh, 150, 250, 250.
Really? I thought it was 100.
That's what I said, it was
I
almost
thought
big
she
there.
said just 400.
150.
Oh, 150.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So how did we get down to 300?
We've already given them some, just to make sure, take that off
Is
of the floor.
this philosophy with the meals tax?
Yeah.
Is this something we've envisioned as an ongoing thing, or is this a one-time thing that we're trying to recoup some costs on? What do we think?
And where that actually is coming from is when we do the split levy reconciliation, we're always ending up with around what, $200,000-$300,000 at the end of the year that actually, and those things are actually factored into that calculation also.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of where we were thinking, well, if we do the split levy and we have that kind of remaining amount at year end, then why don't we go ahead and use that money as we need it? Because that's not those taxes are not part of the split levy.
Right. Just that we negotiated that.
Not know it's a negotiated policy.
No.
A little informational on it. All it said was this is not obligated to the school.
Well, right. And so and we were very careful in the legislation and how we worded that. But every board that I've ever been on, the philosophy is, well, you can't hamstring another board with your own policy, right? Especially if it's not tied to a particular statute or some type of codification. But it was the policy of previous boards that the understanding was that those were cordoned off for school years.
Well,
If you could understand at least why
I
surprised to hear.
understand that, but
Okay.
when I do the split levy reconciliation this year, my thoughts, and you guys chime in on what you think. If what I'm supposed to be doing is comparing the ratios of West Point to King William for schools, I can't factor in B-poll meals tax because that's not part of the split levy that the town is supposed to take in. And in the past, the split levy reconciliation is factoring those things in there. So if I was to not factor those things in there, you're going to see that the school's not going to be getting that fund anyhow. It's going to be that money should have been placed with the county.
I'm having a hard time with it, but all right. I don't know. Y'all successfully flummoxed me for how we solve both problems.
What the issue we had in closed session, if that came up with a different outcome, would that help any, or if we went with the lower amount?
Right. Again, so we're talking about where these revenues are necessarily coming from, right?
And
so
then they have
that
to be
makes a
divided
difference
for
at a certain
split
point.
levy. That's why I said I thought food tax, well, was supposed to go to the school. But
all right, it's tough decision time, guys, and this is where we are. We've got a revenue source that we need and the schools need. Who gets it? All right.
I think this year the schools need it.
So is the outcome gonna be that we are gonna be looking at increasing the rate?
No.
Okay.
Nope. This is just going to be paying.
if we take the pain, where's it going to go? come from?
It's a good question.
I wanted to do like you would give it to the schools, but if it's not there, like Bill said, it's hard to, we have to balance our budget, unlike some other factions, but I don't know.
Right. Well, it's worth considering.
Oh,
If we
I know.
give it to the schools this year, unless there's growth in that fund, it's not going to be reasonable that we would then take that funding away the next year. All right. Because we're funding ostensibly a salary increase request. And so unless they come into some sort of windfall of revenue from some other source, we're not, this isn't going to be something we can claw back. Okay.
But it is still possible that it may be some funding from the Recovery Act that they can use for some of their expenses. Maybe, I think they had 2 buses in that budget or.
Right. But that's capital. And we're talking about transfer to their operation fund in this particular instance. So this is what they spend on salaries, primarily, instructional costs, things that happen every year. If there's funding in the American Recovery Act that we can use for capital, that's great. But I don't think there's going to be funding in that act for ongoing teacher salaries. And this is the fun position that the state puts us in every time that they ballyhoo a big teacher raise, is that they are forcing localities to squeeze budgets in some way to fund this.
We also don't know yet what the contribution is going to be from the state of Virginia. We won't know that till May. Is that correct?
Probably true.
Oh, I don't have an answer.
All right. Well, okay. Just because I used a whole year of my life on this split levy thing and the concept of how we utilize these funds, I would be basically going back on what I had promised at the time to say that we use this money for something other than schools. That's not an easy thing. Look, that is just a fact of it. Stephen was there right alongside me, but I mean, we spent, my goodness gracious, I don't remember most of 2013 because it was spent on the phone with lawyers, okay, working this out and how we fund the schools while having to live under this new tax regime. And this is how we did it. And I understand that it's not a hard and fast policy that we chose to saddle any future boards with, or that we even had the ability to saddle future boards with, but it was the policy that we adopted at the time. And I'm still here. Doesn't have to be the policy of this board, but for me, it's what I said that money was going to be used for.
But the question still remains, is that going to get them where they need to be?
It won't get them all the way there, but it's probably the best we can do. Unless there's other revenues we're harnessing that we're otherwise.
You saying there is?
Why don't we just lay it all on the table? Okay.
Yeah.
Got to now.
So if you wanted to go back to giving them 100% of consumer utilities, utility gross, fee poll, motor vehicles, bank stock, meals tax. If those are all things that you want to give the schools 100% of, we have $590,000 that could be put towards the school's appropriation, but then we would have to reduce our county's operational budget by that too. So that's what we have to work with.
All right. Chips are on the table.
I don't think we should go for all of it, but I think we should give, I'm with you.
Need to cover the raises, teachers' raises.
Yeah,
You talking about cutting off our department, so.
we have to.
You'd have to cut our budget, the 27 million. We'd have to find some ways to cut ours.
Talking about, well, if we just went for the raises, we'd have to find 434,000. Is that correct?
330.
That's a lot.
It's about 330 is where
Off the departments we've already
No,
pushed to
if we don't give them
just
anything,
squeeze.
then,
I understand.
I mean,
But you
we're
know,
not
it's
giving
so
them
like
everywhere.
when I
We
look
cover
at my
it.
checkbook
Yeah. Oh, I know.
and the balance ain't there.
I
Don't
thought this
write
year
the
was gonna
check.
be good, saving money on gas and cars. I'm struggling, so it's,
Well, again, the cars are capital.
yeah, oh, I know that.
Yeah.
That's not an avenue
using
that we
an
have for saving in this,
analogy, not
right.
anything we can use it for.
Right.
I mean, maybe give them 400. I mean, it's not everything, but I mean, it'd be like she said, maybe a 4.5%, but 400 cover that. I mean, 400 total, including the one. Subtract 330. What you said they have
See, that's
157.
really why I want to know what they're banking.
I know. And then, like I said, I don't want to do it, but then we didn't give it to them last time.
If we give them $334,741, how much of that we got to cut from our budget? That amount?
How much did you want to give?
Well, 100,000 less than they need for the raise. 334,000 is all of that. I thought we'd worked out where it was down to less than that, without cutting the budget, without cutting the department budgets.
Not anywhere else. I'm gonna see it.
We're flying blind until we see what DHG's got. We're flying blind because we don't know. Somebody find out what our deadline is to adopt. I know it's in May sometime.
Sometime in May.
It has to be before July 1. We pulled the code the other day.
I thought we had a deadline in May.
The schools.
Oh, the schools,
Yeah.
I think theirs is
Yeah.
May 15th.
May
So we got a
15th.
month.
I think,
Less
I'm
than
not
a-
sure.
It's sometime in May. I thought it was.
Is anybody from the schools
Further
still
down.
online? Would they know?
Sir.
See if anybody's online. I don't know.
Ms. Longest is on. I'm sure she knows.
Let's see if we can get Ms. Longest on.
Good evening.
Hello. The question is, Ms. Longest, we're trying to figure out what our deadline is to adopt because we feel until we've all had a chance to sit down and digest what DHG is going to bring to us on now, I guess we hope the 29th, we're flying a bit without instruments. And so we know that our deadline is sometime before the end of the fiscal year, but our understanding in the past has been you guys have a deadline that's earlier than that for some reason. Do you have any information on that?
We have teacher contracts have to be out and be back by June.
So realistically, then that deadline is what?
I would have to pull the exact date, but I know our plan was to hopefully send out contracts in the month of May.
When's our May work session? I don't have a calendar.
The concern is without contracts back, teachers are then allowed to go to other school divisions, and then we will be stuck trying to find adequate teachers in the short given time.
We have a work session on the 10th, Ms. Longest. If we could have something ironed out and adopted by that date, is that sufficient? She got muted.
Oops, I don't know.
Sorry, I was muted.
That's okay. All right.
We will do the best we can. We thank you for your consideration. I worry if we don't give raises. I know the county's proposed a raise. If we're sitting here as a school district and can't give raises to all of our staff, we're going to be hurting for qualified staff across the board. So we will do the best we can with whatever date you set forth.
All right.
I think we generally agree the board will commit to covering the pay raises. Just trying to figure out how.
Oh.
Anything above and beyond that,
Yeah.
it's up in the air. Unless a miracle happens here. Agree?
Right. Well, we're squeezing a balloon. I won't commit to anything until I see what DHG has.
That's true.
Well, that,
All right.
and if
Because
we got to cut departments, we've already cut over
Right.
the years.
So, I mean, I want to know what, what are they banking year over year for real?
Travis?
Yeah.
Could we also, since we're struggling and working as hard as we can, could we also ask them to look at their figures again and see if they can help us out any?
I think you just did.
Yeah.
Right.
We already know just
They're
the
listening.
raises. That's all we're worried with right now. I don't think that does
I mean,
They're good poker players.
yeah, I know, but
I mean, we're just trying to find.
they should be able to move a little bit
But so
Yeah, but he's
without throwing us to the wolves.
that they can
Utilize.
instead of
that's what I want.
Right.
to help us out.
Well, I know
and
they
need
do.
us
I want to know
somewhere
how
down
much.
Well, yeah. Terry used to help us.
9 years ago, they told us that they couldn't afford to do a raise, remember?
No.
And then we weren't able to come up with it. They did the raise anyway. I haven't forgotten that.
That's what I'm saying. If we give them can come up with do all this finagling and come up with a raise and they use it for something else, I think
And I don't know how we balance our own budget if we give it.
I know.
We got it. It's hey, this is why we are where we are, because we said we wanted to make these types of decisions. So here
That's
we go.
why we had these classes. And
Now
the
is
scenarios they gave us, and it's stuck.
But I would say again that before I commit to one thing or another, I want to have the full picture. So now we know what realistically what revenues we have to look at. But we don't have to.
I'll agree with Travis. I want to see it all before I commit to making a commitment that's going to hurt.
This is a big
That
wide
could hurt
open. Maybe we need to start
the other
running
end of the county.
and looking at realistically what we're leaving behind. Okay, because we're probably not going to like that picture either. Right. So without that information, we're still not making a fully informed decision on what we're actually doing here. Because if we're utilizing $600,000 of those revenues in this budget, then I can't imagine what that picture is going to look like. So let's run a few scenarios. Give us some options. But then this has just convinced me more than ever that we need to wait until we get that presentation from DHG. So, so that we know what they've got to work with and what lots of things that we need to learn from that. With that in mind, we've got to commit to a date on that, and we've already got a conflict with what we had proposed on the 29th. So 5 minutes to 5. I doubt anybody's answering an email right now. We need to regroup on Monday and get a date.
Push on the 29th. I'll figure something out. I'm not going to let one district disrupt what's necessary to get through this quagmire.
Okay, if you're open to that, then we can work with that.
schools all right with that date?
We have not.
That's what I was wondering. We
Okay.
don't know for sure. Or was it the date of the 29th? It's not okay with Ed. I mean, but we haven't heard from the schools yet either. It's okay with them either.
Yeah, oh, okay. Well, some of them aren't, well, they probably the ones that would need to answer probably aren't online. I don't know.
Social services, while we're here.
Where are you going to?
Social services.
We're still on 29 where we were.
This is another problem. Natasha,
Yes, sir.
has in the past, social services has gone over their budget and they have come to the board and asked for additional funding throughout the year, correct?
This is correct.
So
The-
was her budget in line with the amount of over expenditures in the previous years?
No. So the revenues that the social services has requested, if you look at those revenues for state, federal, and local share, historically, feds pay 55%. State pays around 25 to 28%, and the county is usually between 15 to 18%, looking at actuals. The revenues that have been requested by the social services is feds at 55, state at 18%, and the county at 27%. There's something not right about that. I would never be able to come to you guys, and typically what I would do in the past is what Ann would present to me. I kind of would look at those ratios to see, are we still in line with, fed, state, local, and then just present to you whatever she had brought to my meeting. Well, with this one, what I presented to the county administrator was different because I couldn't justify to you or to the county administrator that kind of a change, where the state would only be providing 18% and we would all of a sudden be providing 27%.
So in the past, the budgets by the previous director traditionally went somewhere around, I guess, in the ballpark of $100,000 over every year.
If you look at the actuals on page 31 of the narratives, when you look at the bottom where it shows local share transfer from the general fund, those are actual amounts that the locality did pay. For 19, it was $227,000. That would have included any budget adjustments that were requested throughout that year too. So overall, in 19, the county's share was 227, and in 20, it was 212. What they are asking for 22 is the county provide $368,011.
It's, in our monthly meetings, the expenditures never match what finance has either. I don't know where the problem is. And it was my understanding that the previous director started to use pass-through funding prior to the state funding being exhausted, which the state funding is I think 84.5%. So I don't know.
We've historically funded it at these levels.
The numbers that are on page 31.
The actual
Those are actual
numbers that we funded by the end of the year.
Yeah.
Okay, let's use those. Did you miss that?
Yeah.
So what we did was we calculated, the county administrator and I spoke about it, and there is an increase of 5% that they spoke about. That 5% from the state is for laser employees or however, and that's something that we, as the county, cannot determine of the staff that works for social services who is part of that laser. So, and that's something that we couldn't get an answer from social services either. That 5% is only for those individuals, not for the entire staff of social services. Unless the entire staff is on that laser report, which we cannot get an answer on. So what we proposed was that we would go along and do the same increase that the county is presenting, the merit and the COLA, and that's where we have come up with the numbers of our local share at 226. So that's what the increase is from the 204 this year to 226 next year. We kind of met in the middle and said, you know, if we're going to have raises, then let's go ahead and factor something in and give them some kind of an increase also.
Okay, and that's where we already are. Mm-hmm. All right, then let's stay there. Good.
As good as we're going to be in this moment.
Yes, you know, I'm on social services, and yeah, it's. I just don't, you know, it's a lot going on, and you know, I do know that. So you're telling me that the 204.20, that was the actual.
204, 240 is actually what is budgeted for this fiscal year.
Mm-hmm.
She actually, Letitia will actually be coming to you on the 26th to ask for additional funding. I emailed this week and let them know that they have expended the local funding this year. One of the problems that we are seeing is finance and social services are working together currently on determining why there are expenditures that are submitted in their monthly reports to the state and the feds that are not being picked up by either the state or the feds. They're called non-reimbursable, and we are trying to identify why those were not picked up.
So let's go back to 2020. The 212,466, was that actual, or that was just the budgeted amount?
No.
And they went.
In 2020, that is your actual amount.
Okay. Yeah, that is a big difference.
Okay. Ed, I've lost you.
Trying to figure out how to delicately answer a question. Ask a question. Is there a way to lock social services in? This is all you get. Work with it. Or is it a situation where they have to make these payments, or I'm trying not to be insensitive, but are they a more liberal organization where they know they can come back and get money when they need it, when they ask for it, versus locking them in and saying, this is it. We're sorry.
So there are services that they're statutorily obligated to provide.
I appreciate that, yeah. But they've budgeted it, and if they have any flexibility, can they utilize that flexibility to be careful about what they spend it on in areas that are not statutorily mandated? You know, they have a tough job. I wouldn't want it, but next to the schools, they're the highest, aren't they, as far as budget?
No, public safety.
Oh, okay. Public safety.
That is something that I can always present to the board moving down the road, is because of these two entities that we're talking about with the schools and social services. If we wanted to adopt some financial policy, amend our financial policies, because we do have them now, that we put in place, that we pick a percentage of our revenues and we say, of these revenues, the schools will receive this amount, 40%, whatever, and social services, you will get whatever the percentage. And at one of the meetings I have attended, that is how one locality addresses the whole, what do we do when the school has these needs? They just know that they have this 40% that they get of the revenue of the real estate, and how they address if there's needs for more than 40% is the policy states that in 6 months into the year or whatever, 3 months into the school year or with social services, whatever, we meet and talk about the expenditures to date and then readdress, do we need to allocate more funding to the entity? That's something that if we wanted to do that way, the schools always knew this is what they're going to give us starting out, the 40%. And I'm just throwing that number out, that we can count on this. If that's what they're going to, we know what our revenues are for real estate, we can count on this every year.
Whether counties do that.
Yeah, I believe it was.
Just curious, if you had a ballpark figure, what would 40% of ours be?
Well, but I mean, don't we effectively already do that on real estate though, with the split levy?
It is, but it gives that entity kind of a better idea what to expect.
No.
Right. Instead of kind of going, what are they going to do? Are they going to give me the 1%, the 2%, or that kind of a thing?
Right. But with the split levy, effectively, we already have that kind of dialed in on real estate. But with these other funds, certainly,
right,
it would be.
Y'all still here? If we went to 40%, they wouldn't hardly get anything. Like I said, she's changed
just
100%, and they only get, the only maximum was 609. So we couldn't go.
Nobody gets it all.
I know.
Right? But but I get the point of how we,
how we come about it.
That way we can, without having to slice and dice and take what we need here and give them the rest, we each know what we get.
Yeah, you put a structure in place, pretty much saying the county has this percentage of a needs, the school has this percentage, and then, yeah.
But that would be in the future. That's not going to settle this problem.
Yeah, it definitely would be something we could work towards. Or maybe even something we need to think about right now, though, too. How much percentage of our revenues do we want for the county? How much do we want for schools?
How would that affect the split levy?
It wouldn't.
Oh, it wouldn't. Okay.
We would deal with those funds that weren't a part of it. So, unless someone has come up with a big idea, we're going to circle back to this, and we can go ahead and move on to miscellaneous. If there's anything that we need to talk about there. VIPSA, what are we getting for $40,000?
That is what they.
Is that a raise or?
Yeah,
something?
that is
Okay.
a raise. Not addressing any purchases by the county.
Right. Well, that's all our stuff. Right.
When is that maintenance shed paid for? Their new maintenance shed, when is that going to be paid for?
The maintenance shed.
The new one that they built? I saw a figure of 27,000, I believe.
It's a 5-year commitment. We started that in 2021.
Unless the contract's terminated in next year, year after. Don't want to go there.
The contract is due in 2023, isn't it?
You got it.
Oh, man. This is fun.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Worst ones yet.
I remember going home in the dark from one of these. It's not the worst.
That's true.
I can't really propose that we have another session between now and the 29th. Unless we want to get together and run some of those scenarios. Would that be beneficial to you guys to have an extra meeting?
Yes,
Okay,
that's definitely.
all right. What do we have open?
I know.
We
Well,
have-
that's true.
Does everybody still have the 19th available?
Probably.
Oh, come on, Stuart.
What? Oh,
It's just gonna be late.
that's true. Let's see. You can always do Zoom. Would that be too soon though? And that's just Monday.
Well, I've got a social services meeting Monday, same old thing.
Yeah, we already had that. We already had that day scheduled for our meeting anyway. We just canceled it yesterday.
We were gonna start at 9 o'clock so you can make
So
it.
you could get there.
Okay, I hadn't heard anything about that.
Oh, we were gonna delay it.
Well, I mean, the schools were.
Oh, well, that meeting, it's
We've got the
6 o'clock.
21st, 22nd.
I don't know. We got all those extra meetings we just signed up for too. What are those?
What?
We just signed up yesterday for all those extra meetings, the planning commission, public hearings,
Definitely. Like to have some
joint
direction. on
things we
what they
set
would like
up.
to cut.
What
If you
days
could
were
give
those?
direction on what the board would like me to focus on cutting.
That's a tough one.
Loaded question, huh?
Right?